Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. It's the PulpMX Show. Coming at you Monday, March 13th, 5 p.m. Pacific. Lots to get into. Kenny Roczen's win. Wow, that was cool. One of the best things we've seen all season long. The battle with Justin Barcia in Indianapolis was great. And my co-host tonight knows a thing or two about winning some races, so we'll talk to him. Looking forward to having Ken Roczen on the show tonight. Kickstart Kenny calling in. Looking forward to talking to Kenny. As always, great interview. Dean Wilson as well. Scotland's own. Andrew Short, the great Andrew Short. He will call in as well to talk to us about recovering from his injury and how he's doing and watching Supercross and all of that. So we have a great guest lineup for you and a great co-host as well. 702-586-7857. You got something on your mind? You want to talk Indy MXGP opener as well? That happened. My Race Tech rant tonight may have something to do with that. Motorsport tweet at Tallon segment. X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs coming up. Thanks to our sponsors. There's a lot of codes to save on PulpMXShow.com. Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, Race Tech, Suspension and Engines, X-Brand Goggles, Renthal, Michelin Motorcycle Tires, Acherbys, Firepower Batteries and Chains, Maxima USA, Renegade Racing Fuels, ORW, Pro Filter, OGO Power Sports, FMF, Guts Racing, Atlas Neck Brace, Works Connection, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Ride Engineering, WUSA, Get Data, Weisco Piston, EVS, all on board with us, as are you people. And again, 702-586-7857. We've got lots to get into tonight. Got some exciting news from the folks at Verb as well that I want to tell you about. The relaunch of the World Mini is coming up. So the guys from Verb, I'll have news on that in a little bit here as well. But sitting across from me, this man was a factory Suzuki rider. He was a factory Honda rider. He was a factory Kawasaki rider. He was a factory Yamaha rider. And as all of that, he might have enjoyed his best year as a member of the Rockstar Suzuki team. And the last guy besides Ken Roczen to win on an RMZ 450. We're welcoming back to the studio Davi Millsaps. What's up, man? How are you?
I'm good.
Thanks for coming in.
Yeah.
I gotta apologize. You haven't been here for that. Haven't been here in a long time.
Yep.
I thought you were in sooner than you were, and then also I thought so you've never been to this studio.
No.
Which I didn't realize. And then I thought you moved. So I was under the impression, and I think I saw your post, that you were out of Lake Havasu. So I figured, well, I don't know. I think he's back east, and so why is he going to want to come all the way to Vegas? But you've been in Havasu still.
That's a good excuse not to have me. But no, yeah, I did the whole post saying that I'm leaving. I'm
Yep.
I'm going to travel. Dane wants to race, so we're just going to go mosey on about and just commute. Why not? Like just do something, something fun, and
live in a motorhome.
Live in a motorhome for a while,
Yeah.
and if we found a place that we wanted to call home at that moment, we would. Well, so we put the house on for sale, and we're like, you know what? 60 days.
Great house, by the way. Beautiful house.
Yeah, the wife did an amazing job. 60 days we'll put on the market. If it doesn't sell in 60 days, then so what? Well, it sold in 3.
Yeah.
And I'm like, damn it. But we sold the house, and then right after we sold the house, she basically got her dream job.
Okay.
And that pretty much is like,
that was it.
Damn. She was with me for obviously all those years of my career.
A lot of sacrifices from her.
So I'm like, you know what? Like,
Yep.
you do that. Like, this is something that you've been, not something that she was ever wanting to have. It was just more so like it was presented, and I'm like, yes, take it. Like, go.
Yeah.
And
so
we're stayed.
You rented, so you had to rent, or what did
you
buy?
Well, no. So I'm like, well, then why the F did we just sell our house? And well, we ended up looking for a while, and then we bought a house on the golf course. Of course, she demoed it.
Yeah.
So we lived in the motorhome while I was commuting and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Back to California training. So yeah, we just 3 nights ago was our first night in the house.
Oh, okay. So that's soon. Okay. Yeah.
And there's no couch or anything in there yet. That was supposed to be delivered, but it hasn't.
Right.
So we have that, and then we bought another acre up by where we used to be. So we'll build up there as well.
Okay, so the plans have been on hold then.
The plans, I also have tracks being hopefully in the works.
Okay.
About 35 minutes from there.
Yeah.
I'll know on April 3rd if they approve the special permit.
Well, you got so much money, so I mean.
God, dude. You're such an idiot.
5 minutes in, I figured I would bring that up. Welcome back. No. We know you've been working with. Well, you worked with Bar X guys, Mumford.
Yeah.
A-Ray for a little bit.
Yeah.
You're working with Dean Wilson now.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons Dino's calling in. So you're actively involved in the sport. But yeah, as you've explained here on the show before, being based out of Havasu, however awesome that is for many things, is not great for your job of working with riders and teams.
Yeah, no.
So that's not ideal.
It makes it rough, man. I got a 4.5, between 4 to 5 hour commute, depending on traffic, sometimes 7. But that's why, me having tracks about 35 minutes from Havasu and Yucca, if it does get approved, will be absolutely amazing. But then I'll still have to commute for Supercross no matter what. And it gets too hot in the summer for outdoors. But obviously Dean doesn't race outdoors anyway. But Juju does. So, I'll be...
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that kid. He just got a ride. He's got a KTM ride.
Yeah.
How did he get... What happened to Blue Crew?
He was
what's the kid's name again?
Julian Beaumer.
Beaumer, that's it. Really fast, really good kid. Yeah.
Yeah, he's from Havasu.
Right.
But he literally was, I think, maybe getting help from bikes.
Yeah,
but I think he had to buy them. He bought everything on his bike.
So Daniel Blair just swoops in, Orange Brigade him.
I'm gonna say no on that part.
Okay.
It was above him.
Okay.
That came after Julian, and then obviously Daniel being the team manager of Orange Brigade.
Yeah.
Then he, took control of getting everything handled. But no, it was above Daniel.
Kid looks good. He looks really good. Looks like he's got a future, right?
I mean, he tries. He wants it.
Yeah.
And he's what's cool too is he's 7-time world champ jet ski racer.
Yeah. That's how you. When I met him in the tunnel in Anaheim, that's how you explained it to me. And I'm like, huh.
Yeah.
Shit. Huh.
So we have that, but the commute sucks. But I mean, again, I actually fly out of here tomorrow to go to Sacramento to pick up my Sprinter.
Okay.
From custom
outfits.
Yep. So that's being built so I can actually commute with Dane to take him more places because I only have my truck and I don't have a trailer.
Wow.
So yeah, it's a
whole thing.
A lot of shit's been going on and
well, I don't know why you just don't buy a private jet. I mean, I don't know why you just I mean, with the money you made all those years.
I swear.
All those years.
Hey, if I would have saved it, no problem.
Okay, right. So looking forward to tonight's show. Ken Roczen, Dean Wilson, Andrew Short, your old teammate coming on.
Yeah.
You guys can talk about the 09 CRF 450. He
loved it.
He loved it. I know it. And so we'll get into that.
Yeah.
We got lots to get into. Looking forward to a great show. Welcome back. I'm glad you could come back in. I know I get requests for you for a long time to come in, and then I was just like, well, he's gone.
So that just happened in October that I made that announcement.
Okay.
So for you to blame that on the whole 2 years.
Has it been that long?
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll have to check the dates on that.
Well, how long have you been in this house?
Not 2 years yet.
Almost.
Yeah, almost 2 years. Yeah.
I never seen it.
All right. Are you sure you didn't see this? You had a lot. Are you sure you've never been up here?
I have never been up here.
Look, lots to get into tonight. Kenny Roczen's win.
Yes.
Again, like I made a joke off the top. Before him, it was you on an RMZ 450.
No.
Oh.
James. Atlanta.
Yeah, James. That's right. Okay, so never mind. But, dude, what a race. And I got to say, I was on this show. So I went from, before the year started, he's Ken Roczen. He's going to win a race. He can win a race on a Can-Am. Like, he's fine. And then I was like, well, he's really good at Triple Crowns. Maybe he's going to get those, right? And then I was saying, like, I don't know who's going to win. And not so much a slam on Kenny, but because Coop and Sexton and Tomac had been elevating their games. You know what that's like in a long title run. And I'm like, I don't know if Kenny can get to that level. Well, this weekend's track was like an enduro cross. It was gnarly. Guys were getting screwed up everywhere. And Kenny rode great. And Barsha rode great. And he took a win.
I mean, Kenny's really good.
Yes.
Period. Yeah. He's really good. And I even texted him that, that night. I'm like, dude, like, you legit had me on the edge of my seat, like go. I mean, I love JB. Like, I've known Justin forever. And I think out of everyone, I think he might have surprised me the most. Because no offense to anyone, like, Kenny should be there. You know what I mean? So for me, watching Kenny win was just like watching Kenny win. But doing it on a Suzuki and whatever. But all in all, with Barsha coming through and catching and doing what he did, that from where he's been all year, that was to me the biggest surprise for me.
Yeah. I'm with you. I'm in the press box. I'm like, oh my God, this would be so cool if Kenny to win. But it would also be really cool if Justin Barsha got this too.
Yeah.
Because the only guy that hadn't won longer than Kenny was Barsha, right? And I was just like, this is incredible. Both guys are riding so good.
Yeah, and to me, like I said before, Kenny should be there.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't know what's happened since his arm. That's obviously I don't know him, that personal.
Yeah.
But regardless, he should be there, and I think that proved it.
Yeah.
But he loves those kind of tracks. He loves the little short and, like you said, like in the whoops down the middle.
Right.
He has such good balance.
So Coop told me afterwards that Coop couldn't get the whoops. It wasn't great for him. He was really good everywhere.
Yeah.
Not great in the whoops. And Coop was like, Kenny was so good going down the main groove, which is not easy to do because it goes everywhere. And Kenny was blitzing it, and from riding, like it's what he was doing takes a lot of skill.
The faster, the weird thing is when it comes to stuff like that with the ruts down the middle, the faster you go through it, the easier it is.
Right.
It's when people get timid and start to lean forward and you start to lose your balance and you
start looking.
Well, you rely on the front end, and that's what's it's catching all the ruts, so it's not letting you go through it. But Kenny, I was expecting him, at least the last lap, he actually missed the on-off.
Yeah.
And I thought, Barsha's for sure coming in hot.
Yeah. Well, he wasn't tripling before the whoops either. He was doubling in.
Yeah.
And I thought Barsha had maybe a 0.1 better line was to triple in and single out. And I thought Barsha was going to single out into Kenny. Yeah. Because it's Bam Bam.
I mean, maybe him being on, probation or whatnot. I mean, but
it was a great race, man. And so from your seat, knowing Kenny, watching him over the years, you're not surprised at this track that he was that good?
It's his fourth time.
Yeah.
No, not really. I mean, not. It wouldn't surprise me if Kenny came out at Seattle or at Detroit or Salt Lake or Atlanta and won.
Mm-hmm.
Like it shouldn't be a surprise to anyone when Kenny comes out and wins. I mean, it's just what he should be doing.
Yeah.
But everyone was doubting the Suzuki, doubting. I mean, don't get me wrong. I was.
Yeah.
But I mean, he still can ride it. He's small. The bike's somewhat small, and dude, honestly, he looked really good. So
I've taken some shots at Suzuki and fun at the Kickstarter and stuff, but also it's not the reason. It's still a great bike.
Yeah.
It can still win races, as we saw.
Yeah.
And horsepower is horsepower. Jamie at Twisted can get that thing as good as anybody you want. And then he's been going with FC stuff, and then he's been working in house with the HEP guy suspension wise. And so that's the key, finding that balance, right? But.
And dude, whatever they have going worked on the weekend.
Yeah.
Whatever happens in Detroit, I guess we'll see if he can back it up or even come close to backing it up.
Yeah.
Or if it's literally just the way the track was that suited him the best.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah.
Like what you thought. Nobody knows, but do you think that was a track-induced win, or do you think we see? And let me give you some background on that, but maybe you don't know. He was down in Florida testing, and I mean, this could be all in the glow of the win, but Brooks and Dustin Pipes and these guys are telling me they found a setting and he was instantly better. They saw it with their own eyes on a non-Indy track, during the week. And they were very confident that they weren't going to say they were going to win, but they were very confident that this latest setup that they found that he liked was going to produce better results. So knowing that, do you think this is a better Kenny going forward if you go off what the team was saying?
But didn't he say that he started the day off with his old setting because he didn't want to try something super new on the track?
I didn't hear that. I didn't see that.
But
okay.
I mean, that's I mean, it could be wrong. I mean, I'm wrong, quite a bit when it comes to stuff like that. But again, dude, you can sit here and change the setting on anyone's bike and see a difference. It's the team. They're pumped. They want to give him the confidence. They want to say, "Oh my God, you look so much better." And they could have not changed a single thing.
No.
Here's this. Here's a different shot. It's completely different.
Yeah.
It's the same shit.
Yeah.
But oh my God, you look so great. But
a stopwatch tells them a little bit too.
Well,
right?
no, I'm saying, in your mind, it's the placebo effect.
Yeah.
But I'm not saying that his stuff's not different.
Yeah.
But again, stopwatch. Okay, so he was a half second faster. Where did he go faster at? A half second can make up a big difference. As you saw, first to sixth was only a second.
Yeah.
And again.
So you're more like this is just a Ken Roczen's a really great rider win. Like this, like if.
I don't care what setting he has. If Ken Roczen shows up, Ken Roczen's going to show up.
Okay.
So, and I'll tell him that when he calls. Like, I mean, I'm not. I don't have a filter, like I should most of the time. But
well, some people said, hey, if Davi Millsaps shows up and is feeling it, then he's just going to win.
That was
a lot of people did say that about you.
That was very far and few between. But
people said that.
But no, again, I mean, Kenny might have found a setting to make him more comfortable, hands down, of course.
Yeah.
But yet, if that's all it took for him to win, then you're going to see a whole lot more of him.
Yeah. Right.
So,
yeah, I'm interested to see going forward what we're going to see. It's been really cool to watch him on a Suzuki, and that team's a private team. You know what I mean? They're getting no factory Suzuki help. They get Suzuki parts.
I've been there.
Yeah, you've been there.
I didn't even get parts.
Right.
I got a letter in the mail.
What do you mean? You got a letter? What do you mean?
I got a letter when I won.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like, congratulations.
Yeah.
Literally, that's it.
So, anyways, 702-586-7857. If you have a question for Davi Millsaps or for myself about Indianapolis or anything else, I want to thank the folks at Firepower, by the way. Firepower Honda with Dean Wilson, title sponsor there. And I got to get into it with you about your guy, Marty. And he's running that team. So I want to – you know Marty better than anybody. And I just think it's great. He's working his balls off from what everybody's saying. So I want to talk to you about Marty and Firepower Honda later on. Firepower parts, whether it's the batteries, whether it's the chains. Chains are made in Japan. The OEM batteries or the replacement OEM batteries are feather light, and they work really, really well. A lot of privateer teams choosing Firepower out there, firepowerparts.com. Kay Clayson, the Firepower Honda guys. GDR up in Canada, firepowerparts.com for more information. And Davi Millsaps brought to you by Decal Works. I don't know if Dane is a Decal Works guy, but, you know, Davi Millsaps brought to you by Decal Works. From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. PulpMX 23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. DecalMX.com. Red Bull, KTM, Husqvarna Off-Road. All using that. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons. Thank you to those guys. Really appreciate them bringing Davi Millsaps on the show. All right, we talked Roczen. Let's talk Barcia for a second. His best ride of the year. And, you know, I kind of thought he was going to get Kenny at one point, and he made a couple mistakes near the end. He didn't suicide KO him like we thought he might. But you watch him ride. There's never any lack of effort, right? He is pushing, he is revving, he's wild on the bike. You would think, Davey, and maybe tell me why, in your knowledge, tell me why a track like that wouldn't bite Justin Barcia. Like, why was he good on that track? I know why Kenny was good. Kenny's precise, he's technical, his throttle control is incredible. I get it. Why was Barcia so good?
Honestly, it's pretty much what he's grown up with, is stuff like that.
Okay.
But honestly, if you watch him on Saturday night, and then you watch him from the weekend before that, he had a whole lot less moves. He was aggressive, but it was like a smooth aggressive. He wasn't throwing his bike everywhere. He wasn't doing his crazy, scrubs where his bike is completely sideways and lands. He actually was very precise in the whoops. He was actually skimming them for a long time, which usually, he's been doing that, but yet still jumping. So I think the way the track was, how it was soft, he went kind of, for me, watching, he kind of veered back to where he started, which was riding those tracks calmly. And still being aggressive and surging where he needed to surge. But he never got overexcited, which was very surprising.
No, he does get that way, right?
Even catching Kenny, he didn't go out of his way to destroy both of them. And even passing Cooper, he didn't go out of his way. He made the pass. He made it pretty quickly.
He got a garbage start. He was like 8th, maybe 7th or 8th. Like, he just
and he came
moved
up
forward.
fast.
He won the heat. Like, it was a vintage Barcia night.
He was feeling it all day.
Right.
He had to have been. Even his times were pretty good. But in the heat race, dude, when he came through, like, he was, he was feeling it, and the main event showed that too. So, for me, hands down, I don't think that he was as aggressive as he's been all year. I think that he maybe calmed it down
because maybe in his mind he's like, I can't go crazy. This track will put me on my head.
And
right? So then,
every single time, every single year, watching him, I'm like, man, if he would just calm the F down, he would be so much better.
Yeah.
And
you and everybody else have told him that.
But I've never told him that. But maybe this weekend, him seeing that he can go way faster when he calms down and is smoother and makes less mistakes. Maybe. He's
been quietly solid this year. He's got another podium. This is the second one of the year. He's 5th in points or whatever. Maybe Kenny got him now, but he's been like just off that tick off that lead group. You know what I mean? So
he was with the lead group this time.
Yeah, yes, he was.
I mean, he was the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. We got some phone calls on the line, of course. Ken Roczen coming up here. Well, we got one right away. Jeff's got a question for Davey. Jeff, what's your question for Davi Millsaps?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I was wondering, in 2013, when Davey was on Suzuki, he was doing really good, but I can't remember if he ended up leaving that team and going to a factory team or if he stayed on it, because he was killing it.
He was. He hurt his knee late that year, and then you hurt it again before the year, right? You what did you do that? Kneecap or something?
Well, no. So I hurt my knee in the middle of the year, right before Daytona, and that was a struggle the rest of the year. And then right after Vegas, I had to have my femur rebroken and all the parts in my knee cleaned up and my femur straightened out just so my knee would stop doing what it was doing. And then I stayed with the team because they went to KTM the following year. I stayed with them, but on the KTM right before Anaheim won, I dislocated my ankle and broke my foot. And it took 5 surgeries throughout the year to actually end up getting it fixed the right way, including an ACL surgery, ACL, MCL on my knee, and basically right before Anaheim as well. So it was a whole lot of surgery. I think it was like 9 surgeries that year.
You raced once?
No, I didn't race at all.
You didn't race at all?
At Monster Cup.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe I was thinking that. Yeah.
Terrible.
So he went from maybe the best year of his career, the Supercross year,
to the worst.
Not racing at all. So
I
tough
was
go.
so happy because I like Suzukis, and I was like, he's kicking ass. And
Yep.
Thanks,
was
Jeff.
that bike really that good back then?
I mean, it was good. Yeah, I loved the way it felt for sure. I mean, it was one of the best 450s in Supercross that I had ridden. Outdoors wasn't too fond of it. The best outdoor bike was KTM for me, hands down. I don't know about Twitchy. I got 2 days on the outdoors, so I can't answer that.
Thanks, Jeff. Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. We have Tyler on 4. Tyler, what's up, man?
Yeah, I got a question about this past weekend's race. Are we borderline kind of worried here as being a Tomac fan?
I mean, he's got 5 wins and he's 1 point off the lead, but it wasn't good. Davey, I thought he was – I mean, this was a good track for him. It seemed like his heat race he went backwards, and then he never got it going in the main.
I mean, this is the second time, though. When it's gotten really, really, really bad, like rutted like this, which is usually where he excels, he's kind of not been there, you know, and this weekend surprised me.
Yeah.
I was expecting him to actually be hard to beat.
Well, I saw that heat race, and I was like, okay, the heat race wasn't good, but he'll figure it out in the main.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, even just use his stamina and his sort of skill to figure it out.
His superhuman-like stamina,
Yeah, so, but no panic button. No panic button.
Not yet?
Right.
Okay.
There's way too many rounds.
Right. Yeah.
I was worried because, before the night, I got all my buddies over. We're watching the race, and I'm like, Tomac's going to be killer tonight. The track's going to get tore up.
Yep.
And I'm like, this is going to be a Anaheim 1. Track's going to be rough, and I'm like, he's going to be, out there unbeatable. Not unbeatable, but up there, him and Webb.
Yeah.
And I watched the main event, and I'm like, oh, gosh.
Yeah.
I'm like, guys, he's normally way better than this. Trust me.
No panic button. He's
wasn't the other one? Was it Tampa? That he was that he was bad in?
Yeah.
And it's been
he was 5th in Tampa. Yeah.
Yeah. These kind of conditions usually where he excels.
Tampa wasn't as bad, but yeah.
No, but you get my point.
Yep.
It's just still rutted and stuff.
No, for sure. Thanks for the call, man. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
So Pookie just delivered me some pizza up here from Sean Brennan at Feld Motorsports. The whole thing with pizza. Marks, you listen to the
You're unbelievable. You just go ahead.
I didn't even introduce you.
Oh,
by the way.
It's just
that's Travis Marks, everybody on the cameras.
Another day in the life over here of being a
sorry,
forgotten,
Marks. And then
hero.
Working the phones over there, Tallon Taylor. My bad.
I'm here.
So
unbelievable, this guy.
Sean promised the media pizza at a race.
Yeah.
2 races. I made a deal with him. I flew all the way to Tampa for this media summit. He said he'd supply pizza at 2 races. And then
you flew there for the pizza.
What?
You flew there for the pizza.
No, I went to Indianapolis and I said this would be a good weekend for the pizza. So he said sure. So he got the press pizza, which was nice.
Yeah.
and we're greatly appreciative. And so I grabbed a couple slices, and everyone grabbed a couple slices, and it was all good. And then there was also 2 Indianapolis Colts football players in the press box with their families. There was about 8 of them all together. And they asked if they could have the pizza. And, of course, you know, they're VIP guests, right? They're football NFL guys. So they just
demolished it.
went through the pizza with the kids and everything.
And you're mad.
Not mad, just upset,
Disappointed.
disappointed.
Disappointed he didn't
So-
get his pizza.
Yeah.
So I brought this up on our review show. We did an Indianapolis
Okay.
review show, and I brought it up. So Sean sent pizza to the house.
So you complained yourself into some free pizza. Is
We
what
got
you're
free
saying.
pizza from Sean Brennan.
You got it.
Hell of a guy. Nice.
Just got more miles tomorrow on the bike.
Do I get any
Yeah.
of that pizza?
You do. You do. Everyone does. Yeah.
Love that Sean Brennan
But
guy.
hopefully there's no NFL players downstairs.
I don't think so.
Yeah. I don't know if you're eating pizza these days, but you can have some, Davey.
Thank you.
Thank you to Sean and Fel. That's very nice. Oh, nice. Great pizza. All right. Ken Roczen
Can we
coming
go
up
on
here.
break now then?
Yeah, we need to take a break right now. Cody's on 3 with a Sexton question. Cody, you got a Chase Sexton question?
Yeah, you guys hear me?
Yeah.
We good?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's up, guys? Davey, what's up, dude? I met you in Lakewood with Brittany, and you are the legend. Just kind of
Thank
a
you.
question for both
I
of
don't
you
know
guys.
about Tim.
I mean, thank you for bringing up my wife too.
Timmy Ferry's a legend.
Hey,
God.
Okay.
Brittany was nicer to me. Brittany was nicer to me than Davey was. Davey was like in the zone. But I have a question for both of you guys.
Okay.
Real quick. Chase Sexton, Davey, if you're on a 1-year contract, you're obviously one of the fastest guys out there. Steve, you're his mechanic, and let's just be honest, I love Chase as a rider. He's being a choke artist. What do you guys do? What is Brandon doing? What is Lars doing? And what is Roger doing looking at maybe a possible future talent? Because this is a disaster.
I don't know about disaster, but Davey, you worked with riders at the highest level. You were one yourself. What are you saying to Chase Sexton if you're his coach? What are you guys doing?
Well, I mean, honestly, I don't know. As far as being a choke artist, yeah, is he fulfilling what he's able to do? No, absolutely not. But yet, I mean, every weekend he's one of the fastest guys out there. So you got to look at the teams all there being like, oh, man, if I get him on my program, we could fix that. Oh, if I get him here, we can fix that. That's, he needs to get on our program so we can take care of that stuff. But, I mean, as far as a coach and stuff like that, I mean, his coach lives in Santa Barbara, I believe, and he lives in Florida.
Right, that's more of a trainer.
I think that's the only thing he has.
Okay. Yeah, I believe so. Yeah,
Peter
coaching-wise,
Park is the only one that he has.
Right.
For me, like looking from the outside looking in, like I would love to be there the whole week and see what goes on. I know his dad's his riding coach, or not riding coach, but mechanic as well, or practice mechanic. So maybe there's just a lot of emotions going on during the week. Maybe there's a lot of emotions during the weekend, or he puts too much stress on himself or whatnot. Try to figure out the core issue. And honestly, I know Kira's a great guy, so I can't say anything like that. But I don't know them well enough. I just know from the outside looking in, something isn't mentally there for him as he goes into the weekend halfway through the motos.
I'm not using the word choke artist though.
Yeah.
No.
I used the wrong words. I got nervous. All right? I got nervous.
He mentally falls apart a little bit. We'll go with that one.
It is weird. I brought this up on the review show. Like Oakland, he crashed in a spot that no one crashed all day long. It was just an easy double, and he just does a front flip over it. This weekend, he just pushes the bike too hard into that rut, hits neutral, and goes over the bars. Like no one did that all weekend that I saw. Coop in practice crashed on the landing, going off the landing, lost the front end. But what he did at Oakland and what he did this weekend, no one's doing, like, it's not some gnarly obstacle. It's not some gnarly section. It's him overriding the bike, I think,
Yeah.
Or
But do you think
literally
this
just
has
not
to do-
thinking very well.
Okay, yeah.
Do you think this has to do with what he's thinking in the future of? I mean, I know the rumors are swirling. I don't want to say anything, but where he thinks he's going to be in the future, because he knows that Jet's taking his spot.
I don't think
Everybody knows
you're
that.
not thinking that out there, right, Davey? Like he's not.
No, well, like I said, there's not one team out there that doesn't want him, regardless of how he's doing or how he's finishing or whatnot. He's showing that he has beyond the speed. He's won a race already. So it's more so, like I said in the beginning, if let's say, for example, Roger's looking at him, Roger's like, oh, if we get him here, we can fix this issue. We can figure it out. We'll make him way better. We'll have a winner. Same with Bobby Reagan or I don't even know about Cowie, but the example is people are looking at him as if we get him, we could fix it.
Right.
So
which we all think he's going to KTM next year. That's what we're all assuming.
Do you not think
So-
he's going to go to Star, maybe?
No,
No.
I don't think so. I think he ends up
Okay.
at Red Bull KTM. So,
yeah, no, he won't. I don't think he'll be orange.
but yeah, it is. Davey, he's so fast.
I mean,
He's so fast.
again, it's the same thing as the Roczen. If you look at
Yeah.
him, he looks like Roczen did before he got hurt.
Yeah.
And it's for some, he has to figure out something, hands down, and it's during the week.
I think when he gets it, he's going on a string. That's what I think. Do you agree? Do you,
I mean, he would be if he figured it out. If he figured out his mental, whatever's happening, his mental block. I don't think he's beatable.
yeah.
I don't.
I think that kid's going to come back a killer next year.
Yeah.
Like a
You
Terminator.
went from being a choke artist to now he's going to kill it.
Hey, bro. Hey, Davey, I had to ask you 3 times for an autograph. So
I didn't hear you the first 2.
Man.
I didn't hear you the first
whatever,
2.
dude.
Davey,
We were just sitting next to the motorhome. But
thanks, man. Thanks for the call.
hey, thank you guys.
Appreciate it. Thanks for the call. Renthal, the undisputed global leader in manufacturing design since '69. Renthal's become notorious for relentless obsession to detail and quality throughout their commitment to produce the finest products on the market today. They have an all-new inventory locator on their website, a Works Fit tool. What was your Renthal bend of choice?
998.
998.
Yeah.
Okay. It's like stock Cowie bend, I think.
I think back in the day it was McGrath bend.
Was it? I thought it was a 997.
No,
Okay.
back in the day
Yeah,
he
yeah.
was
He
that.
was-
And then he switched to like the RC bend or whatever it
Okay.
was.
Well, thanks to the folks at Renthal. They got more championships than all the other brands combined. And our next guest, the winner of Indianapolis Supercross, one of the only things he requested when he went to the HEP Suzuki team was to use Renthal products. That's how good this man thinks of Renthal. And we're happy to have the winner of the Indianapolis Supercross on the line, Ken Roczen. What's up, Kenny? How are you, man?
Hey guys, I'm good, thank you. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, no, man, I appreciate it. I know you're busy, and it's cool that you find time for us. The Kickstarter in the backpack has just been waiting, huh? Just been waiting.
Yeah, we had in San Diego. Remember we did that Chrome Kickstart thing.
Yeah.
We just thought, honestly, I just like having fun with the situation that I'm in, and for some reason we ended up putting a Kickstarter because I said, hey, if I win this year, I'm gonna freaking be waving that Kickstarter on the freaking podium. You bet your ass. And sure enough, I was about to go up, and they said, hey, we got 60 seconds to interview, and I'm like, Travis,
Yeah.
the Kickstarter. So we were like freaking searching through the backpack to find the Kickstarter. It was so perfect. I've been waiting for this moment for so long. I actually kind of forgot about it because I haven't even been at the podium or near the podium, so I kind of forgotten about it. But then luckily I thought of it right then and there.
Yeah, Davey, he's the Feld guy's grabbing him to take him to the podium, right? Like, let's go. And he's like, Souls, where's the Kickstarter?
I mean, it's great marketing. I mean, people are laughing at the whole Kickstarter thing. I mean, it's what I think you have ridden most of your careers with a Kickstarter. I only got 2 years of having an electric start. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's awesome and be the only one out there that has it, dude. It's like gold.
Yeah.
See, that's crazy because I feel like I have been on an electric start besides 15 and 16. But I've been on an electric start for so long. I mean, I switched to KTM for 2011, and we already had electric start. And
Show
then
off.
since then, I've pretty much been on electric start. It's kind of wild to think.
God, I didn't get that till 16.
There's this whole hype about it, and then I also see that when people make fun of me, like when I stalled it at the first couple of rounds, you know what I mean? I thought it was funny as hell, actually, but it's funny that they pretend like they're seeing somebody kick a dirt bike for the first time. Like, I just don't. But you really think about it, okay? I'm like, I understand it's funny because we're the only bike, and everybody bitches about the bike being old or whatever. But when you really think about it, that's what we have done for longer than we have had electric starts.
Yeah.
So what the hell is so funny about it? I don't understand.
I just loved it. I love the Kickstart. I said on Twitter, I'm like, Kenny is waving a Kickstarter around right now.
His right leg's not getting tired though. We know that.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Hey, we know the HEP guys and you have been really working hard. And it's, I mean, Larry was, look, Larry was excited you won and all that, but I think he's being like real. He's like, dude, Kenny has been not complaining. He has been working his balls off. We have been working our balls off. He said his attitude has been great. Your attitude, Kenny's been great. So I feel like this is a super cool deal for everyone involved, yourself included. Like, lots of hard work into this win.
Yeah, I'm so proud of them because it's tough, when you have one of the top level guys, and unfortunately, I just like my bike a certain way, and when it is off, I can be pretty special when everything is right for me, and it's also the opposite when I'm not that comfortable. You know what I mean? That I'm just like super super average. So I'm proud of them for trusting me, and honestly, not to toot my own horn, but I'm also a little bit proud of myself because it was a big task, believing in your feelings and what you need and following your gut. Like it's no matter what, like of course I had trust that I can make it happen, but to actually make it happen, that's also a whole other story, right? So I just think by doing all these moves that I have done, I was so motivated and I really wanted to make this work. Like I really did. And that's actually what Larry told me too, that he was so impressed about. So we have had many late testing days. And I just think I needed this switch. I needed all this new excitement, and it was a no-brainer for me to put in that work. You know what I mean? So, yes, I haven't been complaining in a sense of like that I'm whining. I have been complaining with motivation to make the situation that we're in better. And unfortunately, with how good my off-season went, actually, and for how decent of a base setup we had at first, with all the suspension stuff going on, I did make a couple of steps backwards at first. Until like lately, right? Because I was kind of just completely lost again, and we were testing so much. I really had to take in a deep breath and kind of like restart, reset, and then we made some precise changes with Matt. He's Florida based, like that's where he's from, and it's Kyle's old like suspension guy, right? So I'm so proud of him too for working with me like this. He has no ego. Nobody on the team has an ego or anything, so we simply do whatever is best for the bike, and that's honestly. Besides maybe the firepower team, it's the first time that people make it happen for me, like to this extent, It's so rad. So then to finally pull it off, that's why everything was so emotional, because we've had some really hard times behind us, and those were silent, long days, right? Like I wasn't really that vocal about it, nor did I want to be. So then to pull this off, and everybody from that team, it comes from nothing kind of, besides Larry. I mean, Larry has had a couple of really good years with Chad and James and all that. But besides that, everybody else is new to winning, and it was so rad for me to be able to deliver their first one. And I know every weekend, even the weekends where I didn't do good, they had that certain supportive, calm feeling, and like they just really care, and that's what I loved about it. So we've just kind of been doing our thing, and it's finally paid off.
It's a little bit like, Davey, for you, like a little bit with Bobby's team on your Suzuki days, a little bit of a privately owned team, maybe everyone kind of not really thinking you guys can win, right? You're coming off a factory ride, that kind of stuff, right? Like a little bit like that.
I mean, in a sense, yeah, it's Bobby, his team, he had a lot of funding, obviously, and he had a lot of wins, just from amateur days and small bike stuff, but I mean, for me, like me being his first ever 450, that was kind of thing that was pretty cool. Yeah. But again, like with Kenny winning on the Suzuki and with Hep and stuff, Kenny is the biggest name that they've ever had. Yeah. And they're going to bend over backwards to do anything for him. And I love the fact that there is no ego there, like he said. I love the fact that, Kenny's trusting himself and telling them what he wants, and they're listening. Yeah. And that, I like Larry, but that's really hard for Larry to do, and for him to do it, it paid off obviously on Saturday. It's pretty cool.
And it's a pure underdog story, right? That's at least how I feel, and I feel like
you're no underdog, Kenny. You're no underdog, bud.
But you know what I mean, like the situation, like it just wasn't. It wasn't handed to or paid. So, it's been a lot of work, and they haven't had one yet. And it was cool. It's the same with RCH back in the day, right? Yeah. We had some really cool moments, and this is just another one of those. For me personally, one of those historic kind of like nights. That's why that win ranks so high on my list.
Well, I was going to ask you about that. You said this is the biggest. With a couple nights away from that, do you still agree? Is one biggest win for you, or?
Yeah, and it might seem weird from the outside, but I don't know what it was with this one. I personally, and nobody but me really knows, or maybe the people that are really close to me, I just had a really hard time, this whole last year, and it's not easy, you know what I mean? Just because I've done super well before, and then where I was at and coming back, I don't know. I maybe this stuff doesn't come as easy to me anymore, but I was just proud of coming back, like more so even than from the injuries, actually. I don't know what it was, but I was more proud now coming back and kind of just taking this whole thing serious. And even when the times got tough and my riding wasn't that good and we were still trying to figure things out, just sticking with it and never stopping, even though like sometimes it was like, oh man, like I'm just kind of like chasing my tail a little bit again, but at the same time just sticking with it, making something out of it. And I'm just excited for the next few weeks and everything to come up. I just want to stay calm, but build on what we have, and every weekend is going to be treated the same.
Yeah, Larry was telling me that you found a setting, with Matt working hard, that you found a setting you really liked. I don't know if you ran it this weekend, but they said it was noticeable. Again, this track's so weird that Indy that maybe you went away from it or went softer or whatever, but they said that there was a setting they found that you really, really liked, and they're pretty confident going forward.
Yes, it was front and rear too. Like the front took a little bit because we were a little bit far out the window, and we kind of fed that in. And the same with the shock. I made a little change from press day to race day Saturday morning. And that was something that I kind of had in mind to try this week. It was a tiny, tiny, tiny change. But I also was just riding, and I was feeling really good, and I was riding really good on Tuesday and Wednesday. So I just said, screw it. I'm getting more out of doing my motos, really learning the bike and not messing with it, and really learning where it's at so I can kind of push that extra little bit that I need to win. And, so I never tried it, but then after, obviously, press day and stuff, I'm like, man, come on, I just hate to leave stuff on the table, and I've done that so much this year that I have a certain setting, or we try something for free practice, because that is really the one that we can waste if we go down to waste one, you know what I mean? So I've done that so much this year that I'm very familiar with that, because most of the time when I'm happy, I just leave it, and I really do want to leave it, but I've just been familiar with it, so I was confident and comfortable to do that, and if that wasn't it, then I would have just gone back to my base and been happy with that. So that was kind of the game plan.
Ken Roczen, brought to you by the folks at Renthal, by the way, renthal.com. Please check them out for more information on that. Webb Coop told me after the race that your speed in the whoops in the main line was unbelievable. He said Kenny was killing that main line, which is not always easy to do, which Davey was telling us before the show, before we got you on. It's not easy to just blitz it through the groove,
Really? That's cool, because I normally struggle with stuff like that. Like I guess it's just the thing when you're just not as comfortable on the bike. Like I feel like I've been all over the place, like trying to stay in a V or kind of weasel my way through the whoops. I've been horrible at that. So that's actually cool that he said that, because it is really tough, especially when it's so grabby, right? Like, I mean, if you're a little bit off center, it'll just throw you left and right, and you're off balance, and you're pretty much screwed,
Yeah.
It was difficult for sure.
Yeah. Also, by the way, 702-586-7857. You got a question for Ken Roczen. We got one here from Skippy. Skippy, go ahead. What's your question for Ken Roczen?
Hey, Kenny. First off, I want to congratulate you for being an incredible father. I appreciate how you let your kid go out and do just crazy, fun, cool stuff. So wanted to compliment you there. I look up to you as a father, as a husband, a lot of things. But second of all, do you, while you're in these moments before your wins, do you sit there and think, damn, these are going to be some of my last wins, or maybe my last win or something like that? Like, do you think about that stuff, and does it make you take in the moment a little bit more now that you're further in your career?
Great question. First off, actually, big time thank you on all the compliments. I love that. I always try to share how I raise my kids or whatever, because we're pretty open with that, with just having fun with them, and we're a believer. And when you have kids, you just, I don't know, that doesn't, I think the stigma is when you have kids, you got to start settling down and really stop what you're doing, when I don't feel like you have to at all. We kept doing all our things. So thank you. I appreciate that big time. And I would, I would lie if I said that I was, while I was going through these last few rounds, I'm like, man, I cannot screw this up, because who knows when you're going to be in this position again. Like, just in a way, I've been so far away from it, but at the same time, it feels familiar. Like, I've been in this position a lot, so I was actually comfortable with the pressure from behind. And but yeah, I see what you're saying, because for me, that's why this win celebration is so big too, because they just haven't been coming around as often as for Eli Tomac, for example. So I think that every single one of these wins should be massively celebrated because I don't think it's celebrated enough. It's come down to making it through the finish, do a fist bump, go to the podium, do your interview, and be done. At least that's kind of like what I feel like. When there are other sports, and surfing in particular, actually, I think that every single win or final is almost treated like a championship, like it's just this stoic because it is so hard. I talked about it with Sexton. It is so hard to get on the podium nowadays because everybody's so good, and with a crappy start, it just makes that really difficult. So I just take that or appreciate that a lot more nowadays than I used to, I feel like.
Thanks, Skippy. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Good.
Yeah.
Sorry, long answer.
No, it's good. No, it's great stuff as always. The one guy that you maybe don't want behind you late in the Supercross that's all gnarly was Justin Barcia.
Yeah.
Did were you waiting for it, Kenny? Were you thinking, oh shit, like?
My thought process to the T is when I saw, because he had pretty vibrant colored gear on.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I knew that it was Justin, and I specifically focused on not letting him get too close to me in the later stages in the race for just, he's a great racer and he's aggressive, and I just tried to delay that process at first of all, I was actually really surprised with how fast he was going. Holy shit. I mean, I think the last couple of weekends, which is great for him. I think he really needed that too, and that's good for him. So yeah, it's just, that's a situation you just try to avoid at all costs.
Did you panic at all missing the on-off?
Yes, I did. Somebody, and I feel like the only reason we came in this position to begin with is just I feel like personally I got a little bit unlucky with lappers, where I kind of had to check up, where I had to roll the on-off, or just something that is like we were fighting for tenths every single lap, so that made that a lot worse, and he got really close to me, and he took that inside line to step on, and I think he had so much forward momentum that when he saw me bobble, he probably thought that I was going to cut to the left and he was going to jump into me maybe, because that maybe would have been his opportunity to step off to the inside and just kind of push me out of the way. So once that was done, I mean, I got over left on the triple and tried to take that angle of the turn super sharp, and you just I put the track in sections these last few laps, right? Like I always do it section by section because there are so many difficult areas. Like after the start, that short little tabletop, like you had all these like red zone areas that could be super detrimental right there to crash, and that was the whoops. Like I sectioned it up, and that's kind of like what I did there as well in the last lap with him being behind me. I really wanted to get past the whoops, like just make it clean through the whoops because he is super close behind me. And then I made that mistake, and right after that, it was just like corner by corner, and it was just nerve wracking for sure.
You greased the finish line corner for sure. That was great.
Yeah.
That was easy.
Yeah.
And then I was thinking you weren't tripling in on the rhythm before the whoops, and he was. And
I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know either. I was going to ask you, did you watch that on Dartfish or anything? Like, is there a reason why?
Yes and no. What the 3-3, and I really don't like singles into the turn, especially with how big those 4-footers were from people casing it and whatnot. So it really upset the rhythm. So in the heat race, I think it was Chase maybe, or I saw a couple of people going 2, 3, and then 2 into the turn. I felt like that got a lot better rhythm. So whatever gave me the best rhythm on the track is what I did. But unfortunately, I just stuck with it maybe a little bit too much. Afterwards, I was like, why the heck didn't I do that? Because I did that all day. I literally did that all day, and then just not in the main event. And I just stuck to that one rhythm the whole time. And I agree. I should have maybe mixed it up to see if that made a dent in the gap, maybe from not letting it come so close. But, I mean, it is splitting hairs, but at that point, those hairs, it matters, right?
Well, especially when Barcia can go wide open off the single into you in the turn. So
totally.
We were talking about that before. And then also by the mechanics area, you were swinging wide and making that on-off work for you pretty good too, or all the way over. And then, you know what I mean? Like you were doing it pretty good.
Ended up – that was a spot that Larry and I actually talked about because in practice, Chase did that really nicely. After the mechanics, he kind of swung out wide, landed on the tabletop wide, and then cut to the inside. And I was making it really square. I hugged it tighter. I squared up the turn, jumped on top, and it just looked super notchy, and then off, and then squared it up again. And so I ended up wanting to go a little bit further out. But in that berm, you kind of had the berm was built with like a roller almost in it. So if you just stuck to the regular berm, it kind of upset it too much for how the ruts were. I didn't really like that. So I weaseled my way kind of around it and stayed kind of on the inside and pushed it over. Like, I don't know, just kind of like this weird thing that I did. I was actually thinking about that while riding because I didn't hit the turns, didn't feel like head on, you know?
Yeah.
So then I just swung out rider and I felt like clearing that tabletop was going to be smoother around the whole track and singling it out, you know, because those on-offs with that little room that you have, the offs, like it's really hard to make the turn after, you know. People case those singles too, and they become so steep and sharp that you really can't land on the backside of it, you know. So I try to avoid that and just try to clear the tabletop at all costs.
Hey, smoother's faster, man. Smoother's faster, especially that weekend.
I agree.
Especially at
and
that
you
race.
want to stay loose. You want to stay loose on a track like that, right? It's very easy to tighten up, which luckily I didn't have any problems with that. But I think it's important that you pick out parts that you think that are difficult and you go for something that overall, especially when you're leading, you don't have to battle anybody in front of you and get roosted and hold your breath. So I just stuck around whatever was the smoothest around the whole track that I can do every lap.
Yeah, it's kind of like when you're leading, right? You can get in a flow, I guess, right? And
yeah, but I mean, at that, I feel like on Saturday, Barsha had the upper hand when it came to figuring out what was faster or slower. You know, watching Kenny in the lead and then him obviously catching you, knowing where he's faster and knowing where you're faster. I feel like he could have capitalized on that. But I don't know, you stepped up. You started cutting the corners down and rolling from inside and going out, which was obviously keeping him from doing what he loves to do. But also you weren't losing any time doing that. It was... Honestly, dude, like I text you that night, obviously, so you know you saw that I was pumped for you, but it was a surprise when it came to you winning, for sure, but it wasn't at the same time because that's where you should be, and I've told you that I don't even know how many times I've told you that, but no, and Barsha catching up and riding with you to me was the bigger surprise, but yeah. Yeah,
I agree. I mean, he was really fast. But I heard that Daytona I just couldn't really see so much because I was that far back in the pack. But I heard that he was riding really well there as well. And so, that's good for him because I think he's had some rough years behind him as well. So seeing him, he normally doesn't have that speed like that, right? Like he's always a good racer because he defends his spot and he fights for whatever position he's in. So that's what makes him a really good racer. But when it comes to just the pure speed like that, that was
in the last 2 weekends, he didn't have to really fight anyone, you know. So, but for you, honestly, dude, like I was pumped to watch you win and get the monkey off your back and hopefully
it's great for the series.
Yeah,
it's great for the series.
And I've been a Kenny fan for a long time. And I do hope to see Kenny come back to Detroit, Kenny come back to, Atlanta and Seattle and all those weekends. And I've told you since 2014 or 15 that, this is where you belong.
Yeah, I really need to work on, I really want to dial in my starts a bit more. I mean, it's been a lot lately with testing, right? So I wouldn't say that I've neglected my starts a little bit, but I would just like to hone in a little bit more on making my technique a little bit more certain, like that I'm doing the same thing every single time instead of lifting my body up or dumping the clutch a little bit. I just feel like I need to be a little bit better. I'm normally a good starter and I just I've not really been in the front three spots, which I feel like is where you want to be ideally to be able to win.
In this class, 100%.
Yeah, sure. Daytona Daytona's a different weirdo track, but not much was going. Once you didn't get the start there, that was it. See you later. By the way, you didn't race last year at Indy, but you won all 3 races during the COVID year. So you're on a 4-race Indianapolis win streak. Kenny, Indianapolis, you love it. I don't know.
Nuts.
Yeah,
for some reason I do, because Cord was always the one, and I think it reminded her just from 2016. I had a really good battle with Ryan Dungey, and then we just, I don't know, they have cool restaurants there too and whatnot. So we overall, it was always cool to go to Indy, and it kind of stuck with it. And it's obviously even better that I've won so many times there now. It's just a good feeling to go to a place where you have had good things happen for sure.
For sure. Jeff's on one. Jeff, what's going on? What's your question for Ken Roczen?
What's up? You guys can hear me?
Yep.
Hey, what's going on? Hey, Kenny, congratulations, man. I love the fact that you are so grateful when you win, man. It's cool to see. It's not just a fist bump like you said. But I'm also from Germany as well, so hey, look, definitely number one guy for me. But question that kind of involves Davey as well. I've watched that video of Davey and Carmichael and Pastrana with that 252 stroke on that Supercross track more times than I can count. When do you think we might ever get a chance to see you on that 2-stroke you've got?
Me?
Yeah, do you think you'll ever pull that thing out?
Which one? Which one are you talking about?
The RM250?
Do you have an RM250? I don't know.
Oh yeah, I have an RCH one from back in the day.
Oh,
yeah.
you do? Oh, cool.
I've never even ridden it. Like actually never ridden it.
Okay. I know you when
It's
you did that Racer X shoot on the old Honda, it kind of sketched you out, I heard. Kenny, you were a little bit like,
Yeah, I mean, like Jeremy's bike was super sick, but like I don't know, I just never. I love two strokes, but at the same time, I pretty much went from a an 85 straight to a 250, and just Supercross and the way they're built now and two strokes, it just scares me. It just really does. Like straight rhythm, it scares the shit out of me. I'm not gonna lie.
Davey,
just because of failure, right? Like just because of a bog or anything like that, and just the whole delay in the throttle and the way you have to ride them, you can kind of get used to, which it does make it scary for straight rhythm because nobody ever takes the time to really get used to a two-stroke because it's just one race. But for a short period of time, just to get that in you, it's super gnarly, and because you have to be so precise. There's no room for error.
I didn't like the 250 when I rode it.
Yeah.
No.
What did you do with Pastrana?
Maybe when I'm retired, I'm going to make a sick one. Video on a Supercross.
The first time I ever rode a 250 two-stroke, hands down, was 2 days before I got hurt in my career.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I rode the Yamaha, for, I think Swap was there for whatever he was doing. And I literally rode the Yamaha 252 stroke at Paula, and I did not want to do half the jumps. I'm like, dude, there's just no way.
Yeah.
But it wasn't fun.
Right.
You know,
right. Thanks, Jeff. Thanks for the call, Jeff.
The thing about four strokes is everybody always has a boner for two strokes, and I get it because I just sound like there's something special about it. But when it comes, like, if I want to go ride, the connection that you have on a 450 is just like, it's just our new style of riding, right? Like all the new stuff nowadays. Like I just feel like it's so modernized. Like the 450s are pretty badass to ride. Like they feel good. They're fast. They're a special bike to ride. You know, like
they're definitely fast.
I don't know what you guys think.
Well, no, I mean, for me, going out and riding. Yeah. If I'm just going to go ride, the 450 because I know it's going to do the jumps. I know what it's going to do. I've ridden it for so long.
Yeah.
You know, I never rode a 252 stroke, so I don't know. You know, the last two stroke that I rode before that was the 125.
Yeah.
You know, and then before that was the 85 that I designed.
I used to race 500s back in the day.
You needed it back in the day.
And I was like, this thing is so fast. This thing is so fast, right? I can't believe it. That's how my memory was. And then I got on a 450 and rode 450s and whatever. So then I got my old 500 back. I built it up.
Yeah.
Took it to Glen Helen and was like, yeah, this thing's not that fast or that good. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was like, like in my mind, it was built up to be this amazing, powerful bike, but I'm like, yeah, my 450 is so fast. Like, I don't know.
No, for sure.
I wasn't.
I don't know if you have, Davey, but I've been a pro now like for quite some time, and I have never touched a 500cc ever.
Nah,
ever.
I mean, I'm older than you, and I still haven't touched one.
Yeah.
So
I got one in my garage.
It's just funny.
I mean, what 85 did you ride, Kenny?
Suzuki.
Yeah, so that's the one I designed.
Pretty much, yeah.
Because I designed it in 2000. So yeah, that was
the coolest part is in 2007 I did the World Championship, and my dad built this bike. I actually have it here in my shop right now. It's my championship bike. We built a aluminum tank, and I had two 125 radiators on it with two 125 radiator shrouds on the side.
Because it only had one shroud.
Oh, that's right.
It only had one shroud, and we put two radiators on and a 125 shroud, so it's the same on both sides. Pretty sick.
Yeah, no, that'd be cool though, but it's the same bike still.
Yeah,
I think it's the same bike.
Absolutely.
It is exactly the same.
Yeah.
No,
and it was so good though.
It was so good.
I mean, I love all these Suzukis, not just because I ride Suzuki. Again, I've always loved the Suzukis. Their stock bike, doesn't matter if it was 85, a 125, 250. Like I've always felt like their bikes were so fun to ride, just out of the box.
But Kenny, you did do an MX2 on a 125, right?
Yes, I did in Fermo, Italy. It's like the hilliest track, and I already had the championship in the bag. And I would have actually podiumed if I wouldn't have grenaded myself down the hill.
Okay, all right. Before we let you go here, Kenny, I hear that maybe U.S. motocross is what you've chosen to do for the summer. Can we talk about that, or is that what you want to do?
Yep. That's what I want to do.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to do it on a different bike than I have in the last few years too.
Sure.
If I can get my bike for motocross to feel like how I am on Supercross right now, I would be super stoked. So I'm actually gonna try and get a head start on everything. I don't want to be thrown off guard after the season, just start testing late. So now that I'm kind of somewhat settled with Supercross here, I'm going to start thinking about motocross stuff and setting some stuff up, maybe get a bike and just slowly start creeping into that area too, because it'll only just help me for Supercross as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Cool, man. Well, thanks for calling in. What a win. What? It's great. It was awesome for the series. It's awesome for you guys, for the team. It really, really was great to see.
I'm washed up.
Yeah, that's it, right? Nope, you're not washed up. Nope,
No.
Not yet.
No.
Nope.
No, there's the flashes of brilliance that I can see in you week in and week out. You're not even close to washed up, homie.
Yeah.
Not even close.
Yeah, I'm trying. I'll try.
Cool, man. Well, hey, if you can get into this thing and start winning more races and just start being in the fight, this thing is going to be amazing, you know?
I'm so bummed out because I really had a couple of just bad rounds, right? And those guys were just constantly winning. Because I said from the beginning on, I'm like, give it an off weekend and just a little bit of a mix-up, and I can win, just like how Indy happened, and you chunk something out, and before you know it, you can get it back down. I mean, now I'm still 38, but if I wouldn't have had another, like, bad race, and you would have been kind of like in the 20 digits or whatever, and then you had a good night while everybody else, like, things just kind of get mixed up a little bit, before you know it, you can be back in the mix pretty quickly, right?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I agree. Doesn't take much, for sure. Well, look, whatever happened to Eli and Chase crashing out, like you're like, okay, well, you know, those guys made the podium 3 weeks in a row. Those three guys, and all of us in the media, us experts, are like, oh shit, you know. And then it just takes one weekend like this where you're like, oh, that's a lot of points from 25th to 7th for Eli. You know what I mean? Like you're like from first to 7th, you're like, oh shit, that's a lot of points. So yeah, why not?
Got a lot of rounds left, man.
Yeah.
A lot of rounds.
Exactly.
Thank you for the time, Kenny, as always. Thanks, man.
Thanks. Talk to you later.
All right, see you, man. That's Renthal bringing you Ken Roczen. Always a great interview on our show. Appreciate him calling in. So
Yeah, Ken's a good guy.
all the two-stroke people are going to be just crushed at his comments. People love two-strokes, as you know.
I mean, he grew up in the era that there really wasn't any.
No.
You know, like my last race at Loretta, there was one two-stroke. One two-stroke. One four-stroke. My last race.
Yeah.
One four-stroke.
Yeah.
And it was Nick Adams who rode it.
Right.
But I'm like, Jacob Saylor.
Okay.
I'm like,
right.
Now there's a own class for the two-strokes.
Yeah.
I'm
No,
like,
absolutely.
good Lord.
By the way, later on in the show, I'm going to ask you about Marty. I'm also going to ask you about the 800 because we thought we had the 800 for tonight. So
I was looking forward to that one, man.
I was going to be so stoked to have
After
him.
seeing him Daytona, I was looking forward to it.
Yeah, but he couldn't make it. But we'll talk about that later on in the show, of course. Renegade Racing Fuels. Dean Wilson uses Renegade Racing Fuels on the Firepower Honda, along with Max Anstey. Max has been crushing it as well. Renegade Racing Fuels is the only fuel going into Jason Brayton's tank as well. Will Hahn won a championship with these guys way back in the day. They don't just say they make power, they engineer it. Renegade is your guide and partner to get the whole shot and be the first one out to the checkers. The fuels burn cooler, cleaner, and more consistent than the competition. Renegade Racing Fuels brings you our next guest on the show, someone that Davi Millsaps knows well. It's Dean Wilson. What's up, Dino? How are you, man?
Good. How are we doing?
We're good, man. I was telling Davey, I knew Davey was coming in, and we almost had the 800 to call in, Dino. Almost had the 800 calling in.
I think that would be great.
Right?
Bring it back.
Dude.
Bring it back, you know?
What an epic rivalry.
I sent Dino a picture of him shirtless in Daytona.
Mike, yeah?
Yeah, Mike was shirtless walking. The only one shirtless walking around. And I'm like, dude, there's no.
He's more ripped than you.
Yeah, calm down.
Hey, man, he definitely gets better starts than you do right now.
Oh, boy. Oh, here we go. My favorite Dean Wilson moment of the weekend was in the main when he was coming up to get lapped. Dino just was like, fuck it, and went left of the whoops and went right beside them. Go ahead. I'm not gonna, I am not going to get in this way of the lead right now. Yeah.
No. Like, I have, what would you call it? I don't know. I forgot. I have
PTSD. PTSD.
What? PTSD. That's it. Sorry, brain fart today. I got PTSD from that last time. So when they were coming around, I might as well just went and parked it and went in the stands. I was so far out the way.
I loved it. Yeah. Listen, rough
weekend.
It was a rough weekend for you, but you've been better. You've been riding better. It was a rough start, and then I feel like you're getting better. You've podiumed in Indy before, so I had you in fantasy thinking like, oh, maybe the ruts and. Maybe Dino just have good vibes here. And it was
good vibes on press day, and then all day just just kind of just struggled, and then kept making mistakes, kept crashing, cross-rutting.
Yeah.
Just, I don't know, just that, when Davey trains you, this is what's happening right now. You know what I mean? No, I'm joking.
I know.
I'm joking.
But when
I don't have a lot I can go up against Davey when it comes to, my starts and everything. But no, we've been working really hard. It's just, it was a tough weekend, and move on from it.
And honestly, though, and I'm not blowing smoke up your ass
pull the mic up a little bit. Yep, thank you.
Is that better?
Yep, that's good.
Not blowing smoke up your ass, because I work with you, but and I talk to Ryder, your practice mechanic, all the time. I talk to Marty about it, and even Brittany. It's like, if anyone could see the grind and the speed that you have during the week, if you could take that and bring it to the weekend, I mean, you got a different Dino.
Yeah.
And even like I said, at home, hands down, he gets good starts. He does killer starts, which really irritates me. And he does motos. He doesn't really get tired. He does, when he holds his breath for some odd reason. But realistically, the guy during the week is not who's shown up on the weekend. And
no.
And it's a bummer, because it's I don't care that I train you, but it's a bummer for you, and you're so good during the week, so good.
It kills your enjoyment, because when you're working that hard, and just because I'm not running up front, I'm still working my ass off during the week, and obviously Davey's working me hard, and then when you're not getting results, it's just so frustrating. You're constantly bashing your head against the wall, and that's just kind of like the 450 class. It's so hard, but what Davey said is correct, is I'm not riding like I am during the week, but I've also explained to Davey a lot is that I struggle really bad with anxiety, especially on race day, and it kind of kills me inside, and it's gotten a little bit better, but I don't know, some reason when I line up to the main event, I just get the worst anxiety, and I just fucking, I don't know.
That's interesting, though, because you've raced so much. You've won a national championship. You've had all these amazing moments on a motorcycle, and let's face it, you're on the back end of your career. You think Dino, it would be easier as you got on.
Well, you'd think so, but I think it's just all the injuries that I've accumulated throughout my career. I freaking gave myself a second asshole last year. I was bleeding out. I went
you gave yourself a third one. The one talking right now is the first.
Wow! 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 What a great trainer.
So no, I don't know. Just sometimes I go to the start line, and then then my anxiety kicks in, and I almost go I just want to be I have this mindset where I just want to stay healthy, and that's not really the mindset to have when you're going out to. You should have a clear mindset where you're I'm gonna fucking crush this main event, But sometimes my anxiety gets so bad where I'm saying I just don't want to get hurt, and it's not the right mindset. But I'm just being transparent, and that's sometimes it doesn't have. I don't get that all the time. But on a track like that, I'm not gonna lie, I had that a little bit.
Well,
I want to be at all the races, and
I was just gonna say this was the worst possible track for that. You know what I mean? Oh my God.
Yeah.
We just had Roczen on the line. He did pretty well this weekend, but he brought up a good point, Dino. He's out front. He's breathing. He's railing the turns. Some of that, that section after mechanics area, I think what Kenny was doing was a little slower, but he was flowing and able to do it.
Going over the table?
Yeah, going outside over the table. Because the guys were doing it from the inside. And then he wasn't tripling in before the whoops. And I think that stuff was a small tenth of a second slower, but he's railing, relaxed, flowing, having fun, and you're doing the opposite, Dino, right? You're tight, you're twisted.
For the whoops. He was going 2-3-2? Or is that what he's doing?
2-3-2. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But he was flowing.
Yeah. But he was flowing, right? Which you couldn't get a flow this weekend.
No. So, especially that shit start and on those ruts, you're dude, it's gnarly. Trying just not to cross jump into somebody the first few laps.
I mean, in all fairness, dude. In all fairness, for you, your off season wasn't the best off season either. So for you to be where you're at right now, and the strength that you have in racing yourself into shape and racing yourself into being, and I know you're not pumped on 9th in points, but dude, at least you're there from. Honestly, you shouldn't have been able to line up at Anaheim 1.
He's the top privateer.
So, yeah.
He's the first non-factory guy in the points.
No, my point is, for him to be lining up at Anaheim 1, even racing the season from the shit that he had to go through, hands down, it's maybe not your best, what you think as a season, but honestly, dude, it's it's pretty good so far for what you've been through.
It's been improving too.
Yeah, it's been improving.
What made you? So I didn't know you were working with Davis here.
Davis.
I didn't know you were working with Davis until I don't know, maybe right before Anaheim or around Anaheim. So what made you, Dino, want to reach out to Davey and work with him, and how's that been? How did that process go, and what's he helped you with?
Let's hear this one.
Nah, it's been good. I've been enjoying it. I've obviously known Davey for a long time, and then I'm just someone that always likes to learn from different people, and I always really liked the way Davey rode his bike. Ever since I was a kid on an 85, and it's actually a funny story, but him and Carlos and his mom and Brian Johnson, back when I was 11, they would be in California before World Minis and stuff. So he was always pretty sick on an 85.
Yeah, he was.
Whatever, all throughout, I liked the way he rode the bike, and then I think you can always learn from anyone. And I reached out to Davey, and we got working together, and it's been really good. He's freaking working me hard. He definitely almost made me cry once. I had to do this mountain bike ride. So I had my best friend's wedding in December, and it just was bad timing, but I had to go.
Yeah.
We just had the baby. It was in Cabo. So everyone was staying there for a week. I just flew in for 2 days, but I won't lie, I got pretty hammered for the 2 days. Had a lot of tequila, and anyways, it was my best friend's wedding. So I come back, literally the next day, he's like, all right, you got to climb Indian Truck Trail.
Oh.
And it's the gnarliest mountain bike.
Yeah.
It's just a gnarly climb. And I call all my friends. None of them are really going to do it with me. But I just had 2 days in Mexico. I'm I have no choice. So I go to this mountain by myself. I just start climbing. And every part of me did not want to climb this mountain because
I've heard it's gnarly. I've never done it, but I heard it's good.
It's gnarly. I'm still slightly hungover, and I'm just not in the mood. It's a gnarly climb, and he had me do intervals up it. So I'm climbing this mountain. I'm dude, I'm so far up in the mountains all by myself. If something was to happen, I'm done. If a mountain lion was to come eat me, I'm laying there for meat for days. I'm up there. There's just nothing but myself. No earbuds. No nothing. Just fighting my demons all the way up there. And I literally almost broke and started crying. I was just by myself, and it was a 2-hour climb up. But then when I got to the top, I was actually pretty proud of myself. I was oh fuck, that was pretty good. That was a really tough mental battle. But that was just one little story. But he's worked me hard, and he's got a solid program, and it's been good.
Well, he made A-Ray I think A-Ray did cry one time. That race you made him go to.
Yeah, that was.
He literally started
cried.
crying.
But that was a lot different. That was a 50-mile mountain bike race. This was 7.5-mile climb.
I'm just saying.
So.
So when you're in Havasu, Dino's in Florida, is he sending you the Polish?
I was just there. I was just there last week.
Okay.
So I was there all week.
Yeah, you're able to work with him that way, and then on off weeks send you the data and look at it or whatever. And
he's really bad at doing that.
Okay. All right.
but all in all, if I give him something to do, and I've learned that with him since November, if I give him something and I see the data, I know he's doing it.
Yeah.
And when I'm there watching him, I know he's doing it because he's obviously progressing. He's able to do things that I keep telling him to do.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like I don't make it harder. So it's not he's still obviously he's progressing and whatever I tell him to do. So I trust him on that. I've messaged him multiple times for data, but
okay.
Again, it's more so I have faith in him, and he's old enough to where I don't have to hold his hand so much.
Yeah.
Maybe wipe the tears a few times here and there. But I mean, honestly, it's not many people that I've been able to work with that I trust, to do the program. Even with Julian, I need his data.
Yeah.
At 16 years old, I need his data.
Yeah. Dean's a little different.
At 31, I'm.
Well, Steve, you know how tight I am, right?
Oh yes.
I'm not gonna pay a guy and not do what I'm paying for. You know what I mean? So I'm going to do the work.
Yeah, you got a good point. Yes, no, absolutely. One day we're going to have a shootout between Nicoletti and Dino on who's cheaper.
Martin will be in there too.
Martin will be there?
Oh my God, he might win.
Okay, all right.
That is great.
Yeah.
So it is interesting to see you working with him. Now, Dean, have you had some has Millsaps ever pulled you aside and told you the money he was making during his heyday? Has he ever been Dean, I used to make this much money?
I know.
lucky.
He doesn't like talking about it, but I try to get him out of on the show every time he comes in, Dean.
I've told you. I've told you that one of my salaries, you bugged me about the JGR salary.
I know, but
it was $150,000.
But that one wasn't much, right? That was nothing. But
that's why it was Coy's cheapest second place.
All right. I told you what someone told me at Honda, what you were making at Honda.
I don't even know what you got told.
Yeah, okay. All right. You want me to tell you?
What'd you get?
I got told from a reliable source that at Honda, over your deal, so 3 years? Were you there 3 years?
I was there 5.
5 years? Someone told me you made $18 million in 5 years.
What?
Yes.
I think
that was all in. No, all in, like everything. But I'm like, no, and they're like, yeah, I bet you it was.
His reliable source is not reliable.
Well, that's what I'm just saying. I was like, what? Like I couldn't believe it.
No, not even. I mean, okay, if you add up all the numbers as far as
that's what
I could have earned.
Oh,
hands down, yes.
Okay, all right.
I mean, I don't even know if it's been that high.
I don't know, man. I'm just telling you.
I mean,
you were in the heyday of salaries.
I don't know. They're pretty high now too.
Wow.
They're pretty high now.
Okay, maybe for like the elite guys, but
I know my biggest salary from Honda was probably 17 short of that.
All right. Well, we'll get into it. Dean. Let's talk about Dean Wilson though, because he's on the line. So, Dean.
Don't talk about my money. Don't have any more.
You've been. I saw your house. You have money.
Shut up. Dean's on the phone.
Okay. All right, Dean. You rode. The last Japanese bike you rode was maybe that Yamaha, right? A few years back.
He rode a Cowie.
Mm-hmm. When?
Chad's team.
Oh yeah, but that was before that. The last one. I'm interested what do you think of the Honda? What does it do? Aluminum frame, obviously. What does this thing do? It's not a factory bike, but what do you like about the Honda after riding Austrian bikes for so long?
Yeah, so when I first got on the Austrian bike, I felt, the whole feel is so different, right? Like, when you're on the bike for so long, like, it felt a lot more, like, flexible to me. Didn't feel as rigid as the Husky. And then, obviously the engine felt a lot different, too. The engine felt pretty good out the box. So I don't know. It was definitely a big change, but still working on it. Still, what I was really trying to learn, I'm still learning, is like how it reacts, because sometimes I'll forget and ride it like my Husky, and obviously you can't do that, and it just reacts different. And I felt like when I did the World Supercross, I only had like a week and a half on the bike before World Supercross, and dude, I was crashing all over the place. Because I just didn't really know how it would react, and it's been good though. I'm really enjoying it, and Honda have been really helpful too. So I'm enjoying it. It's good. Marty's been doing a really good job on the team.
Yeah,
Yariv, and it's good.
Dude, Marty's a grinder. I hear, like, just putting in the hours. Like the guys were telling me at 10 o'clock at night, they're getting texts from Marty. He's on the dyno, figuring things out.
Yeah, that's more on the 250, but I mean, you know how the 250 is. You're always just constantly working on that thing to get everything you can out of it. But it's been good.
Yeah.
It's been good. I'm enjoying it, and it's good.
Renegade Racing Fuel is bringing you Dean Wilson on the show. How do you liking the Renegade Fuel switch? They're working pretty well for you.
Yeah, it's good. So what were we last year? ETS, right?
Yeah.
So this is the first time I've ever ran Renegade. Yeah, I really like it. My bike feels really good with it, and I'm happy with it.
Okay, we got a call for you on one. He wants to apologize to you because he was a dick to you 10 years ago, I guess. So, Jason, welcome to the show. Your apology to Dean Wilson?
Yeah, probably 10 years ago. I don't know exactly the time, but maybe back when he was going from you're in between the year where you almost went 450, but then you went, you signed another deal with Mitch, and I think I got on there, and I don't know, I was just being a dick, and I was like, you're just going to end up on a 250 again, and you did, and then I was like, I told you, and then I think you just had enough, and you blocked me, so I'm like, but now all these years later, I just, I realize, you kind of mean a lot to the sport, and I've become a fan, and I enjoy your YouTube and stuff, and I joked with my wife. I'm like, I'm gonna call today because he's on and apologize and see if I can get him to unblock me so I can quit using her phone.
We got you. I'll get you unblocked. That's funny. I've had a few trolls online that just talk shit and
you actually used to race. You raced pretty good with my buddy Justin Weeks, before he had his thing. Yeah, I grew up with him, so maybe that was partly it too. I'm like, he's a dick, he's all winning, and so I don't know, but no, I'm a fan now, so I just figured I'd call him.
Could be funny. No, hey, sometimes depends how I wake up that day. If I'm feeling good, I'll maybe I'll talk a little shit back, but then if I'm not feeling good, I'm like, this guy's getting blocked, so. I think through that, that was the kind of day it was. If
you're ever scrolling through your block list and you see a Chip on there, just
Chip.
hit the unblock button for me.
Remember Chip.
All right, see you guys.
All right, thanks, appreciate it. Yeah, unblock Chip.
That's good shit right there.
I don't like.
There's another one he had unblocked this year too in the off season. Freckles mechanic, Freckles mechanic.
Oh yeah.
What?
He had to unblock him.
You blocked Nate?
Yeah, I had Nate blocked.
What the hell?
I don't even know the guy, but I remember 2017 when I was a privateer.
Yeah.
And then, I don't even remember what it was, but like Jason Anderson showed me this comment he made, and it was like he was talking shit. And then, I don't know, I just said, fuck this guy, and I blocked him.
Wow, Nate's like a nice guy. I don't know what
he is. He is a nice guy. But, sometimes I block them just to, just to bug them. Like, because I know that it's going to bother them that I blocked them, and then it must have done because then they were, like, giving me shit that I blocked them.
And he even bought Wilson merch, too.
He did? I posted a photo of a hockey stick I bought today. On eBay, a game used Gretzky stick, right?
Uh-huh.
It's behind me here.
With all the money you have.
Yeah, no. But I posted on Instagram. A guy just hits me up. You're a dumbass. So I just block him. Like I'm just like, what? Like,
imagine how many people would block you if they had social media back in the day.
I'm not going to call you a dumbass.
Who do you got? Who's blocked you? Is Jason still blocked you?
No, I'm unblocked from Jason. Yep, I'm unblocked from him, but he doesn't seem to respond to my DMs. No, I'm kidding. I never DM him. But no, I think I'm good. Carmichael and I did not like each other, but I was never blocked. Jason and I, Jason blocked me for a long time. I think I'm pretty good with everybody. Yeah, I don't know. But I don't know how you could have been a dick to the guy because, like, you've never, to me, obviously we know each other a little bit, but even when you were national champion, you've never really changed, Dino. I feel like you've always been super approachable, super honest.
Yeah, I mean, I can obviously be a dick, but it just depends on the day. But I was just thinking about this. Was like, so my second qualifier, I had a little bit of a bike problem because it wasn't even a bike problem. It was my fault because I crashed. I washed the front, and I crushed like my fan on my bike, and it like it broke my bike. So I had to push the bike back. So second qualifier. So I qualified 18th, right? And I'm just like, I'm pissed. Like, get back to semi, and like I'm just like frustrated. And then, like, there's fans right as I get there. Like, I'm so hot in the helmet. Like, and they're like, and I'm like, so I just, like, took my helmet off. And I just took the biggest deep breath.
Yeah.
And then I just tried so hard to, like, put on a face. Like, I'll take a picture, and I'm smiling. And literally, once the picture's off, I look like pissed again, right? And then I just, like, and then I obviously, like, more fans came up and more fans. And then I was standing there for an hour. I ended up being an hour. But then I just said, you know what, fuck it. Like, these guys, the fans, they weren't even in the stadium. Like, they don't even know what just happened. But, like, that's sometimes where you can give the fans a bad reaction. Like, you could come just have a shitty thing and whatever. And you're pissed off because you care about what you're doing, right? That's why you're pissed off. And then if they're there, it's just wrong place. It's just bad timing. And you just need a minute to cool off type of thing. And I think sometimes, like, I've had a few times with some fans where, like, I come back and I'm just pissed. Like, I've had a bad moment. Like, I need a moment. And then they're like, oh, like, come take a picture. And I'm like, dude, I just got off the track. Like, let me cool down for a minute and have a war. And I think sometimes that can leave a bad impression, which I totally understand. But I did well this weekend. I had a bad practice, and I took pictures with the fans. And then I actually went inside the truck, and I'm inside watching my tape. And then, dude, I'm not kidding you. It totally made my day. I'm talking about 40 fans are all chanting Dino and shaking the
that's cool.
The tent.
Yeah.
And I feel like I was at Des Nations or something. And then, like, they all got me to come out, and I come out, and they're all, "Wow!" It was pretty cool. I was like, "Oh, that was pretty sick." So.
Yeah. When did I come in there? Was it after the second practice? Because you were in a good mood when I came in there. Yeah, you were fun.
No, that was before the second quali.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Davey, did you have any moments with fans where you were like a dick to them?
I mean, let's be real.
Somewhere, right?
I mean, I try not to be, but when you're literally eating dinner, like you before the race or whatnot, like your family's there, you're eating, and the fans are like trying to pull you while you're eating. It's like, guys, like, no.
Yeah.
And then like they would yell my name, and I wouldn't hear them, and then they would just be so mad because I ignored them supposedly.
Yeah.
But the hardest thing for me is growing up in the era of TP. You know, you know, it's like
he's late to the line because
you watch him at the races, you watch him grow up. You know, he's one of my good friends, so like I always wanted to try to be, you know, like that. I just don't have that. You know, I don't have that personality. I'm a nice guy sometimes. I am an asshole. I know that, but I can be nice. And I tried to do the best I could with him because it is because of the fans that we all had a job, you know. And so I try to look at it like that.
Right.
But again, it's like we're also there to do a job.
Right.
But so it's definitely a double-edged sword.
I always found it at the overseas races with you guys. The fans just don't care. They don't care what you guys were doing. Or
I felt like that was everywhere.
You did? Okay. Yeah.
I mean, even Dean, I'm sure when he, you know, let's say was winning the national championship, they didn't care what he was doing or where he was at or what he was wearing or how bad of a motor or how good of a motor. Like they won his autograph, and that's what they're there to get.
Yeah.
So I guarantee you he's had things where he's had to say no, and it pissed people off.
You know what? It's crazy. Like, Dino, can you imagine? Like, so you're a very famous motocross racer with fans chanting your name, and you know you're Davey. You're the same way. And then imagine LeBron James or Michael Jordan. Like, they can't go to their house. They can't go to their house.
They deal with a lot of crap. You know, think of like Skip and Shannon. Like, they're constantly getting critiqued, right?
Yeah.
The thing is like with those guys, the fans don't get access. I mean, obviously they're on a complete another level of, you know, fame and whatnot.
Yeah.
But fans don't get access. Like, super fans get some pretty damn sick access.
That's true. Yeah.
To the riders, like they get to get that close up and personal and get an autograph, get a picture, and you know, I think that's what makes our sport really cool is you can get that. You know.
Yeah. No, I agree. It is pretty cool because
very accessible.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right about that.
I mean, if I'm making what LeBron's making, I'll give anyone whatever access they want.
You were making that much apparently.
God, dude.
All right, Dino, do you think you're gonna go past this year? Have you given it much thought? Have you thought about it much?
I gave it some thought. I mean, I have a 2-year deal, so after weekends like the weekend, I'm like, no. But I know there's peaks and valleys, and you know.
Yeah.
And I know not every weekend's gonna be good, and it's tough for sure. You know, like it's a little bit tough for me because like Davey knows this. Like when I'm writing now, I can't really write like my full potential because my left knee is so bad. Like it's so bad that like I cannot hit a left-hand corner. Ask Davey. Like I literally am so bad around my left-handed corners.
Yeah.
And it kind of sucks to go out there and not be able to ride at your full potential and just be that 5 to 10% better than what you are. I feel like I go out there and, you know, I'm doing all right, but I could definitely be much better. But that's just my injuries catching up with me, and like my knee's pretty destroyed. But I think it would be cool, like to try and get one more year, and you know, it'd be like the 15 for 15 years professional.
Yeah.
For the number 15. I think that would be kind of cool.
Yeah.
But I'm not thinking about it too hard. Just focusing on what I've got going on right now, and we'll see.
You two guys, have you guys sat down and compared MRIs and X-rays?
I mean,
Davey, you've got some injuries.
I mean, but if you took Dean's knees and you put them on a poster board, wherever, and it would gross people out.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not normal.
No, I saw him after some nationals last year. And I was like, this guy's he's not gonna make it to the rental cars.
I mean, if he got his knee,
I'm like, he's not gonna make it to the rental car. Like he looks
outdoors was so bad.
outdoors. And I said to you at Paul and Dean, I'm like, hey man, it's your last national. You're just like, thank fucking God.
if he was to get his knee fixed just a little bit,
Yeah.
I truly believe that his name would be up way more towards the front than what you're seeing. I mean, if you have to cater on left-handed turns, which there can be a whole lot of them, and especially this past weekend, there was a whole lot of them.
Yeah.
You're catering just to your left, but now you're destroying the right side. You're changing the way you ride. You're changing, the whole dynamics of how you actually fit on a dirt bike.
Mm-hmm.
So him having to deal with being in pain, catering to the left, and trying to figure out how to ride a dirt bike, catering towards it, it's for him where he should be, even though lap times he actually qualifies pretty good sometimes. That's where he should be.
Yeah.
So it's pretty, dude, honestly, you should take a picture, and you have 500-some thousand followers. You should post a picture of that big ass lump you have on your knee. It's gross.
Yeah, it's gnarly. And like Davy's knee's better than mine because he can at least run. There's no shot that I can run. But yeah, it's gnarly, dude. It's in pretty rough shape because I have no meniscus, 5 ACLs on my left knee. Like the way the doctor described it was like, hey, your knee, think of a new tire. Your tire has no knobbies or thread left on it. Like it's bald because we've cleaned it out and we've had so many surgeries. There's no cartilage left in it. It's bone on bone. Like it's brutal. So, but Davy's that's what I liked about working with Davy. He's very understanding, and we did everything we can to, work with that. So
I mean, Davy's got no kidney. Or something, half a kidney, or what
no
you got? No
kidney.
kidney, or
I have one kidney because I lost the other.
Yeah,
I lost the other.
I mean, you guys, both of you, Jesus.
But I'd rather have a missing kidney than his knee.
Well,
hands down.
You will need a replacement. You will need a replacement. But like, if you talk to McGrath and these other guys that have gotten them, they're stoked, man, and they're up and running in 6 months. They're stoked on the new knees, so it can be done. I mean,
that. I think I'm a bit too young for a knee replacement.
Yeah, no. I'm just saying it's coming. It's coming.
Yeah.
Well, that's awesome, man. I know, like you said, you didn't have your greatest weekend at Indy, but I wanted to get you on because Davis coming in studio and all of that. So I appreciate
thanks for having me.
I appreciate you calling in, even though, like I said, it wasn't a great weekend. But you did provide me with, maybe my funniest moment where you just hung a left and rode beside the wolves.
Yeah, I felt like that was very good and strategic.
I do too.
Like, you know what? I'm not kidding. With this bad knee, I could have ran faster than I was riding through them things. I could not. I was trying to go through that main rut in the middle, and oh my God, it was painful. So when I seen they were coming up, I'm like, yeah, I'm riding North Society. They can disqualify me if they want. I don't even care.
Well, it's like we were talking earlier about the Justin Hill takeout of you, and you're like, dude, if you want 13th that bad, just take it. Like, I don't fucking care. It's $50 and a point.
Damn.
Thanks, Dino. Thank you for calling in.
All right. Thanks for having me, guys.
See you, bye.
Bye-bye.
That's Dean Wilson, everybody. Unblocking Chip, hopefully. Hopefully we see that happen. I don't know. Maybe we can try to make something happen here. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com. Job of the week, by the way. Davey, if you need a job, Maxima's hiring. Maxima, full-time job in Santee, California.
Oh yeah,
maybe you can commute.
I'm not moving back. I'm not moving back to California.
Power sports sales and product support, Maxima Racing. Obviously, great company. We had Trevor Reese in studio here. They are looking for a power sports sales and product support guy. It's a full-time job in Santee, California, working with the Dogger. That's pretty sweet. Working with the Dogger.
Doesn't his family own it?
Yes. Well, not anymore, but Dick owned it.
Oh.
Yeah. Reporting to the power sports brand manager, the power sports sales product responsibilities include driving top-line revenue growth for the assigned market segment, which includes all of the positions of Maxima and all the oils they make. MaximaUSA.com, Pulp20, the code to save with the folks at Maxima. Speaking of Dean Wilson, he's on Fly Racing this year. Speaking of Fly Racing, it's Florida's own Jason Thomas. What's up, JT?
What's going on?
Where would Davey rank in, Florida's greatest motocrossers? Now, Ricky's number one. Okay, right? Ricky's number one.
Well, Ricky James.
I mean, Ricky's number one, out of everybody. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Also
so then would it go Timmy next?
Stewart.
Okay, then Timmy? Or then Davey? Timmy.
What the fuck?
I mean, Timmy never won a Supercross, so it's hard to put him over
He won
Davey.
Summercross, though.
That's not a supercross. I won lots of races like Summercross.
Okay, so would Davey be 3?
I don't know.
Okay. I put you on the spot here.
Man. It's tough. Like you got to think about all the other guys from
Tishner?
the past too. Like,
Tishner was good.
Yeah, there. No supercross wins though.
No. Regional title like Davey, but no supercross wins. But he's in the mix.
I saw him last week.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's he doing? What's Tishner doing?
He's still training, but he's getting ready to move. He's moving to. I want to say he's moving to Panama.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like the country
spent
or
a lot of
or the
time
city?
in Dominican and Panama and lots of those places.
The country.
The country.
Oh, I thought you meant Panama City.
No, he's
Oh,
moving.
he's moving.
He's
Yeah.
moving.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
See you later.
Like Van Halen.
Yeah. Okay. So, all right. So Timmy's ahead of Davey, though. I think just because
I
Timmy
don't think so.
Timmy beat Carmichael in a Supercross championship, so that's something. You know.
It's hard, man. Davey, how many races do you win, Davey?
450.
Yeah.
5.
5. Yeah, that's a lot, man. I don't know. It gets really dicey because I don't have perspective on some of the older riders that were probably really good. So
I just want
to.
But how many old riders came from Florida, JT? Besides the 4 of us.
Well, I'm sure there were some, and I don't want to just completely eliminate them.
Honestly,
No,
there
I know. I'm
wasn't-
saying, but
no, there wasn't many. Kenny Keelan was good.
But no, but old.
He
He's
won a
talking about
national.
old school.
Yeah, but that's Kenny Keelan.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay, so
Keelan's
Kenny,
age,
yeah,
he won
yeah.
a national.
Steve Martin was good, but never on your level. Steve Martin was a Florida guy back in the day. Was really good.
I didn't know Kyle's dad was that good.
Yeah, Kenny was good.
Yeah, he won St. Pete National in what year was that?
82, I think.
That was 6 years
that
before I was
sounds right.
born, dude.
Yeah. I know we're trying to educate you.
And that's all. The only point I'm trying to make.
Yeah.
We don't have a lot of perspective on those guys. But yeah, I mean, you got to be. There's no way you're not top 5. I mean, that's impossible if you're not.
I wasn't.
If you're not 3.
I wasn't saying that I was top 3. I mean, for me, I'm just.
I just want to put Timmy ahead of him. That's all I want to do. I just want to put Timmy ahead of him.
It's weird that it's funny that you're calling in, dude. Last week I was with my dad, and my dad's not doing too well. He's not doing too swell.
Oh man, really?
And I mean, unfortunate, and I don't know if I'm not really going to talk too much about it, but he's having a hard time remembering things.
Yep.
And the whole time, like I'm with him, and he's like, "Davey, who's the guy? Like we traveled with him, we did something. You know, he has no hair on the side, and it goes up in the middle." And I'm like, yeah. I have no idea who you're talking about. He's like, yeah, he does the interviews, and I'm like, I still like, it didn't. JT never came to my head, and then he started for something. He brought up something.
Guy was a privateer for
20
years.
Said something. He couldn't remember the name. I said, I said Jason Thomas, and he goes, yeah, him.
Yeah.
But it took literally days for me to get out of him enough information, and just because he can't remember, he didn't remember Travis Pastrana for a while.
Right.
Jeez.
So it's like,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's and for my dad, obviously, how I am, like the only way that we can really go about it is I joke about it to him because he's not gonna remember anyway.
Right.
And not to be a dick, but I tell him straight to his face, like, hey, I mean, you're not gonna remember in a short period of time, so I'll just give you shit right now.
Right.
But no, it was great because he literally had you in his head. He could not get you out of his head, but could not get your name out.
Nice.
But the best thing was he has no hair, and then boom in the middle, and I'm like, yep, still. But now it came to me for a while. I'm like, yep, that's JT's hair.
You're like Matt Bonney. you're like going through all the motocross races in your head.
I do no one.
JT, we almost had the 800 on the night, but couldn't make it. But we were going to reunite.
I reunited with him in Daytona.
Yeah, I didn't know this. So they talked in Daytona.
For sure, he's racing somewhere tonight. I promise you.
there's a fair race in yeah.
He's in Topeka tonight.
Dude, he was racing the amateur race.
A local county fair. He and 3 other guys are battling it out in the money class.
Yeah. But you guys talked at Daytona?
Yeah, I was sitting in the stand, at the top of the stands, and he walks past me shirtless and walks up to me, stands above me, and like leans down. Davey? I'm like, what's up, Mike? And he's like, that is you. I'm like, yeah. Like, you literally just walked over to me, stood right next to me. You're going to say that's you? and then he sat down, and we proceeded to talk for a little while. And he was trying to be nice. And obviously there's no grudge anymore. It was so long ago. And You know, he was asking about the family, and he was talking about his family and how he's pumped that he doesn't really have any boys, so he doesn't have to get into racing. And
Right.
and I'm like, yep.
Yeah.
But his dad doesn't think that way.
You guys had some
was
battles.
wrong.
You guys had some battles.
I mean, but everyone thinks it's like him and JG or him and Villapoto. I'm like, y'all have zero ideas. Zero.
It was Tony and your dad. Your dad with this bird on his shoulder, which I had no idea.
I even posted that the other week when I was there.
Oh, you did?
I posted a picture of him with a bird and said, if you know, you know.
Do I not follow you on social media? Was it on Instagram?
Yeah. I know you probably don't follow me. You're a dick like you've always been. No, I storied it anyway.
Oh, okay. All right. So it's not there. But yeah, I think JT was the first one to tell me about the bird. Oh, there it is. There's the bird. I think JT was the first one to tell me, yeah, Davy's dad had a bird on his shoulder.
every that stupid thing.
I'm a big fan of Big Dave. He was always so nice to me, no matter what.
With Big Dave and the bird and Tony, and I mean, I can't even imagine the shit that went on at World Minis and Loretta's and everything else.
What the hell happened?
Good God.
I don't know.
All right, Jason Thomas on the line, flyracing.com. We just had Dino call in, JT, and have you seen look, obviously it's not totally your job, but it is kind of your job. Have you seen Dino be really good for the brand? Because he's got a lot of following, and you guys have pumped him up in commercials, and he's on the Instagram and everything else, and like I think it's a great signing for you guys.
Yeah. No, the best part of it is that he does it in an organic way.
Yeah.
And we don't have to like force it, right? Like going into it, I was like, man, anything you want to do as far as co-op stuff, like we are open to it. And I'm speaking for the brand. It's not my decision to make totally, but I just know how great he is on the social side and how positive of an influence he could be on our brand. And I just really like having people with big personalities wearing the product. And, we've had so many of the same guys for so long, which is not a bad thing. I like to have different flavors and different personalities and stuff that kind of speak to different people, right? And for us to truly get the brand to where we want to be, we need to be reaching people of all kinds, not just one little sliver of the community. So, yeah, to your question, he's been fantastic. He always has been. We're just lucky enough to be a part of it now.
Yeah, I think he's got a good fan base. He's a good dude, he's a good for any brand, I think, for the Firepower guys. And
he's all about the gram.
Yeah.
All about the gram.
Yeah, he is, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, we made runs at him at my pushing, when it was, Max was kind of leading that. I was always just pushing. And to be quite honest, he was just too expensive. Like we made offers and we just got outbid time and time again. So it was always disappointing. So even at this late stage of his career, to be a part of that is just something that I always wanted to do. So yeah, it's pretty great.
Indy this weekend was gnarly, absolutely insane. If Roczen, so Davy's more on the line of like we're going to see a better Ken Roczen from here on out. Like maybe not winning and all that, but like a more competitive guy like this.
I'm hoping.
Yeah, but you think we will because you were saying not set up, just confidence and
I mean, I hope so.
Right.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, you two racers, you guys are so mental. Like what, it could absolutely springboard them, into
I don't know. Like I'm so torn because I think the way this class is, I think it's going to be very situational. I mean, if you tell me he starts top 2 or 3, several times down the stretch, I'll say, yeah, maybe so, because I think that confidence will help him. But if he starts 8th and he's not quote unquote feeling it, I don't know that he's just going to pass everybody right now. Maybe I'm wrong. We've seen him do it in the past. I just don't know if that's where he's at right now with everything going on.
And
so,
I'm not saying he's winning,
great,
JT. I'm just saying he's going to
just
be
better.
up near the front.
Yeah, which
more.
he hasn't.
Yeah,
right. He's got podiums and everything. Don't get me wrong, but yeah,
he won the. No, he got second, right? Or second or third at Anaheim too.
Second.
Second.
Maybe third. Yeah, he's got one other podium on the year, I believe, or maybe 2.
I'm with JT on that one though. The situational, if he gets a bad start, not many people can come up through the pack.
Yeah, Kenny has one other podium this year. Anaheim too at the Triple Crown.
Go ahead, JT.
The biggest thing I wish for Kenny is that, and trust me, I'm looking at it from an outsider. I don't have perspective on it other than just experience. Sometimes I wish he would just trust himself more, and if everything's not just picture perfect, like everybody's dealing with stuff that's not picture perfect with the bike or the track, or maybe you don't feel that great. I feel like he lets that stuff get to him a lot. And I know he's dealing with a lot of health problems, but you think about the challenges he's, like whether he's feeling sick or run down or he's battling settings and changing suspension. And like a lot of these things seem to really affect him more than other guys at times. And I wish that he would look at himself and say, you know what? I'm a bad dude. Like, it doesn't matter. I'm going to be really good either way. From the outside, I think that would help him if he would do that more. Because when I look at him, I think that. I'm like, dude, you shouldn't be worried about all this thing. Like, you have to be able to overcome that stuff. And I know he's overcome a lot. Like, I don't want it to sound a negative way. It's more of, I think he's capable of so much more at times where he kind of lets all this noise get in between him and performing well. So, I mean, we saw on Saturday how great he can be. I just wish he could find a way to just kind of like overlook all that stuff and say, you know what? None of that matters. Like, I'm going to be great regardless of all this other crap. And I think he's perfectly capable of doing that. I just think sometimes he's like in his own head so much that it takes away from his performance.
But I feel like that's how he was before he got hurt. No matter what it was, he was going to be in the front.
Yeah, totally.
And when he got hurt, it lost it.
Yep. And I think, but he's still the same guy, right?
Oh,
like,
yeah, 100%.
We just saw it. I just wish he, I don't know if it's lack of confidence in himself in those moments or what's going on. But when I look at him, I have all the confidence in the world in him, and I wish I could be like, no, dude, like, I want to grab him and say, like, do you understand how good you are? You just need to allow it to happen. Like, get out of your own way.
I think sometimes his social presence and the things he says on the interviews and in social is not really how he thinks. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's sure. I'm a champion, and nothing's going to bother me, and I'm going to fight through this. And you look at his social presence.
Like he's feeling the opposite.
Yeah, right? Yeah, and he's actually not feeling like that, right?
He's put on a front.
Yeah.
A little bit,
but,
I think. Yeah.
But at the end of the day, honestly, like if you go back to when he got hurt, when he came out and raced again, he wasn't the same Kenny. And I get the whole elbow thing. I get all that. I get the Epstein bar. I get all of that. And Epstein bar, it sucks. Because I had it in 15. It's terrible.
I had it at 13.
But the elbow, I did the same thing to my elbow. And I went to the same doctor. He's the only doctor that would even touch my elbow. And so I get the whole injury. I get that it was scary, and for him, I think everyone plays it so much and reminds him of it so much, but it's to the point now to where it's like, dude, it's been so many years. Like, let's go. You show that you can still do it, even after he got hurt. On the Honda, he still won. And it's like, dude, like. Let's get going because you're still there.
I'm guessing, Davey, though, that year in 2013 with the Suzuki?
Who?
You.
Yeah.
13? I'm guessing, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, but you were almost basically probably leaving your bike week to week, and you loved it, and it was great, and you barely touched it. And then no? Okay, so you were testing a lot and putting new stuff on? All right. Well,
tried to put new stuff on.
What do you mean?
The clamps, I wanted different clamps.
Oh, okay.
I tried so hard to get different clamps. I tested suspension. I went between air and spring.
Yeah.
A lot.
Okay. So my theory was that you were feeling great and on it and leaving the bike alone. And in Honda, some of those years, you're like, got to test. I mean, the 09, which, JT hates also, like you guys will never, you were never happy, right? So,
well, for me, like I didn't have a choice. It was one of those things where I just wanted to ride. Yeah. I needed to ride. I needed to get better. I wanted to get better. And with Yogi, in the background, being Yogi, I didn't want to let him down. Yeah. So like no matter how my bike was, I was going to ride it.
Right.
And I think that to me was what got me to where, I was okay with anything that was put on my bike. Now, when I tested, and I tested a whole lot. You can even ask Scuba that.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, for
I
him
will ask
testing
Scuba,
a lot.
but then I'll have to ask him about Triumph, then he can't tell me anything. So I can't really talk to Scuba these days.
No one can.
Everyone around Triumph,
no,
dude.
No
they
one
just.
Can.
I don't know if Triumph shocks you, if they implant a chip, and anytime you say something, it shocks you. But whether it's Red Dog or Scuba or Ricky, any of these Triumph people,
they're
an NDA, Steve.
They are on lockdown.
Really nasty language in those things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
so anyways.
All in all, I think there's still a lot more in Kenny than even watching him on the weekend. Yeah, he won. He rode good. He was awesome. But honestly, there was still more in Kenny that could have came out if he actually, for me, it looked like he was scared to go to the finish line. You know what I mean? He was nervous the whole time. Like, am I going to make it? Am I going to make it? Am I going to make it? I can't make mistakes. Where if he was just like what JT said, almost believe in himself more, I think he would have been way further out in front. That's my opinion.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to see.
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to Detroit because I think Kenny's a real confidence guy, and he's got some. And let's get going. You know what I mean?
I mean, if he gets a good start, I mean, he's going to be obviously top 5 no matter what.
Yeah.
If he gets a good start.
Yeah.
I mean, if he gets the whole shot, he's going to be top 3.
So let's move on to the next subject here. Jason Thomas on the line, by the way. FlyRacing.com. We got X Brown Goggle tear-ups coming up too. JT, we were supposed to do this a couple weeks ago, and I forgot. You forgot. We got a cooler to give away.
Yeah, we do. It's sitting in my house right now.
You have a Yeti cooler. JT's been bringing a cooler to the races.
Do you want my address?
Do you want to just give it to Davey?
So the original, my buddy, his name is actually Buddy, sent me the first one, and that's what made cooler fame. Steve just berating my cooler.
Yeah.
Well, he had an extra one. He's like, we should just give this away. And I'm like, yeah, let's do it. So
JT,
I've had it for a couple weeks.
JT's been checking a cooler because he wants to bring his food, right? He's on a strict diet. He's you know, so he's been checking a cooler with an airline and flying to the races with a cooler. I don't know if it's happened lately, but it was for a long time. And I was just like, I cannot believe you got to
outdoors. Just outdoors.
You got to go to the line. You got to go to the airport 45 minutes early, at least, to check a bag.
Yeah.
And all the time you waste to wait for the.
No, I carry it on, Steve.
But you check your other bag. You check your other bag. That's what you told us.
Yeah, it depends. If I can, I've snuck it on a few times. Like they have that 2-bag rule.
Right.
And I've made it work a couple times. But
Okay.
yeah, it is a pain in the ass. I will give you that.
Yeah.
But outdoors, if you're trying to eat healthy, good luck, man.
Wow.
Good luck at outdoors.
Okay.
You
So-
don't, like, where are you going to go?
It's insane.
Like you tell me to go to Honda, and I'm like, well, I don't have any affiliation to Honda.
You
Like,
can
I
go to
don't-
Honda.
that's
I
cool.
Lars said you could go. I asked Lars.
You're talking to the wrong
He did
person
say
about
that.
eating healthy over here, JT.
Just listen. Okay, so we're going to give this cooler away. You can be just like JT. You can get a Yeti cooler. Let's do contest at PulpMXShow.com. And, JT, you pick the number email that you want to win this. Contest at PulpMXShow.com to win a Yeti cooler. What number email?
Number 18.
18. There we go. Okay, fantastic. Send it in honor of Davi Millsaps, and we'll get a. We'll
I don't
get
know.
that
He
going.
could be honoring Lawrence, too.
Yeah, he does.
No.
He works for Feld, so he loves Jet Lawrence.
yeah.
Yeah.
Peyton Manning.
There you go.
All right, so JT, MXGP thoughts. MXGP thoughts.
Yeah, it's. I mean, Hurlings was great. He hasn't raced in how long? 16 months or something.
Yeah, a long time.
Insane. So for him to be that good that early has to be worrisome for those guys. He wasn't like exceptional, you know. He just kind of hung around.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they let him stay near the front, and when you look at that series, it's pretty wide open. I think unless Hurlings gets hot at some point and takes off, I think that's the best part of the MXGP class is that you don't really know who's going to win right now, which is really cool. There's a lot of talent at the front, and there's a lot of parity. Not so unlike our series where it could be a different winner for a while.
Yeah, moto scores were insane this weekend from everybody, all over the place. But
yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody had Fernandez as winning.
No.
Right? Like we all know he's good and all that,
Yeah.
but I certainly did not have him winning the opening round.
But Prado is the points leader because of the 10-point Saturday rule. Just ridiculous. I'll get into that more. But Prado's your points leader right now. He looked good. Obviously, won the first moto. So yeah, MXGP going at it.
And you have to always. I think their series is so long. You know, they start now in March, and they'll be racing this same series all the way through the rest of our Supercross, and then all the way through and past when our motocross series is done. So there are so many developments and trends that change over time. You know, the guys that are slow at the beginning sometimes catch fire late, and the series changes. We've seen Coldenhoff go on these crazy runs at the end. So it's very easy to be victim of the moment after one round, but you just have to think how long this series is, and you just kind of have to be consistent. You have to stay healthy. You don't have to win a lot. You just need to be on the podium a lot, and the other guys kind of take themselves out of the series at times, which the reason I'm bringing that up is Prado has had a really hard time over the last couple of years staying good. You know, he just kind of fades off. He'll have bad races when it's really hot, or whatever the case may be. He just hasn't been able to have any staying power. So we'll see. He claims the bike is a huge help this year, the new gas model. So we'll see. There's just a lot of unanswered questions in that class with the defending world champion on the sidelines.
Davey, did you see Sewers crash? I don't know if you saw any highlights. Oh,
I didn't watch any MotoGP.
Just right over the bars, just full Chad Reed catapult.
Yeah.
Just with a nicer landing because he landed on the downside and got up right away. But it was a good one. All right. JT, we got a call for you from Rob on one at Roczen. Call Rob. What's up, man?
Hey, just wanted to talk about the upcoming silly season with Roczen and maybe where this win, and if he was to string together a bunch of like actually decent finishes, like maybe top fives and top threes, like where that kind of, because he's been pretty quiet on the silly season chatter, and like I'm just interested to know your guys' thoughts on where you think he could go with a little bit of, it's a big deal bringing Suzuki back to the top of the podium, right?
Don't you feel like JT could just stay where he is? Everything could work out good? I don't know.
I think it's certainly possible. There are so many chips that have to fall in this class that it's really hard to, other than staying where he is. Like if he wanted to leave or he wanted to go to one of the factory teams, my opinion, he's going to have to wait until Webb, Tomac decides what he's doing, and Sexton actually signs the dotted line. If he hasn't, until those three chips fall, I don't see anyone else probably getting a deal done. Maybe Anderson has enough leverage that he could get a deal done, but everyone else is a holding pattern.
Okay.
An interesting thought that kind of crossed my mind was with the Sexton KTM thing, and I know I heard Estefan maybe talk a bit about there was some interest in Roczen from this year from KTM.
Oh, yeah?
If maybe if they clean house, like I think Plessinger's deal's up, Webb might be moving. Would they take a Sexton and then also maybe a Roczen who's a vet and can maybe help Sexton with the headspace? And I know they get along, right?
Yeah, they get along. I don't know. I don't see that happening, JT. I know there was talk, but yeah.
The problem to me is he's really expensive. So if he wanted to take some sort of supplementary role, I just don't. The money he commands makes him being the B rider really difficult.
I mean, he's got.
You don't think a lower KTM deal would be more than his HEP deal right now?
I don't.
No, he makes a lot of money.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he makes a lot of money.
He makes Millsaps money, Rob.
God.
Yeah. Thanks, man. Thanks for the call. Thank you.
One more question, if you guys are okay with that.
No, we got to run. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, absolutely.
That wasn't very nice, Steve.
We got to go. We're up against the clock. Jordan's on 3. Jordan, what's up, man?
You have a hard net workout?
We do.
Okay.
Jordan, what's up?
Hey, I just wanted to call in. I met you at our hotel and at Indy and stuff, and man, it was just a great experience. You never know how things are going to go. Like when you meet people like you, and it was just a great experience, and I appreciated that. And it was it was also my son's birthday weekend, and there was some behind the scenes things that JT and Daniel Blair helped me out with and stuff.
Wow,
and
okay. Yeah.
I just wanted to thank you guys and just thank Pulp Nation and let you guys know I appreciate you.
Thanks, Jordan. Was I cooler than
good,
Blair
man.
and JT? Was I nicer? Was it cooler?
But
yeah.
I mean, it was.
Perfect.
I don't know. About nicer. You all three. You guys.
I was nicer.
You gave him the answer he wanted. It's fine. He got his W.
Jordan, are you the guy in the elevator?
He's probably gonna hang up on.
Jordan, were you the guy in the elevator?
Yeah, that was.
Dude, you were way too stoked to meet me. Seriously, ask Davey. It's not that big of a.
Hey, it's once in a lifetime sometimes, Steve.
No, listen, I did not expect to see you. I thought like I think I freaked you out a little bit because
like,
oh man, I just didn't expect to see Steve Mathis.
Wow.
I'm an absolute huge Pulp
Thank
fan.
you.
I
Yeah.
listen to everything, and I just didn't expect to see, and it caught me off guard.
I really should have took you up on that Starbucks you offered though, because he offered to buy me Starbucks. I said no. I should have took it.
He was also being very sarcastic.
No,
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
It was very flattering, man. Thank you. I'm glad to meet you. Thank you for listening. It was cool to meet you, and I'm glad I was nicer than JT and Blair. That was awesome. Yeah.
Oh man, you all are great. I appreciate everything you guys do.
But I was greater. Thanks, Jordan. Thank you.
See you, Jordan.
All right, thanks. All right, let's do the X-Brand Goggle tear-off, shall we? What's wrong, Davey?
It's the X-Brand tear-off segment. 15-second rapid-fire Q&A.
Here we go, X-Brand Goggles. Did you know, Davey, that X-Brand Goggles went 1-2 in the GNCC this weekend?
No.
Craig DeLong, Josh Strang, X-Brand Goggles. You know how gnarly GNCCs are.
Yep.
X-Brand Goggles, choice of champions everywhere.
There you go.
EKSbrand.com, Pulp Show 23 is the code to save there. Let's get into these questions submitted by Corey Moser. Do you know him?
No,
no?
maybe.
Okay.
I mean, if I saw a face,
Yeah.
the whole name thing.
Probably not.
Even if you saw his face, I don't know. All right.
All I know is that guy vacations more than anybody else I know.
Yeah, he does. All right, 30 seconds on the clock, Davey. Rapid fire.
Steve.
Yep.
What's Mike LaRocco doing for work these days?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't ask him. Or I kind of asked him. I did a podcast with Mike, and he wasn't really I kind of hinted at it, but he didn't really tell me. So I don't know. Maybe he's not working. I don't know.
All right, Davey. What was more shocking, Roczen's ride or Tomac's ride?
Tomac.
All right.
JT, how would you describe Seven Deuce's look on Saturday?
He
animated crab. Underpass meets Creedence Clearwater Revival.
Fair enough. At some point, they were trying to he was talking about the race, and the other guy, Dan, was asking him, like, oh, can Barsha do this? Or Barsha's coming. And Deuce was like, Kenny's got this. He's my guy. Nobody's going to beat Kenny. It was just awesome. It was great.
I think they should have let. I think they should have let Seven Deuce wear a hat. Like that would have been. I think that would have been the right thing to do. Like I was not aware of this look because he always has a hat on.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, I was.
All right.
Right there with you.
Steve, you are opting out of Detroit because of the cost of flights. So what is the price you are willing to spend on a flight to the races?
I mean, honestly, I've been doing this long enough that I'll pay, in these crazy times, I'll pay $700 for a flight. That's a insane cost compared to a few years ago, but that's like reasonable now. $700. These flights to Detroit, and not even on my airline, on JT's janky-ass airline, it's still $1,200 to go to Detroit.
It's something with Vegas, man. Something's going on with Vegas.
I don't know. Yeah, it's just
no,
nuts.
I know, but like everybody we asked, it's that's $600 to $800,
Yeah.
and then you're 12 to 14.
Spring break.
I don't know. Yeah, is it spring break?
And Havasu, so everyone's flying here to go there.
Ah.
I don't know,
Okay.
but yeah, spring break.
Yeah.
Go to Detroit.
Yeah, why are they going to Detroit?
Well, no, just
Yeah,
Vegas
just
in general.
Vegas in general,
Vegas
right?
in general.
Yeah, it's just nuts. I'm still looking. I looked today again, so but I will say this: there's Spirit Airlines for $500. I am not doing.
No, I'm out.
Yeah, like I'm not doing Spirit for $500.
Hey, Dean's wife is a flight attendant. They're like, dude, well, let's fly. I'm like, nope. Sorry, I'm not. No offense, Sarah.
Yeah,
no offense to you, but no, that ain't.
The official airlines of Alex Ray too.
That or Allegiant, like I'm out.
Yeah, I am too.
Or Frontier.
I'll just stay home.
Allegiant.
A-Ray is also
Allegiant once,
Spirit.
Never again.
Yeah, I flew Allegiant once.
You used to be able to go direct. You used to be able to go direct on Allegiant from Boise to Honolulu, and I just could not imagine the hell that had to be.
All right.
Davey.
Yep.
A-Ray seems to have peaked when he was training under your guidance. So how did you bring out the best in A-Ray?
God.
You have 30 seconds.
I mean, honestly, I knew what he needed. I knew what needed to be done with him to get somewhat of the best out of him. And now, like, he bounces from trainer to trainer to trainer to trainer, but yet at the end of the day, he's still the best under me.
All right, 18 seconds.
And if I'm fucking spread eagle, if I'm doing some like dirty shit or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
JT.
Not that way.
Steve is a proud owner of a hockey stick. What's a piece of memorabilia you would like to have or would consider buying?
I have lots of stuff at my parents' house. I have like a boxing glove signed by Mike Tyson. I just have a bunch of random stuff, like football stuff. I don't know. Like probably the most excited one I ever got was Tim Tebow jersey. That's probably my most coveted.
20 seconds. David, do you have any memorabilia from anybody or anything?
Yeah, I mean, I got Brady's jersey, Marino's jersey, some boxing gloves. I got Tom Brady's shoe too.
Oh yeah. Like, did you get a hookup on that, or you bought it from a place with a certificate?
No, I got a hookup on it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So like you're sure it's Tom Brady's shoe?
Yeah,
and
then there was a guy that played for Tampa Bay, and he also played for Carolina Panthers.
Oh, okay.
You know, that actually gave me his stuff.
You and JT probably dealt with the same guy. He had a hookup.
I don't know. What was his name, JT?
Yep. Bo.
Yep, there you go.
Oh, there we go. All right.
Yep.
He scammed me, though, but yeah, Bo.
Steve, can Weege be taught basic bike maintenance, or is he beyond help at this point?
I think he's beyond help, right? Don't we feel? Like, yeah. He's it's too much.
Davey, Steve wanted to buy a Corvette. What was your biggest impulse buy?
I think you said this. Your boat. Didn't you tell us a boat?
No,
one time?
boat was not.
Oh,
I don't know if it was my biggest impulse buy.
maybe it was just your biggest buy or something.
Did you have an M6 at one point?
Yeah, the M6 might have been an impulse. Motorhome was for sure impulse. The first, my Mastercraft was an impulse right after I won the championship. It was like here, but impulse buy, man. I mean, everything I bought.
26 seconds.
All right, last one. JT, where does Davey rank in the Suzuki Amateur Program success stories?
Oh,
I mean, he's up there. Eli Tomac's up there. Davey's up there.
Pastrana, Hepler, J-Mart.
Pastrana. Yeah, but those guys didn't really win on the web. Like,
yeah.
I mean, at least. I mean, I think Tomac and Davey are probably, and Pastrana. Those are probably top three.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. Dude, a lot of Suzuki guys.
Oh, yeah, they were, I mean, so involved.
Right.
Like, it was unbelievable
Ben
how
Riddle.
involved they were.
I created the 85 that they won on, so there you go.
So, yeah, okay, there we go. That's the ultimate trump card, right?
What?
You built, what'd you say, an 85?
I designed the 85. The Suzuki.
Wow.
Yeah,
like on a napkin, or what are we talking?
I rode that bike, the Honda, the Yamaha, and Rob from RG3 and someone else from the engine guys. We went through all the bikes, picked out whatever was best from all the other bikes, and built that bike from everything of.
So what year would that have been? Whenever they
2000,
redid it? Yeah, okay.
2001,
Yeah.
2000.
Okay.
But yeah, dude, Glen Helen, I looped out on the thing. I remember to this day riding up, just being a show off, doing wheelies, looped out. But no, like that 85 was.
Yeah.
Well, me riding it, I helped.
And then did you develop the bike that the R&D bike and everything else, like all of that?
Yeah, basically the first bike that was pre-production.
Yeah.
And
Right.
and then it came out with the forks all the way up, almost touching the handlebars. Like that came from the Yamaha, and the middle topping came from the Cowie, but the bottom end stayed the Suzuki. It was the Honda had nothing.
Yeah.
But yeah, dude, like you had to have known that. I was hanging out with you back then.
No, I didn't know that you were a bike engineer. This is news to me, but I know those guys were all in on effort level. So yeah, that part doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, smartass. I was an engineer, but
could you hang with Davey at Hard Rock? Like JT's Hard Rock speed is legendary.
You know what's funny? So like, I went pro. Like I was riding with Davey a lot when he was super young.
Okay.
And then once I turned pro, like you just go into this other world and you never see each other anymore. Like our families really never saw, because I was at different races than he was then. And then I remember, this was like 2002, I think. I was racing pro, whatever. I'd been getting top 10s in Supercross that year and stuff in big bike class. And Davey was on a 125, and I went to Gatorback and like rode like practice day.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like going, and like, really no one there was going to be fast enough to be behind me. And I'm like, there's a 125 behind me. What the F is going on? Like, who is it? And I look behind him, Mike Davey. I'm like, oh, great, this freaking guy. But I just remember like that was like, yeah, he's.
You're like, yeah, he's good.
Like,
yeah.
This guy's going to be really fast, because I could not shake him at all. And he was like I don't know, 13, or whatever.
Right.
So yeah, it's just crazy, like how that you just flip a switch and like, oh yeah, you're on big bikes and now you're going to be pro and win a bunch of races.
Yep.
Where before he was just like a little kid. You
Yeah.
know, it's just crazy that
I
switch.
feel like I didn't follow amateur racing even back then, and I remember like we were waiting for Millsaps to turn pro. Like everyone was waiting. You had to miss a race, right, for your 16th birthday.
Yeah.
And it was like we were all just like fucking Millsaps is coming, and he is like the next guy. Yeah.
You remember Josh Hansen trying to kill him?
No, I don't.
Every weekend.
At, Minneapolis.
Oh,
Was
okay.
it Minneapolis?
Yep. And the whoopsie killed me.
Yeah, your first one. Yeah, well, I just remember him trying to take you out in the daytime qualifier. I'm like, dude, let him live. Like he's just trying. It's his first race.
Yeah,
but
no.
I think Hansen was so like insecure about this kid is not going to beat me.
Right.
And I was just like, oh my god.
You know what's funny is he calls me all the time now, and him and I go back and forth. We laugh so much about it. I think he's old enough and understanding the point that I beat him and was faster than him. And we actually go back and forth. Like he'll send me stuff like messing around, and then I'll send him a video of me passing him in the whoops and looking back. But no, it's
cool.
Him and I actually get along really well.
I had a good talk with him at Anaheim.
He's such a nice guy now.
Yeah,
I talked different than growing up.
I talked to him at Anaheim. He was I talked to him for a while. He was cool as shit.
Yeah.
So it was neat to talk to him. All right, JT. Thank you. Fly Racing USA, motorsport.com or your local dealer. Thank you, man.
All right, guys.
See you, JT.
All right. That's Jason Thomas going to commercial break here. Andrew Short coming up. And then I've got some more questions for Davi Millsaps here, of course. 702-586-7857. We have a caller. We got to run, but our guy Nash is on the phone, and he wants your favorite argument / heated discussion with Coy. So we'll either get to Nash when we come back, or I'll mark it down and we'll ask for your best Coy Gibbs argument / heated discussion.
I honestly don't remember me physically having like heated discussions to the point
Stop
of
it. We've all heard about it. All right, we got to go to commercial break. We'll be right back after this. Thanks for listening, everybody. Davi Millsaps back with more after this commercial break. Thanks.
Yeah, he knocked his dick loose.
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high-quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
Hey, in case you didn't know, Racetech is the world's largest aftermarket suspension modification company. All Racetech products include award-winning gold valves, and settings are 100% guaranteed and made right here in the US of A. Racetech also offers state-of-the-art precision engine services and parts to all engine builders. The staff has over 65 years of championship winning experience. It's so good that many of the top privateer teams such as SGB Honda, Team Solitaire Nuclear Blast Yamaha, and Motul AJE Gas, as well as Jerry Robin, Kevin Morans, and many more, choose Racetech for their superior performance, reliability, and their customer service.
Hey guys, what's up? My name's Kate Clayson, and I choose Racetech because I love their desire to strive for perfection. I think we all know that perfection isn't possible, but getting to perfection is always the goal, and I think that is something that both myself and Racetech have always worked towards, and I think they can help you get there too.
Hey guys, this is Alex Ray. I use Racetech components in my SGB suspension and also the Racetech engine. The reason I like it is just because the engine's super reliable, tons of torque, and also on the suspension side, it just gives it that plush, nice feeling.
Hey, it's your boys over at Team Solitaire. If you don't run Racetech, here's what you do. Put your hands behind your back and run your face into a f***ing wall. Racetech.com.
What's up, guys? This is Kevin Morans, and I choose Racetech because of their convenience of having Racetech centers all around the United States. Obviously, within my Decker Performance suspension, works really well. They're very high-quality performance products, definitely check them out.
Hey guys, this is Jerry Robin, and I choose Racetech because the reliable motors, good power, good suspension, and obviously it's great people around, and I've been there for a long time, and they're awesome.
Visit racetech.com and use code PULP22 to save.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CV4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport, and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hi, it's Tomax superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle, and then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, yeah, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hey, in case you didn't know, Racetech is the world's largest aftermarket suspension modification company. All Racetech products include award-winning gold valves and settings are 100% guaranteed and made right here in the US of A. Racetech also offers state-of-the-art precision engine services and parts to all engine builders. The staff has over 65 years of championship winning experience. It's so good that many of the top privateer teams such as SGB Honda, Team Solitaire Nuclear Blast Yamaha, and Motul AJE Gas, as well as Jerry Robin, Kevin Moran's, and many more, choose Racetech for their superior performance, reliability, and their customer service.
Hey guys, what's up? My name's Kate Clayson, and I choose Racetech because I love their desire to strive for perfection. I think we all know that perfection isn't possible, but getting to perfection is always the goal, and I think that is something that both myself and Racetech have always worked towards, and I think they can help you get there too.
Hey guys, this is Alex Ray. I use Racetech components in my SGD suspension and also the Racetech engine. The reason I like it is just because the engine's super reliable, tons of torque, and also on the suspension side, it just gives it that plush, nice feeling.
Hey, it's your boys over at Team Solitaire. If you don't run Racetech, here's what you do. Put your hands behind your back and run your face into a wall. Racetech.com.
What's up, guys? This is Kevin Moranz, and I choose Racetech because of their convenience of having Racetech centers all around the United States. Obviously, within my Decker Performance suspension, works really well. They're very high-quality performance products. Definitely check them out.
Hey guys, this is Jerry Robin, and I choose Racetech because the reliable motors, good power, good suspension, and obviously it's great people around, and I've been there for a long time, and they're awesome.
Visit racetech.com and use code PULP22 to save.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From Garage Buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Gregg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
Welcome back, everybody. PulpMX Show presented by Motorsport.com, Decal Works, and the folks at Fly Racing. Davi Millsaps in studio here along, and I want to thank Dean Wilson, Ken Roczen for the call. Let's get quickly into this call right here. Nash.
Gentlemen.
All right, we're up against the clock here, Nash. But yes, very important question for Davi Millsaps.
When I heard, first of all, Davey, welcome. It's awesome that you're on the show. We enjoy your candidness and your honesty. It's a breath of fresh air in an industry where people try to duck a bullet. And
thank you.
Steve usually brings that out of people, but you do it naturally. So thank you. So that being said, go in the time machine. There's been many storied conversations between and honoring Coy. What a great man, and I know that you know that. You knew him personally. You rode for him. But take us through maybe your top 3 favorite conversations, topics, points of contention in which you knew you were right and Coy was wrong.
I mean, that's every conversation.
Oh,
I was always right. I mean, honestly, to be honest with you, as far as the conversations go, there were so many. I can't tell you off the top of my head which one that I was right or he was wrong. I know he was wrong for paying me what he paid me the last year.
What about like the training stuff when he come in and tell you guys,
dude,
like,
okay,
stupid?
Okay, well, that was honestly that was almost every day with Coy. Like, you gotta do this, you gotta do that, you gotta do this, and then we would be stressing about a 1 or 2 minute plank, but that fool would get down and do a 5 minute plank, literally with a sandwich in his mouth. And he's like, it's mind over matter. He'd get up and walk away, and it's like, fuck. But honestly, like, I don't know. Coy stories for me are like, even Steve brought it up. It's throwing. I would do bad at a race, and he would actually throw his headset down, and he broke it. He actually smashed a cabinet drawer off it and broke the cabinet drawer inside of his semi. But for me, honestly, the best story that I have about Coy was when he hired James. And him and Big James got into it one weekend. I don't remember what race it was, but James didn't do very good, and Big James was having a cow and going at it with Coy, and they were going back and forth like against the semi, and like I did terrible that night. Okay, did really bad. I snuck in, got changed, and left without having to get yelled at. So
perfect.
That's the best story I have.
And Davey, in fact that you can, what you've experienced and you can share with the listeners and people, that's awesome. Thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Can you counsel Weege on, when he's at the track? But I know your exposure will be limited due to geography, but is there any hope for you maybe? I mean, Steve, you're talking to a guy here who's obviously accomplished. The man's, he's a dedicated father. He's a family man now. He's had a storied career. Maybe he could counsel Weege on how to, check tire pressure.
I don't
Dude,
think so.
The clutch was hurting at Daytona. He was right by me. He goes, gas changing. I'm like, sure.
Everything's everybody else's fault.
Yeah, no, we definitely just stick to the mic.
Yeah, stick to the mic. That's what Millsaps says.
Stick to the mic.
Yeah. And,
does Weege understand? Maybe Weege just doesn't understand that when you do have a kid racing at 50, it's very similar. It's a similar thing to saying, "Hey, I'm going to date a stripper." Sounds like a good idea.
Yeah.
But, man, it's a miserable experience. It just doesn't work.
Yep. No, absolutely. Thanks, Nash. Thank you, man.
Hey, guys. Hey, have a great show. Cheers, Dave.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Thank you. So a little bit of debate here. I promised Davey a hotel room for coming here to stay at, and I booked one today, and I put my credit card number in.
No, you didn't.
And I got the receipt right here in front of me. But, Davey,
I have a receipt, too, for my credit card today.
I just checked my card. I just checked my credit card statement.
Yeah.
I was not charged for it.
Yeah, obviously. I was.
So I owe you. I'll do Zelle or PayPal or something. But, so, hey, that's how we roll at PulpMX. I put my credit card in. What do you want me to do?
Pay for it.
It was
pretty much the only thing you didn't do.
170.65.
No, 119.
Look at it says 170.65. All right. We'll figure this out. We'll get to this to the bottom. All right. We'll get this to the bottom.
This was your picture you sent me.
No, 119, but then resort charge, taxes,
the resort. Yeah,
everything.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you didn't pay for it.
All right.
So, I mean, good try.
Are you going to walk off, or will you give me until the end of the show to make this right?
I'll think about it.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it going.
Take that twisted tea.
Nope.
And then thank you. By the way, I want to thank the folks at Wiseco Piston. 2-stroke, 4-stroke pistons. They got it. Whatever you need. They're on the factory Honda HRC team as well. They got a full range of performance components for dirt bikes, UTVs, ATVs, jet skis, and more. Kevin from Wiseco was in just last week. There's a discount code on PulpMXShow.com to save with the folks at Wiseco. They got the Garage Buddy engine rebuild kits and more. Wiseco bringing you our next guest on the show, former teammate of Davi Millsaps and a PulpMX Show favorite, Andrew Short. What's up, Shorty? How are you, man?
Hanging out, living dad life, amateur life. Before you brought me on, I was laughing at Weege and the 50 story.
Yeah,
but, I've been around a lot of 50s this last week, so it's been cool.
Yeah, you were doing Freestone and doing all that. How'd that go?
It was super cool. Quite a bit different than when I raced or even Davey, and I actually ran into Davey's mom. Yeah, at one of the restaurants after the race, but it was cool. I saw Kiefer. I actually read Kiefer's column on PulpMX today. It's pretty spot on the 5 things that that he likes and dislikes, I guess, about the racing. But it's a lot different than when I was a kid.
Yeah, Kiefer's 5 things. One of them, he loves the time with the family. Right, you get to spend time with your family. He loves the being around everybody that loves motocross. That's a couple things that he loved. What he didn't love is the $4,000 you spent in the week. He didn't love the waiting around for 8 hours to get your motors in. The motos in, and also he was wondering how all these people have motorhomes and aren't working. Like, how do you get time off work, and how do you have motorhomes?
I mean, for me, it was always my mom that drove.
Yeah,
and my dad would fly in or whatever it was, or vice versa.
Right. Yeah,
but
one of them had to work.
Yeah, but I never raced Freestone until the first year they had it at the pro race, whatever that was.
Yeah,
but I mean, it was terrible then. and I love Clayton, but it was the same track every year,
right?
You know, and you know,
needed some elevation,
needed something, needed no heat too.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
I don't know. Southwick one year was probably worse than that.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Shorty, you remember that one? I think James had to get IV'd at the end of the first moto.
Yeah, a couple years. It was
07, right? 07. Brutal.
Yeah.
There was a few years in there for me that I remember were really hot. Yeah. Shorty, so. Listen, you went and did your rally racing, and you were, fine, and it was super dangerous and scary, and you quit doing that because, it was scary and dangerous. And then you go and do that on a dirt bike. Break your back.
Right. Yeah, right? It's crazy. And all that, there's some silver lining. I'm super thankful. Could have been a lot worse, looking at the scans and whatnot, x-rays. I'm just super thankful to be walking, not in a chair, and be respectful of that. So I have a lot to be thankful for. It's been miserable in terms of pain, but I can move pretty good.
Okay.
So overall, the biggest disappointment for me is, unlike Davey, I love to ride. I know Davey likes to ride, but riding is my life, Yeah. I was riding 4 or 5 times a week still with my kid, and I just love it. So I'm not sure how that's going to look in the future,
right?
But that's kind of difficult for me to wrap my head around. So at least I'm at the races right now with my little dude, and so that's cool. But it's been a challenge.
Shit still hasn't changed. Yeah, already calling me up on me not liking riding.
Me and Davey were like oil and water. And I have massive respect for him, and he was hugely talented, and I wasn't so much. So we spent a lot of time as teammates, and
yeah, but it was more so I was. More so, Johnny, the one person I was training with had me leading down the wrong path, and I was looking at you like you're an idiot, and
yeah.
But it was more so for me. The oil and water came to the bikes where it was like, oh my god, this thing's a pile, and Shorty's always like, oh my god, it's so good.
Yeah, we can work with this. Let's keep
God,
going.
dude, it's like no, you can't.
Yeah, the 09 Honda. Let's talk about that in a second though. Let's back up a little bit, Shorty. So you're in a turtle shell.
Well, I'm supposed to be for 3 months, but that thing hurts so bad with all the nerve pain. I can't really feel my stomach, and I have bad nerve pain, so I don't really wear it.
Okay, all right, so you're over that thing. And I heard it was kind of an innocent crash, huh? Like it wasn't.
Yeah, nothing crazy. Like you said, I've raced across the desert doing crazy stuff and crashed much harder. And this, I was just going down the start straightaway, coming onto a turn, lost the front, and next thing I knew, I couldn't breathe and needed to go to the hospital. So nothing crazy.
Yeah, kind of nuts how that happens, right? Just the dumbest thing.
Yeah.
And like you said, you were fifth gear wide open in the desert, probably cartwheeling at some different times, right? So
exactly, yeah.
Andrew Short on the show, brought to you by the folks at Wiseco. Please check out Wiseco code on PulpMXShow.com to save with over 80 years experience manufacturing power sports pistons right in the USA. Check them out. So yeah, you guys were teammates for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
09 Honda 450.
Mhm.
Like, I mean, JT will tell us he hated that thing. Davey, you hated that thing. Tedesco said he hated that thing, and then he went 1-1 at Lakewood. And I told him, I said, I thought you hated that thing. He said the track was super smooth.
Well, it was also slow. With the slower, being in altitude,
Yeah.
like being slow, like you can handle it.
Okay.
So, I mean, I don't know. Did I race? I don't think I raced Hangtown.
I don't
Or
know.
I mean, Colorado in 09.
Yeah, I don't know.
I hardly any outdoors.
So, can we reach a consensus on whether this bike was good or not, or we just can't? Davey, you still think it sucks, and Andrew?
I mean, I personally think that bike was probably one of the worst bikes ever created by a manufacturer.
The only thing that changed between the 09 and the 12 is stiffer front fork springs, right? And a different knuckle, or linkage. That's the only thing that was different. And Chad Reed went out and bought those bikes. He raced them and loved them. And yeah, it wasn't great at the beginning of 09, but as it got going and made some modifications, it was a really good bike. So, just your mindset. Davey, my favorite memories of Davey, during those times, is the jackhammer. That's all he'd come back. He would just say it's a jackhammer. That's all he would ever say, and walk off. They're like, "What can we do?" It's a jackhammer.
I mean,
and he would do this hand motion.
Yeah. But 2010, the bike got better. I'll give you that one.
It was the same bike.
I know,
What was
but the fact that we had all the testing and people started listening and actually,
Dan told me that. Sorry to interrupt you. Dan told me Jeremy getting all the data on Jeremy at the end of 09.
Yeah.
At the end of 09 was an eye opener. They learned a bunch of things. They just didn't have the data stuff.
I mean, it wasn't like the suspension. With Shane. Shane was wanting his way, and that's it was the way he was back then, and not he. No, I mean, I'm always gonna say this, but they loved Shorty. And because Shorty was always, oh my God, it's so good, and
I would work with him.
So for me, if I'm saying no, it's bad, well, Shorty likes it,
yeah,
and I'm like, it's not me. He's a different rider. He rides the bike differently,
yeah.
And
you're taller, you're heavier. Yeah.
But it was always, the best thing was when we went to Southwick the 1 year early, and it had downpoured, and the track was terrible, the bike was terrible, and even Shorty's like, man, this track's not that great, and I'm like, yeah, I'll tell him. And I did, and I'm like, dude, this place is horrible. And then Shorty, what do you think? Oh, it's amazing. I'm like, mother.
Was this a test?
This was a test day.
A test at Southwick. Okay.
The week before. To this day, he probably doesn't remember that day, but in my head,
not at all.
No, it stuck in my head
that
fucker just did that. And
Shorty.
But I always like Shorty. I've
right.
I've known him for so long, and and through the amateur days, obviously what are you now, 40?
I'm 40.
Yeah. So obviously 5 years older than me.
Yeah.
But so growing up, he was always quite a bit above me on bikes wise. But no, it was always kind of like he said, the oil and water.
Yeah.
But I never got to the point to where I hated him to the point to there was no return.
Yeah.
It was just always
right.
Oh fuck.
No, he's a smiley face assassin.
He goes an inch a night, taking you out, and then
then he's like, oh man, sorry about that.
Yeah. But I don't think he ever took me out.
Did you ever assassinate a smiley face assassin?
I don't think so.
No, I don't think I could either. Yeah, I could never catch him. I don't know. We just never raced. We never battled a lot together.
There had to have been some times with being teammates with Davey, Shorty, where you were just he was untouchable, right? I think of a few supercrosses that come to mind, or National Moto. Did you win the moto in
Hangtown or Colorado?
Colorado
and Butts Creek.
Yeah, there must have been times where you were like, well, no one's going to beat him today.
Yeah, that's why I say I never really raced him, right? Because he's hot or not. He's either gone off the front or he's off the back. It was one or the other. Where I was this is why I say we're oil and water. I'm super square and vanilla and super consistent.
Right.
Where he's the opposite,
Yeah.
That's okay. You don't have to sugarcoat it.
Yeah.
I get it. I was lazy. I mean, I've admitted that.
You have.
But sometimes, dude, you were super fit and super fast.
Well,
so it just kind of depends. I don't know. It was we were different.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No. I always, and JT is on Millsaps' side on that 09 bike.
I know.
He said that's the worst thing ever made. But
I mean, yes, it got better. Obviously, it did. When believe it or not, not with Shorty. They finally started listening to even IT and I.
Yeah.
And we got the bike to where it was way better. But it was just the fact that they were allowing us to set it up the way we wanted to, and not how they wanted. When they switched all that, it might have been, like he said, might have been stiffer forks or the knuckle. It doesn't matter. Whatever they changed, it started getting better. That's all I cared about.
What's your favorite race bike ever, Davey? The Suzuki?
06 Honda 250, hands down across the board.
Yeah, those were good.
Yeah. Not because I won on it,
Right.
but that bike was that. Oh my God, there was a Shorty obviously rode it too. So it was the best bike I ever rode.
Shorty, is that the year you won one at Washougal, or you won Washougal and you won another?
Yeah.
Yeah, you were gone.
Yeah.
You were gone. That couple of those races. Yeah, that was a big deal for you, Shorty, to do that. I think at a time, right? Like it was a huge deal for you to. I don't think anybody.
Yeah, we were both strong on that bike.
Yeah, I don't think anybody picked you as like a race-winning takeoff on a national guy, but you did it a few times. So people are like, "Oh shit," Like I think that was an eye-opener for people. So
he had the fitness.
Yeah.
Right.
Shorty, you're big buddies with Ken. Obviously, you've talked about it before. How about this weekend, man? You just look. I think I counted him out. I got to put my hand up. I got to be honest. I think I counted the guy out. Look at what he did at Indy, though.
Yeah, it's unreal. And like Barsha, you could kind of see it coming on after Daytona, but Daytona wasn't like pretty for Kenny, you know?
No.
And so I was really surprised, but yeah, I'm a big fan. And just racing in general, it seems like all year it's been really good. Amazing to have those top three, and then with them kind of struggling this week, it I don't know, just has some excitement in it. So it's really cool for racing over here, and for Supercross. Seems like for so many years, especially when me and Davey were racing, it was really clear who was going to win, and you kind of already knew before the gate dropped. But now, it's awesome. So, stoked for Kenny.
What do you? Are you surprised though at Kenny, or you know him well? Like, or did you kind of think he's got the ability to rip off a few or rip off a win, or did you kind of?
I did it.
Okay.
Yeah, I did at the beginning of the series, but not after the last few weeks. I feel like I don't know. I know he has the talent and all those things, but it just seems like his attitude, or you can see it like almost in his eyes. Like, I don't know if he was struggling or what was going on, and I don't talk to him frequently enough to know what he's feeling, what he's going through. But man, he definitely had some internal motivation to stay strong like that for 20 minutes and to win like that. I mean, I had to take some heart and some drive, and with those conditions.
Especially as he told us on the phone earlier, like, Barsha's behind him, so he knows what's gonna come in for him, right? So kind of like maybe like when you see Andrew Short behind you back in the day.
Well, I think those guys have some history, and all the look backs. And a lot of ego, and there's more to it than that,
Yep.
And so I think for both of those guys, it was a big night and a lot to gain, and they knew it was at stake, and for it to finish like that was pretty cool.
What do you make about Tomac? So, like Davey and I were talking about it earlier, like he's usually excels on that kind of beat-up, rough track. His heat race wasn't good, but we all think his fitness, and he'll figure it out by the main. Gilly will make some changes. They'll come out and salvage a night. But, I mean, he got passed by Christian late and takes an 8th place. What do you make?
Yeah, my favorite, I follow, I think it was Savati, he said on Twitter, well, we at least all know that Tomac's human.
Yeah.
And I think that rings true. It's like, I don't think there's any reason, as you would say, to hit the panic button, but he definitely needs to regroup, and he's definitely in this, and a lot can change, and maybe he'll just pull a tear off and keep going. But it surprised me because, like you said, typically in those conditions, he shines, and he can drop those guys. So who knows? I don't know what he's thinking as well, but as a racer, you're only as good as your last race, and if you let a little bit of that doubt in your mind sink in, it can turn into cancer. So it can go one way or the other, and I think for Sexton, the same rings true, right? Like, he might not have had a bad race, but he crashed, or he definitely has the speed, but that same mindset, he definitely has to rebound and set the tone again and regroup.
So I asked Davey this question. Like, if you're coaching Sexton or you're Lars or, all the Honda guys that you know well, Shorty, like, I guess you don't do anything but be like, we'll get him next week, because the speed and the skill and the bike are all there. Just what do you say though? We'll just get him next week, I guess. I mean, you can't read him the riot act. You can't freak out on him.
No,
right?
Exactly what you just said. I think even how you said it with that tone is the wrong way. Like, he's Chase Sexton. He needs to believe in himself, and all these people are saying, "Oh, he needs to be more mindful and manage the race better," and all these things. No, that's not him. He needs to go fast like he always does and push all the way to the finish and maximize everything, and be who he is. Don't be who somebody else is. And he has everything that it takes to win. And I think he's shown that. And the more he does it, the more it'll become second nature, and he'll get the momentum and confidence, and it'll just come. But the more he thinks about it or tries to manage it, I don't think that's the right way for Chase Sexton to race.
So
I think everybody's different.
Yeah, just keep hammering down. Like, keep hammering down. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah,
Yeah, just his late moto crashes. I don't know if it's due to him maybe trying to manage where he's at on the track and trying to change the way he's riding so he's not, I would say, going so fast.
Yeah, going for it, yeah.
And then when he does that, he's actually losing focus and falls versus just riding the way that he rode from the first the gate drop. Yeah, but I obviously I don't know. I don't look at the lap time, so I can't tell you that.
Yeah.
But I mean,
they're good. They're good.
No shit. No, but like when he crashes, like
Yeah.
there's something that every single weekend it's something.
Yeah.
So whatever that is if he can get that, like I said earlier, if he can get that under control,
right?
I have a hard time believing that someone's going to beat him.
Yeah, I think Shorty, if he gets 1, 2, they're all in trouble. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. The biggest thing is don't fall into those traps, like what you're saying. Oh, we need to change the bike because you're doing this, or we need to manage these races, or no. I think the biggest thing is for them to be mature enough to understand that's racing, and these things are going to happen, and just to adapt, to keep pushing, and good things will happen. I think the more you think about it, the brain's going to slow down.
Right. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. When he stood up after he went over the bars and he stood up. I don't know if they showed it on TV. I didn't watch the race back yet. He stood up and he just like looked upward, like he took a moment to be like, "Fuck I did it again." You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
I mean, why do you think, Shorty? Why do you think he's having those end of the moto crashes every weekend?
I honestly don't know, but I think he knows, and I think the best solution is, like what I said, is to be the best that he can be. And just don't fall into those traps. And for me to analyze this or say he's doing this or that, I don't think that's the right way to look at it. And
hey, this is all for just talking.
No,
this is all for bullshit.
Basically, what I'm saying is I don't know. Yeah, and for me, I'd just be guessing.
We all are. Yeah.
Yeah.
What we said on the Pulp Show though too is like, so think about like all the people he meets, the fans, the sponsors. People come by. They're all like, dude, you got it, or just, dude, don't worry about the crash. Don't crash. Like, and you're just reminded of it all the time. And I imagine you two guys, maybe, James used the smiley face assassin, I think, for the first time on one of my podcasts, Shorty, about you. And we were laughing, and it was a good joke. But then at some point, Shorty, people were like, yeah, I love the way you clean guys out. You're just like, oh, God, like, right? Like, I don't know. Or Davey with you, like, if you could just figure it out, Davey, you'd kill them all. And you're like,
that was every damn weekend.
That's what I'm saying. So, like, you hear this all the time, and even though it's fans and people you don't put a lot of stock in, it's soaking in all the time.
It soaks in more now for me.
What?
It soaks in more now for me.
Yeah.
Looking back on what I could have done if I actually would have done what Shorty did. You know what I mean? Right. But I was too young, too dumb, and...
Hey, Shorty, Davey made a lot of money, huh?
God, dude.
In his career, didn't he? He loves talking about it. He loves talking about it.
No.
Yep.
No.
You're really saying you didn't make a lot of money?
I didn't say that.
You just don't like Steve talking about it.
No, he does not like me talking about it.
I mean, I don't care, but I mean, he's way off on the numbers.
Okay.
He said that I made like $18 million from Honda.
No, from everything, like all your, like in your career of like Honda career. Yeah.
For his Honda career of 5 years, or
I guess, you know what? Maybe that was your career overall. Maybe that was the number for your overall career. Suzuki, Honda, everything.
Suzuki, Honda, Suzuki,
Kawi,
Yamaha, KTM, like all of it. You mean?
Yeah.
Okay, all the teams.
Well,
that's for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Okay, all right.
Because it's not there.
I'm sure it is. I mean, God, I can only imagine.
I mean, dude, he does cattles and shit, man. He's good to go.
Oh, Shorty's good to go.
Yeah, Shorty's good to go.
I need a job, Davey. I'm going crazy.
Yeah.
Well, we know you need a job just to keep yourself sane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing. What I'm doing.
Okay.
I'm trying to help people not do what I did by actually making them train.
Yeah. Good job.
Yeah, Shorty. That's also like if someone had gone back in 2009 and told you, "Hey, Millsaps is going to be a really good trainer one day for these guys."
I would have laughed.
Hey, believe it or not, I actually got into training and I started to actually enjoy it. And I started loving the
What
mountain
year was
biking.
that? Like what around what time?
12 to
yeah.
13.
Okay, yeah.
But then I actually fully gave everything I had towards the end of 17 going into the 18 season when I got hurt.
Yeah.
But like that time frame when I got that whole summer in 17, I was probably the fittest that I've ever been in my entire life.
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh my God, like, yes, like this is what it feels like.
Yeah, and you like the Yamaha, right?
Yeah, and I loved the Yamaha.
Yeah,
I was better, stronger, and faster on it in those 4 weeks that I rode it than I ever was in 13.
Yeah.
And I don't know, it felt so good to be in that good of shape and just like you feel like you're invincible.
Yeah.
So yeah, like I get it now, and it just was too late.
Yep.
So.
But even like saying that, you had a fantastic career.
I mean,
like,
regardless.
You won 5 Supercrosses we talked about. You won a championship in the
Yeah.
250 class. You won indoors and outdoors on every bike and every size. And you know what I mean? Like you had a fantastic career. But, yeah,
Yeah, we're talking about Shorty, though.
Oh, we are. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to talk about Shorty or no?
No,
Okay.
we're Shorty's on the phone. Don't talk about me.
I like hearing about it.
Well, Shorty, I mean, that leads me to my next question. Like, you want something to do, you want a job, and once you get healthy, like, I know you said this before, Shorty, but if you can't ride because you're back or whatever and you can't do some off-road stuff and whatever you want to do, like, would you do something what Davey's doing?
I don't know about that, but I'd definitely like to be involved with racing because that's what I'd love to do.
Right.
So I don't know, dude. So much stuff's happened to me so quickly, and it's been really fun to hang out at these amateur races. I love that, and even Canada's own, what is it, Ryder McNabb?
Yeah, yeah.
Very impressive. Yeah. So it's been fun to
he
watch
won the
these younger
championship
kids
last year.
race.
He's a pro, and he went to amateur racing. I'm not exactly a fan of this.
So did
what about
Jet.
Daxton Bennett? He's the same kind of more or less, right?
Futures.
Well, yeah, I don't count futures. Futures.
What about Jet?
What about Jet?
Reynolds.
Jet Reynolds. Oh yeah, that wasn't good. I don't know what's going on with Jet Reynolds, but that wasn't good. I think he's got a bad wrist, right?
I don't know.
But no, I don't think McNabb was impressive, and that's awesome, and I'm happy for him. But to me, the kid's been a pro for 3 years.
Yep.
And finished second last year and second 2 years ago, won last year. Like, I don't know. I know Myrtle and everybody thinks going back and beating Daxton Bennett is great for his career, but I mean, he races against men doing 25-minute motos and won a national championship. Yes, it's Canada, but I'm like, okay, so now we're going back to pros. So I'm conflicted about it. I don't know.
They're fast over in Canada. I don't care what anyone says.
Yeah, no, the level isn't as good as when you were there. It's because COVID and race teams and sport.
Yeah.
It has gone down, but they are fast. No, they are.
On their own tracks, they're fast.
But I don't know why Ryder would go and do an amateur race. I don't know. I mean, I guess everyone on my group text are telling me that the team managers in the U.S. will see the Texas results and be impressed by that. And I'm like, but he won a national championship in Canada against men 25-minute motos.
Yeah.
That's impressive. But they're telling me no.
I understand what you're saying, Steve, but also just like even from my side, like I've heard his name just from your podcast, but I've never visually seen him ride, and to see his skills, how he races, his determination, and all that, I think there is something there to it. And I don't know.
He's 17, so he's young.
So he's young.
So he's that. The point being made to me was like, well, he's just racing other 17-year-olds. You know what I mean? He's the same age as the guys he's racing, so he's not a 22-year-old going down to beat up on 17-year-olds. He's 17, and I'm like, yeah, but he's still a national champion. But anyways, yeah, it's good to see it for sure for Canada.
Yeah.
What about Hudson? Where are we at with Hudson? How's he riding? Like what is there? Are we?
His goal was to not get lapped. So that kind of tells you his mindset.
And did he? Or how'd we do?
No.
Oh.
Well, actually, he weeded himself and he got lapped, and he only made one moto of his three classes. So he was super stoked on that. So that tells you. But last year he got lapped during every moto. He'd never really been to a big amateur race.
Yeah.
And so he's like loving it. And to have 2 of these spring nationals during his spring break, is like moto kid vacation heaven.
Yeah.
So and for me, I love being at the races and to hang out and see him. So I have great memories of being a 12-year-old hanging out with other kids racing,
right,
and trying to live that dream. So for me to see him really enjoying it is cool. Kind of similar to Kiefer, I have similar feeling. Like I stood in line for registration for an hour today. We had to wait in line to get it. Like all these little things drive me nuts, but at the same time, it's cool just to see the environment for these kids having fun. Riding pit bikes, wheelies, and everything else that goes with it is really cool.
So for you two guys, I'll start with you, Davey. What are you laughing at? What was was Mini O's or Loretta's? Which one was more fun? And if not those two, which amateur race was more fun? The most fun?
God.
Like both of you grew up, Davey. You more so grew up with pressure on you at these races, but was there one that was more fun than the other?
I mean, I always liked Loretta because I loved the creek and all that, and jumping off when Pastrana Tree was there, and then you had the cliff jump. But Loretta, for me, everyone would go there and be like, "Oh my God, it's so hot! It's so hot! It's so hot!" But it was just normal for me.
Yep.
So I excelled there. My favorite amateur track period was Lake Whitney.
Okay.
Hands down, by far the best one there was. That was probably the most fun just because I enjoyed racing there so much.
Okay.
So between that and Loretta.
All right. And Shorty, what about for you?
I agree. Whitney was awesome, but my favorite was Mammoth, just because there was a week long of practice.
Davey didn't like it.
Yeah, but I would melt when I go to Loretta. It's exactly what you said. It was so hot for me. And being a Colorado kid, when I go to Mammoth, we didn't even have to rejet our bike.
Yeah.
I got to ride a week's worth of practice with like my heroes that I saw in the magazines and on TV. Like, you'd be on practice week when McGrath would be out there or whoever, the pro circuit guys. And to me, that was really cool because I never got to see those guys ride, and then I'm on the same track with them. So I have good memories with that, especially with all the New Mexico kids like the Johnsons and just hanging out. And those were my favorite races. Definitely not Loretta's. I felt the pressure.
Yeah. It
was a hot environment. It just was really foreign and a lot of pressure. I didn't like it.
Both of you were putting so that's fine. You can answer however you want, and it's a free country. But you guys both put your answers on how you did at the races or how the racetrack was.
No, I didn't.
Where I was thinking,
I said the Pastrana Tree and I said the cliff.
Okay, sure. But but then
for
you
me,
mentioned
it was like riding with.
Go ahead, Shorty.
For me, it was just riding with the people I looked up to. Like for me, that was a big deal.
Right.
But I rode with Travis a lot, and so that's who back then. And I rode with Carmichael every summer. So I got to ride with those people.
Right. Okay. So you didn't like Mammoth because of California and just what?
No,
altitude.
I just didn't like Mammoth. I didn't like the dirt. I didn't like the track. I didn't
what
like
about
how
the
it was.
fishing and the bicycling?
I don't fish.
Okay. All right.
And back then I didn't cycle.
Okay.
So no. I think my third time at Mammoth was on a big bike. My last time there.
Okay.
And this guy comes up to me. My mom was there, and he's talking to me. Davey, like I see you riding. Like, come follow me. I'll show you some good lines around this track, like the best lines. I'm like, okay, cool. Like, whatever. He's on a Suzuki. I'll follow him. And I follow him. I'm going through it, and no disrespect at all, but I'm like, man, like these lines aren't fast.
Yeah.
Like they're not the lines that I ever choose. And I won. Right. I won the next day.
Yep.
Come back later to find out it's Rick Johnson. Because he was the Suzuki helper back then.
Yeah, and also he was really fast at Mammoth.
Yes,
he won
really,
Mammoth a lot.
Yeah.
Right.
But for me, those weren't my lines, and I'm like, dude, they're like, no.
You're like, who's this guy?
Yeah, I had no idea who he was.
Right.
And after obviously I found out that it was him. Like I knew who it was, and I'm like, I never disrespected him enough to tell him that I didn't like his lines. but that to me was my favorite Mammoth story.
Yeah.
I think that's about all I like for Mammoth.
Yeah.
And that's it. That's because that's the only thing that was fun for me there.
Yeah.
But no, like the most fun atmosphere. I don't know, man. Even World Mini back in the day was fun.
Yeah.
Like just the atmosphere.
Right.
I don't know, just because it was Vegas, it was different.
Big Dave and Tony yelling at each other.
Big Dave, my dad and Tony yelling, going in the cop cars and stuff, and
good times. Amateur motocross, catch the fever.
I think the worst was Mosier Valley. I didn't like that place at all.
What was Whitney like? I saw photos of it, but I never went there, and I never even saw videos of it. Like, what was
badass? Is about as best as you can explain it.
Just okay.
Yeah, it was
Great
up and
dirt,
downhill.
Had those big
yeah,
big massive hills. Yeah.
And the dirt was amazing, and it got rough, and they had
But
cool
it's in
jumps.
Texas, right?
Yeah.
How's that big hills in Texas?
But that hill was huge.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm just,
huge.
They didn't even let what was it 60s? They didn't go up it, right, Shorty?
No, yeah, they just went up the step up and turned
Yeah,
left.
turn
came back
left.
down.
Yeah, so they won't let them go
And
up
they
the
had
hill.
big berms.
Yeah.
Yeah, the big berms by the start were
Yeah.
epic.
Yes. Yeah. See, like now we can get along. We're not, oil and water. So
it's good to see. Yeah. So Shorty, might not be long. You get back healthy, get riding again, and you and Hudson just hit the trail. You can go a day in the dirt. You can go with FMIP and go do burnouts with FMIP.
Exactly. That sounds like the life. Yeah.
Yeah. We do have a question from Sean on 3. Sean, you have a question for mechanics? Maybe Davey and Shorty can tell us a funny one too. But what's your question?
So when Sexton was behind Roczen in the beginning of the race, it looked like Roczen's mechanic put his pit board out. Or I'm sorry, Sexton's mechanic put his pit board out plenty in time for Roczen to see it. And I was wondering if mechanics ever talk smack to another rider with their pit board. Maybe Sexton's mechanic putting something out saying, "Hey, Roczen can't hold this pace."
No, that's happened.
Putting it out a little early.
Yeah, that's happened. I don't know. So I did that one time. It was Kelly Smith's mechanic and Jolie. Why are you laughing?
Kelly Smith, dude, you're going old school.
Well, Kelly Smith's mechanic in Joliet, Illinois. Ryan Clark. He couldn't get by Ryan Clark forever. So he was going faster than him for sure.
Yeah.
I put on the board in front of Clark, Park Clark, right in front of him, and then Ryan just rode away from him. And afterwards, Clark's like, "Hey man, that really motivated me. Like I was fucking pissed that you put that."
I mean,
I was like, "Oh, great work, Mathis. Great work."
The only thing I can see Sexton's mechanic doing that for is putting a faster time of Sexton's in front of Roczen just to get him thinking, "Oh wow, he's going faster than me."
Yep.
But as far as talking smack, no,
I don't think that would. Shorty, do you have anything from Nate? By the way, Dino blocked Nate on Instagram. We've learned that today. Shorty, did you realize this?
No idea.
Yeah, Dino blocked him. Shorty, do you have any stories of your mechanics or anybody?
No pit board.
Yeah, Delorier broke a pit board over Alessi.
Carlos broke one on Tyson Hatzel's face.
On purpose?
No.
Oh, okay.
But it split his nose open, had to get stitches and stuff.
Really? Yeah.
And I'm like, he's a Florida boy too.
Wait, was Delorier working for Mike and he did it to another rider, or did Delorier hit Alessi with his pit board? I think Delorier was working for somebody else because he did work for Mike.
Paul?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. KTM days.
Maybe I got my stories backwards. Maybe somebody smashed a pit board on Mike.
I mean, there's probably a lot of those. Just gonna say it's probably a lot.
Right. All right. Thanks, Sean. Thanks for the call, man.
Thanks.
Thank you. Shorty, we almost had the 800 calling in tonight, but he couldn't make it. Oh, I was trying to reunite the dream team.
Yep. That would have been an instant classic right there.
They talked though Daytona. They talked to Daytona.
He came up and stood next to me at Daytona, and then he literally made his way around just to come see me. And then asked me if I was there. Like, "Hey, Dave, is that you?" I'm like, "Yeah, what's up, Mike?" And then he asked me, "Are you racing?" I said, "Fuck no." And he's like, "Man, we could have brought back amateur days." I'm like, "Yeah, no." No.
You've ridden once since you're
3.
3 times? Maybe the last time you were here it was 1 time.
3 times I've ridden in 5.5 years.
Yeah.
And not because I don't like to ride.
Shorty.
Yeah, believe it or
not,
Come on,
bro.
The last couple times that I rode, the vertigo was so bad that I couldn't even do a double. And for me, I love jumping, so it was no fun.
Yeah.
So I'm like, it's not really worth me driving because the closest track that I have to me is an hour and a half.
So bicycling's okay though, and
no, like G outs. I couldn't even get on. We took my daughter for a walk a couple weeks ago.
Yep.
I couldn't even get on a normal swing.
Oh, really?
When I went to go swing back and
Yeah.
forth, I literally it was so bad. It was like,
Yeah.
gonna make me vomit. I'm like, this sucks. I don't know if it's just because I'm so out of shape or whatever it is. My neck's out of whack. I don't care, but my vertigo was so bad. But the first time I rode, after I hit my head, I actually had fun.
Oh, okay.
Because it had been 3.5 years.
Yep.
You know, so it was fun.
And no vertigo on that.
Nuh-uh.
No, yeah.
But then the second and third time I had bad. So I'm like, it's not really.
What's your bike of choice?
I don't have a bike now.
Yeah, but if you're gonna ride, what are you gonna ride?
Honestly, it's either gonna be. Keep your comments. Either the Honda or the KTM.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the Honda, just because like I said on Dean's bike, and you know when he takes his stupid seat off and puts the normal seat on, I'm like, man, like this bike feels good.
Yeah.
But then like the KTM, I loved the KTM outdoors. It was such a good outdoor bike. So that. But I had the Gas and I had the Husky. Wasn't too fond of them. I know they're the same bike, but there's just something different feeling about them. But the Honda and the KTM, the Yamaha front fender would drive me nuts. So
the new one's better though.
I don't know. The new
don't like
fender's
the new one?
so small.
You don't once
it's
you
like
ride it.
It's like an 80.
I know, but when you're riding it, you don't even notice.
No,
it.
I know that,
Yeah.
but just the cosmetics of it, looking at it.
Well, let me tell you, Shorty really disappointed me. I'm really good friends with Shorty. I think the world of him, but he switched from Blue Crew, and it just hurts. It hurts, Shorty.
Dude, my brother-in-law is like R&D KTM. I can't like do that to family. So,
but
right?
I mean,
if I'm
I don't
gonna buy
know.
a bike, I gotta like help out like family.
Do you think they're gonna fire Mo because you don't ride a KTM? I mean,
But what am I going to talk about at Christmas or Thanksgiving? You know, like, hey, my Honda feels so good when I sit down on it. Or
I'd be surprised if you guys talk at Christmas.
Whatever.
It'd be very quiet Christmas. Come on, Shorty.
Andrew Short brought to you by the folks at Wiseco, by the way. Also, the 8 o'clock hour brought to you by the folks at Cherubies. At Cherubies USA on social media. Chain blocks, slider kits, frame guards, disc guards, and more. Hand guards. Monster Energy Kawasaki and Barsha at Gas and Cooper Webb and many others along the way. Cherubies has fine-tuned their products to offer the highest level of performance and protection in the industry. At Cherubies USA, they got something cool coming out this year for a race later on, so just stay tuned for that. Okay, before I let you go, I wanted to talk to JT about this, but we ran out of time, so let's talk to Andrew Short about it. Cooper Webb.
Yep.
His contract's up. He's having a great year. He did a 1-year deal for KTM, and he's won 2 races, and he's going to win some more, and he looks great. We think Sexton's going there to KTM next year. I don't know if they want to keep both guys. Honda's got an opening. Kawasaki has an opening potentially, and we all think he'll end up back at Bobby Reagan's
He'll
spot.
go blue.
What would you do though? Would
I go back to the bike that I hated?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
But I mean, it's a completely different bike.
It is.
And he sees that it's winning. He sees that it's doing good now. I mean, and it's closer to his home, and maybe he can get more development. Maybe he could do more stuff with it, and maybe they're more open to seeing that he left their bike and then won instantly to where now if he comes back, maybe they'll actually listen. Because when Tomac started, they were going to listen to Tomac.
Yeah. Well,
so,
when Cooper was there, it was factory Yamaha. They weren't Star yet. So they've turned over a new leaf.
No, so I'm saying, so maybe the whole thing will be quite a bit different to where, maybe he feels more comfortable going back.
Right.
I don't see him going red. But what else is there?
Yeah.
I definitely don't see him going green. I see Jason staying green.
Yeah, I would think so. Shorty, what would you do if you were advising Cooper? What do you think he's going to do?
I agree completely with Davey, and I think you have to put your ego aside and put yourself in the best environment with the right people, and that will give you the success, and the money will follow, not maybe necessarily chase the money at this point in his career.
Right. Yeah, I'm just interested because I've been talking to people close to him, and they agree with me that there's no way KTM thought he'd be this good. They would have signed him longer if they thought he was going to be back, right?
Yeah.
But they gave him a 1-year deal. It was Supercross only. Now it's going to be Motocross too. So there's no – KTM might have been like, oh, shit, like he's back.
Yeah, but if they signed him to a 2-year deal, then maybe he's not as motivated and the results aren't the same.
Sure.
That's my personal opinion.
Yeah. No, that's
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously he's past champion, and you can't take that away from him. But I also know from hearing from the grapevine, obviously, that he doesn't like the atmosphere that he's in.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that I heard that from anyone at KTM. I just heard that from people that.
It's
around.
not like you would know somebody who worked closely with Cooper Webb at all.
No, not at all.
There's nobody there that you would have any relationship with.
And no, I did not. And no, I did not hear it from him.
Okay.
Promise you.
All right.
It was just more so like he struggles with the environment.
Yeah,
he struggles
I
with
think you're right.
if he does bad that they don't speak to him and stuff like that. But that's just how they always are. And
they're a little cultish.
Yeah,
they really are.
So I think to end his career, to be around the end of his career, he wants to be maybe around people that want him there. They're pumped that he's there.
Yep.
Whether he does what he's doing now or even just top 3 or top 5, they're just pumped that he's going to end the career with whatever with them.
Yep.
So
I think though, if you're his agent, he probably can make more money staying at KTM.
No.
Right? Because I think Bobby has to pay the 450 guys. I don't think Yamaha. Yamaha pays the bonuses. I'm not sure if they pay the salary.
Monster pays a lot to Yamaha.
Yeah, Yamaha.
But I don't think he would make more at KTM just because if 23's going there, then no.
Yep.
But again, Yamaha's gonna if they lose Tomac, if he's gone, that opens up a whole lot.
Yeah.
So
what do you think, Shorty?
I think Tomac is the biggest factor. Exactly what you just said.
Yeah.
If he really stops, that's a big difference in funds and resources and everything else, and the attitude at the team.
Do we think he stops? He does, right? Or does he keep going?
Dude, after talking to his dad, him sitting there telling me that, he doesn't know what he's going to do when he retires. He wants to keep racing.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I
was surprised to see him commit to motocross and SMX races,
he's doing good. Shorty, you kind of have to admit, you're doing good. You're on top of the world.
Yeah.
Why would you stop? Even though he's 30, he 31?
He's 30 now, I think.
Whatever it is.
Yeah.
He's still young enough to keep going. The whole sport's getting older now.
Yeah.
Dude,
we got babies on the podium now. Everyone's got a baby on the podium. What the hell happened to McGrath and Fro and Factory Phil going to a strip club after the main event? That doesn't happen anymore.
You could also go. Fro went to jail too. Whichever way you want to look at it.
But also the atmosphere that when you see, Tomac left Kawasaki and had so much success at Yamaha.
Mm-hmm.
There's value in that, for even Cooper to see that.
Yeah.
I think that might steer people away from the other environment, and it shows what Star's doing and the people and their attitude. I think there's something to that.
Do you think Davey has much connection over at KTM at all? Shorty, do you think he knows anybody?
I don't know. Just basically the guy who raised him. Seems
exactly right.
That guy.
By the way, Andrew Short brought to you by the folks at Weisco Piston. Yeah, I think, like JT said on our whatever happens with Tomac first is going to be like you guys said too. That's going to be number one, and then the resources will drift off because Ferrandis is up and Barcia is up, Anderson is up, Cooper is up, Plessinger is up, blah 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 down the line. But the only guys that have deals are Craig. I think Mookie got re-signed, and I think AC's got another year.
Yeah, like I said, those. Yeah. I think it all is going to come down to where if Tomac stays or not.
Yeah.
That's going to be the first one, and then Cooper. Then Chase, and then Cooper. So if Chase goes if he goes orange, I don't see Cooper staying.
Yeah.
And but I think he would be better off going to Yamaha to be with Tomac than he would be staying with Chase.
You have to figure one of the pitch to Chase to get him to sign is you're going to be our guy. You're our number one guy. Everything's going to revolve around you. You're our rider. None of these guys. We all now. The era is over of Yamaha when we had Reed, Villeman, and Ferry there. Now it's an A guy and a clear B guy.
Yep.
And you wouldn't have that with 23 and 2.
No, you're not going to have that with 3 and 2.
No, you're not. But I feel like it would be different, like you said.
Yeah.
Because of Bobby.
But they're both going to be on their way out, though.
Yeah.
So do you want 2 veterans?
I don't know. Yeah.
But they both can win, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I'm just thinking out loud here.
We are too.
Yeah.
Fans like that kind of stuff. All right, Shorty, anything else?
Nope. Thanks for having me on. I was surprised when you said Davey's coming in and we'd like to have you on the phone. I was.
Yeah.
Come on, dude.
Look, if him in the 800, there's
no rekindling much.
If a shirtless 800 and Davey can sit in the bleachers at Daytona and talk, then surely.
And we bullshitted, believe it or not, and we bullshitted about Tony.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, you're just seeing this, like. But I mean, dude, they both come up and talk to me. Or they'll shake my hand, but no, I mean for Shorty, I've always gotten along with him. I just, his
you guys are different,
charisma
like you
about
said.
being, oh my god, it's so good. Like that was like, stop it. But that was the only thing. Like when I see him now, I see him at the works races sometimes. I see him at the pro race. Like I'll come up and talk to him. Like it's dude. He's been a friend of mine for God. I don't even obviously for a long time, but I have nothing negative to say about him other than his
perpetual joy, perpetual positivity.
Just way too much smiles.
Stop being so positive, Shorty.
This bike sucks. Hey, would have got a lot better if you said it sucked.
Dude, you're on factory Honda, bro. It's like riding for the New York Yankees. It's like the best team ever. Just be happy and ride your dirt bike. You can collect your check.
Nope.
And go do whatever. It's as good as it gets, bro.
I can see where this is going. Yeah, this is exactly.
See, but that's what he was like.
Right.
And I'm like, no, dude, like. Yeah. I'm here to do good, not train, but I want to do good.
Too, but bro, it's not all. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm here to do good, not train, but I want to do good. That was also the quote of the night.
Yeah, that was. Yeah. I mean, I'm glad that someone heard it.
Right.
All right, you guys have a good night.
You too, man.
Yeah.
Thank you, Shorty.
See
you, buddy.
Guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
And that's Andrew Short, everybody. Brought to you by the folks at Wiseco Piston.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
That was a good one. I like Shorty.
Shorty's great. He's fantastic. We got Tate on 4. Question for Davey. Tate, what's up? You got a question for Davi Millsaps?
Yeah, I do. Been really cool hearing you be on the show, Davey. Thanks.
Thank you.
And cool from hearing from you. But I've got a question. So as far as talent goes, you were one of the most talented guys to ever come through Supercross and motocross, right? So whenever you came through and you started racing against a guy like Stewart, like, did it just blow your wig back sometimes at the things that he would do? Like, did you, like a guy at your level, of course us mortals are just like, wow, how did he do that? Do you guys ever look at him and be like, how in the world did he pull some of this stuff off?
So, I mean, honestly, I grew up with James. He lives, he's from Haines City. I'm from, St. Cloud, Florida. So we're only 30 minutes away from each other. So my dad and his dad were really good friends growing up. So I rode with him being, I think, 3 or 4 years older than me. I had to race against him when I was young on a Super Mini. He was on Super Mini. Like, I always watched him ride. I raced with him a few times here and there. But it wasn't more so, oh, my God, how did he do it? It was more so, oh, my God, why would he do that? I mean, dude, like, I love James. I love the family. Like, Big James and I talk all the time. He obviously had raw speed like no tomorrow. But some of the jumps that he just felt like needed to get done just really didn't need to get done. And that was more so, I think, the way that everyone thought in the industry was more so why would he do that, not how. Because we could all go out. After he would do it, like most of the time, we'd all go out and have to do it, and we could do it. It wasn't like it was, oh my God, it was so hard. But it was just like, why? Like for what reason? To answer your question, I would say it was more so that route. A few times.
I got one more question, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. The late great Coy Gibbs.
Yep.
Give us a in the truck after a race. Millsaps versus Coy, just beat down, and I'll leave it at that. Let's
go. Well, as far as the beatdown goes, I mean, he would just come in and slam his shit on the ground and start yelling at me, and I would just tell him that the bike sucked or
the Pirelli tires sucked.
Oh my God! And I brought them to the team.
Did you?
Yeah, I did.
And
because in tacky dirt, they're just as good.
Yeah.
And then but the hard pack, they're really good too. But when it got really rutted, I couldn't ride them. But he would just flip out, and I would complain about Johnny, the suspension guy, because he wouldn't listen to me. It was all about the data on the dyno of the suspension, and we would start bickering back and forth, and like he literally, no lie, but that's when he started breaking everything. But again, when they started listening, I gave him second in points, so I think that proved my point that I was always right.
Oh, that's great. Thanks, man. Thanks for the call.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. Good stuff. James is on 2. James, you got a Cooper Webb question?
Yeah. This is for both of you guys. Just picking your brains. I know, just from what I see, I'm on the web wagon all the way, so I never doubt him, but he's never really that great outdoors. One, how many years do you think he has left in him? And then two, do you think it would make more sense for him to go into like a Supercross only, like World Supercross off-season type deal?
You know what's unbelievable about Cooper Webb is he's a national champion in the 250 class, and you don't luck into that. That's bad. That's a badass thing to do. And he has one 450 national win in his career.
Yeah.
And you just I'm not saying he needs to be a national champion in a 450 class. That's a different deal. But you would think a national champion in the 250 class and having great success in Supercross, he would have 5 national wins to his credit. 6. He's got 1.
Yeah.
So you're right. He's better indoors than out.
Do you think it's a money type thing too?
No.
Does he focus more on Supercross?
No, I don't.
I think for me, he's a grinder. I don't think it matters whether it's money or not. He wants to win. He has that fight in him. So I just think there's something to do with the 450 outdoors for him. It might be a little bit more of a struggle. And Supercross, he's able, the way he rides, the way he turns the bike down, the way he sets his bike up, and how he can maneuver things, and he has the fitness to, and basically the dog in him, when he sees someone right in front of him, he's not going to let him go. And outdoors, it's grueling and it's brutal, but the raw speed might not be there on the 450 as it was 250, because he was dominant on the 250 and outdoors.
Yeah, he was great. He wanted to go to World Supercross this past year.
Yeah.
I think he had a deal struck, and KTM was like, "Nah, you're not going." So I would think if he doesn't stay at KTM, he'll go World Supercross. I could see that, depending on where he goes. But I think any team he'd go to, he'd make it in his contract to do World stuff. So I think you're right there. I think he does want to do World Supercross. All right.
Cool. Yeah,
Thanks for the call.
you, guys.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. Davi Millsaps here on the PulpMX show. I also want to give a shout out to the folks at EVS Sports. Didn't you use EVS?
Oh, for a long time.
Yeah, you were EVS guy in their ads and stuff, right? EVS Sports, over the last 30 years, EVS has established themselves as the leaders in innovation and technology when it comes to designing protective gear for today's motocross riders. Riders like Chiz, still grinding out there.
God.
Chiz.
I just saw him, his mom and dad at Daytona. I haven't seen Gary in a long time.
Gary's at all the races, dude. Gare Bear.
Well, I know
is there.
Gary, but I haven't seen his mom in forever.
Yeah, I haven't seen his mom for a while either. Gare Bear is, dude, he's got, Gare Bear was obviously his mechanic in a lot of these years, these past few years, but he's got a guy now at HEP, and he had a guy at JGR when he filled in. Doesn't matter, dude. Gare Bear is there.
Gary doesn't know what to do with himself.
I guess not. I don't know.
No.
Isn't Gary they're pretty well off, right? He's got a good business and everything.
I would say so.
Yeah, what's he doing going to races, Gary?
Because he can.
I guess. Yeah.
I mean, growing up, he was always the one with the American Eagle or the American Dream, whatever it was, and had the big ass trailer and the 47 bikes.
Okay.
And always that way.
But look, Donna. It's Donna, right? His mom, Donna.
Yeah.
I think that's her name.
Yeah.
She's pretty good looking, right? Gary, stay home with Donna. Take her on a cruise. Don't go to goddamn races. I know, but that's Daytona. But Gare Bear is at goddamn Indianapolis this weekend. Gare, stay home.
Hey, I mean, it's their life.
Maybe that's my rant, my race tech rant. Gary, you got a hot wife.
And Gary has to be 60 something.
Yeah, for sure, right?
Yeah.
He's awesome. He's a rad dude.
My mom's 60, my dad's 69 almost. So yeah, my mom will be 60 this year.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, he has to be up there.
Yeah. Gary, take Donna on a cruise.
Yeah. If she's not mad at me now, if she's not mad at me before, she's gonna be mad at me. I said her age.
So thanks to the folks at EVS Sports. By the way, also check out evsports.com. Use the code PULP30 to save on anything from knee pads to shoulder braces. EVS-sports.com. PULP30 is the code to save. Get yourself some EVS products. Be like Chisholm and Millsaps. Why don't you? All right, let's go to Steve on 4. Steve, you got a question for Davi Millsaps?
Yeah, it's actually a two-part question for both you guys. I was listening to the Hayden Deegan interview last week, which was really good, by the way. He mentioned he likes the open raceway, super motocross style tracks. Is that for Steve? This is for you. Is that like a new school thing the industry sees? And then for Davey on the Hayden Deegan thing, what does he see as the correlation between following skill and being that kind of next generational talent? He was kind of one of them. What does he see with Deegan, and where was there the shift from old school generational guys coming through like Davi's era and before, and Hayden's now?
Well, Davey, you can answer, but I have a theory too.
Well, you had the first part.
Okay, my first thought on the hybrid tracks, they don't work. Look, the Monster Cup was supposed to be hybrid all those years. It ended up being boring as shit. You take the whoops out, you make some motocross sections. It just doesn't work. I'll wait and reserve judgment on these SMX races. They're supposed to be hybrid tracks.
Yeah.
We'll see, but in my opinion, they don't really work that well. They don't provide great racing. So I'll wait and see. But I haven't seen a nice hybrid quote unquote track that's really done much for me. So
I mean, what hybrid track has he really raced besides Daytona?
Yeah, I don't know.
Is that like the new school? Is that like the new school that these like up and coming kids are talking about?
I mean, they grew up
industry, or?
They grew up racing the Supercross stuff for the futures when they had the Super Minis and everything. They took everything out of it as far as the whoops and mellowed everything out.
Yeah, the amateur days and stuff. Yeah,
and then they have the futures, and they can actually race motocross and then go back to Loretta,
right,
and then race motocross again. So I mean, maybe it's just what he kind of.
I think Brian had a Supercross track when he was 6, right? So like the kids just
Hayden had a Supercross track his whole life,
right?
He did the flips in the foam pit and stuff too. So he had almost every mixture.
When's the first time you rode a Supercross track, right? Like you were probably pretty old.
Well, the Supercross tracks back in the day were way different than they are now. I rode one on an 80 at Ocala.
Oh, you did? Yeah.
At Hard Rock, but I rode around. I did the triple. That was it.
Yeah.
But as far as what was the question that you asked me?
There's like kind of the correlation of like there's Hayden Deegan. He's got this huge following.
Yeah.
He's got great skill too. He's like generational talent. But guys before you, TP, Stu, before social media, yourself, like you're this next up and comer coming through. Like, what's the biggest difference between somebody like back then and to what Hayden's doing now?
Social media.
Well, yeah. I mean, obviously it's social media, but I mean, people can like kind of choose like the extent of their mindset that they want to share through that medium. So, like, what is it about when they go to the races that a rider like kind of feels, a little more like kind of compelled to, to be confident and kind of like share that, through social media? Like, what is it about? Like, what's the difference on the racetrack that kind of
I think it's bikes, to be honest. I don't necessarily think it's, anything else other than that you have a really good bike. You get to ride your bike. You get to ride Supercross. You get to ride with all the fast guys. He's riding with every pro, on the Yamaha team back at home in Tallahassee at the goat farm. He's riding at the futures. He's seeing where he's at. He's able to ride, race motocross and stuff like that against all the fast guys that he's going to race against now. I think for him, it's the confidence comes from being on the bike, being on a program, the mindset of knowing that you're doing everything it takes that has won before. Now he's doing it. So for me, it's social media, and all that put together.
Also,
if you could like pass down like a piece of wisdom to like some of these up and coming amateurs who kind of lean on social media to kind of gain success, like what would, since you've experienced it before that, what's a piece of wisdom that you would like pass down to them?
Honestly, do the work. You got to do the work. You got to do the work. Hey, suffer now to live like a king later. It's the best thing you can think of.
Yeah. There you go.
Cool.
Thanks, man.
Thanks for the call. Yeah.
Thank you. And if you want to blame anybody for the amateurs and the things that are going on today, blame Davi Millsaps and Colleen and Big Dave and everybody else starting the Millsaps training facility, bringing these racers in, and starting really like I mean, Woodrow was there and doing some stuff, but it was totally different kind of from what you and your mom started.
That was Georgia's practice facility.
Right, exactly.
And
you guys started hey, we're going to do lessons. We're going to work on the gym. We're going to do motos. Like, then come here, give us your money. Ernesto and all these dudes, and
Ernesto was the goat for him.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, Ricky is the one that changed everything. He brought in the whole training. He brought in that atmosphere. He brought in literally just grind.
Yeah, no, that part, but the facilities.
Oh, facility. Yeah.
Millsaps.
No, that was us. But that was because in Georgia when I was there, I hated riding alone, obviously.
Yeah.
So I would bring everyone in, and my mom would teach everyone. We would do the sections, we would do stars, we'd do wheelies, and and nose wheelies and all sorts of motos and sprints and then we would get on a bicycle and she'd set the cruise control at 17, 18 miles an hour. For back in those days, that was fast. And she wouldn't move, so we had to beat her. So that whole thing started to where one of our good friends back in the day came, and his dad came and popped an idea. My mom's, and he's like, "You need to do this," and that's where it bloomed.
It's crazy how what it's started now, because they're everywhere. And they're very profitable for these people. Like, they make a lot of money, and it is a riding facility motocross world. These guys race 4 times a year and ride at facilities the rest of the time, and it's so different from your day and even before you. So you're to blame. You are.
My dad had nothing to do with it.
Your dad.
No.
They were
My mom and dad
were already split.
They already split.
Hey, I wanted to talk to you about Marty. I mentioned that earlier. Why are you laughing?
Why not?
So Marty's your guy.
Yes.
You have known Martin Davalos.
20 years.
And you knew him when he probably barely spoke English.
He didn't speak any.
Okay. And obviously had a great career in the sport. Won a lot of races. And like, he's now working for the firepower team as the manager or crew chief or whatever.
Team manager.
And all I do, whether it was Brayton or Dino or whoever rides there, he works so hard, and he's dynoing and he's building the motors. Like, this is so rare for a guy of his level to do this. Like, he is working and grinding and figuring things out, and on the dyno with the 250 class. I mean, in a way, like, are you proud of him? Or do you shake your head in amazement at what Marty's turned into? I mean,
Marty's always been that way, though. Behind the scenes, Marty was always
the
grinder.
Okay.
He never cut corners. He never wanted to cheat, like, as far as from a workout or anything like that. If I went for a run and I would run just past where my mom can't see me, like, he'd keep going.
Okay.
I would stop there and wait.
Yeah.
And then come back when time was up. Like, he would do the whole run.
Yeah.
And same with the bike rides. Like, I'd bike ride down into the lake just to look like I was sweating. Like, he'd actually do the bike ride. So
I didn't know this about Marty. Okay, so
he was always that grinder. He has such bad OCD that he actually, I think he had to take medication for how bad it was.
Yeah. So he has to be doing something.
He has to be doing, but something's out of place. Like, so for him, like, running a team, it's stressful for him. Like, you can see that it's stressful for him because he puts his whole heart into it, because that's all he knows. He comes from Ecuador. He has obviously a very, very, very nice family. He grew up in a nice home, but it's still like a third world country. You know what I mean? And I went there, and it was a beautiful place. But he comes here and he's able to do everything that he's done, to where, like, now his racing career is over. Now this is his career.
So this is he almost needs this.
Yes.
To be
sane,
focused, to be sane, to all of that. Yeah.
And he does a great job.
Yeah.
And like I said, he puts his whole heart into it.
They're like, dude, Marty's building the motors. I'm like, what? The first time I heard this.
Well,
he's not modifying them, but he's building them. He's taking them apart. He's doing all that.
He can do it all. He has 2 engine guys or 3 engine guys on the team. So no, like, if he needs help, he has it.
Yeah.
But he legit.
Yeah.
He goes out and tests. He goes out and he does all the engines.
Yeah.
And he tries to do suspension. He tries to do everything, and it's awesome to see. It's awesome to go from what he was doing to this.
Yeah.
Gives him something to do.
I think it's really cool.
Yeah.
He's another guy who didn't really like me much. You and him.
Well, you talk a lot of shit.
Well, he didn't. He was really fast. He should have won a lot of races.
We shoulda, coulda, woulda.
And that's where I came from. Where I'm like, why isn't this guy winning? Like, he's awesome.
God.
But
he was so fast in heat races in practice. Oh my God, it was silly,
dude. But I think it's a really cool story for him to be working this hard.
And he loves being an underdog.
Yeah.
And this is an underdog team.
Yeah.
So if, like, when he came out with Anstey, and did what they, what they've done, it's you gave Anstey his first ever podium. And it's like, wow.
Yeah.
But then you have, Dean, the 450. He comes from a factory team that does whatever needs to get done, and come from a privateer team. Dean understands, like, no, like, sometimes you don't get what you want.
Yeah.
Like, you need to ride it.
Yeah.
And so that's a little tough for Dean.
Yeah.
But he's understanding it.
Yeah, Yariv has a budget and has limited resources and all of that, right? But I just think you and Marty go, I guess, like you said, so far back.
I think so 21 years, I think.
So there's your friend of yours, and riders of his level don't normally do what he's doing now. They take a job and they do something, but from what I hear, he's a grinder. So
all day, every day.
Yeah,
I mean, he'll call me literally. Well, he'll see if I post a story that I'm driving to Dean's and it's 5 o'clock or 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah,
it's 6:30 there
Yeah,
because it's only 2 hour difference. Well, when the time changed.
Yeah.
Because Arizona doesn't change time.
I know, you guys are lucky.
He would call me and instantly, and I'm like, dude, go to bed. Like he's like, no, what are you doing this week? Like, what's the plan? Like, how's it going? Stop changing shit. I'm like, I'm not changing it. Dean's changing it. No, he's awesome.
We do a privateer race every year, and we did it last year. Got $140,000 that we gave out to 22 privateers. We let Chiz in, and we shouldn't have. He won, but I let him in last year. And this year we're gonna do the same thing. We take points from all the LCQs, and we have a championship all year long from 5th on back.
Yep.
So everybody out of the main event collect points. We have a championship, and the top 17 from the points get into the race on Friday before Denver. And I have 5 wild cards. And Brayton was telling me that I should pick Marty as a wild card. And Marty was all about it. Now, he's not in prime racing shape anymore. He's been off the bike a couple years. But I've decided to not let Marty in because you know why? Because I asked like 4 or 5 industry people, and they're like, dude, Marty could come off the couch and win and smoke all these privateers. He's that good.
But does Dean count as privateer?
No, you only get points in the LCQ, so Dean makes mains, so he doesn't.
Okay.
So it's only from the LCQs.
Oh, okay.
So it's all those guys, like Chase Marquez leading it.
How many laps?
We're doing 10 minutes.
That might be a push for Marty.
Okay.
But
or will he push the front end?
No, honestly, I think he would come off the couch even being a little bit overweight.
Yeah.
And
do pretty well. Yeah.
What's his favorite drink is some like the micheladas, whatever they're called.
I don't know what that is.
Some Mexican drink. He could have 2 of those and still probably go out and beat the guys.
Yeah. So,
but still, I mean,
the industry people I was talking to was like, dude, you can't let him in the race. Like Brayton was all about it. And
why not? I mean, it'd be an amazing story.
Yeah, but I don't want these guys to be pissed off that I put a former, Supercross winner into this race. So I don't want, the ultimate is to help the privateers and give them money, right?
But you can do it just for fun. He doesn't need the money.
No, but he would want to get paid.
No.
Oh, you wouldn't do it?
No, he might even just do it for fun.
I'll tell him. I said, Millsaps volunteered you to race for free.
100%. 100%. It'd be a good way to get him, just
motivated
and get into shape.
Right. So that's what I was thinking of. By the way, the tickets are available on my website right now. It's $30. All the money goes to privateers. Yamaha has donated a bike to give away. So the first prize is at $450, and we have 19 other prizes that we do with a raffle. So please check that out on PulpMX.com, and all the money goes to the privateers, and maybe it goes to Marty, but probably not.
No, don't pay Marty. Just have him race it.
Just have him race
Honestly,
it.
I think
hey,
he would.
Bud.
I think he would. I truly do.
Okay, I'll ask him.
But yeah, Marty, he's definitely a different fella.
By the way, speaking of Marty, and speaking of Davi Millsaps, and speaking of amateur racing, Mesquite is now going to be the host of the World Mini Grand Prix, the guys at Verb Moto. In a world where they're officially back in my day, people, and there are 4,000 amateur championships, comes yet another one. Why? Because back in our day, this one slapped, no cap. I don't know what that means, Marks.
Nobody knows what it means, but it's provocative.
This one slapped, no cap.
Gets the people going.
The whole cap thing, I don't understand.
No cap. Okay, so you understand this?
No, the no cap.
Yeah.
Like Dean always says, I'm like, what does that mean?
Facts, no printer.
I get the facts. I mean, that's a fact, but I don't know the you're capping.
I don't. Yeah, I'm not.
No,
sure
I got a cap on.
Either,
I do have a cap on, but
okay. April 6th to 9th at Mesquite MX. Verbmoto.com to pre-register. You got to pre-register at verbmoto.com. They're using a format that is only used in MXGP. That's right, an MXGP format in the United States. Check it out. Verbmoto.com. Thanks to those guys. World Mini is back in Mesquite. Good track. Mesquite's a good track too.
Since Gary took it over, it's gotten really good.
Yep. I stopped going there when the old owners were there. I hated the track prep and it sucked. And then Gary's done a great job. So please check it out if you can. Ride Desk Engineering one-piece bar mounts are stronger than stock and help keep the bars from twisting in a crash. They are also available for minis, YZ85 riders can win the bar mount at the stock height and up to 28 millimeters lower to fit smaller kids, as well as YZ65 riders. Pulp Fan 20 is the code to save with ride-engineering.com. Thank you to those guys. So Race Tech Round of the Night, speaking of MXGP, I don't know how close you follow that series at all. Not at all. Okay, so this is my Race Tech Round of the Night. Pulp 1223 is the code to save with Race Tech. Get your motor work done. Get suspension work done. You probably never used Race Tech, I don't think. No, RG3 and then...
Well, amateur?
Yeah.
First was performance engineering, and then it went to pro circuit.
You went to PE.
PE was my first one.
PE.
Win
and Bear Dog?
Bear Dog.
Bear Dog.
Piss on piss. That was the only thing he said to me. He's like, what's the quote of the day? Piss on piss. I'm like, I don't even know what that means.
Okay.
But that's the only thing I remember
So
from him.
one day in 98.
I was Wynn's ring bearer.
You were?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I didn't know this. So
OG, bro.
When Tishner came back and rode for PE, like 97, 98, Bear Dog was his mechanic.
Yep.
So we're sitting at Steel City. My buddy, Jason Fournette, is a privateer rider. And we're just sitting there, and we're just, end of the day, box fans closed up. He's got a Ford van, and then Tishner's got a PE Vox van. And we're sitting there maybe 30 feet away, and Bear Dog backs up the PE box van, goes into the bumper of my buddy's Ford van, crumples the bumper in, leans out the window and goes, "Ah, shit, sorry, buddy." We're like, Bear Dog. Really, Bear Dog?
Yeah. But that was Barry.
Right.
I mean, that was Barry.
Bear Dog, just right into my buddy's bumper. Sorry, buddy. Drove off.
I didn't even know you knew PE.
Oh, come on.
Dude, I was PE. If you go back and look at my Cobra photos from 90s.
Did you have it on the neck donut?
90s. I didn't wear one back then, but on the Cobra with me fender kissing at Muddy Creek, there's a PE
sticker.
PE sticker on my.
I know. I went to PE back in the day.
Yeah, him, Woody.
I just know Win and Bear Dog.
Oh, okay.
So, anyways, back up to Race Tech Rant. So MXGP, this is nuts. So MXGP guys, this is the promoters Ustream in front. They're like, hey, we're gonna have 22 races. We're gonna go to these third world countries where there's 20 riders on the gate, and you got to travel all across the world, and we're not gonna give you any purse money, and some riders got to buy rides, and you're not making any money. We are gonna add a third race for you guys on the weekends. So Saturday's qualifying race, which used to just kind of count for gate pick and not much else, and nobody gave a shit, now counts for points. So because they want the riders to show up and race hard for the fans that buy tickets on Saturdays. And who's that profiting? The promoters. Who's it not profiting? The racers who are have to ride another fucking moto, like for free. And they give you points.
Yeah.
So they give you 10 points for the win. It goes 10, 9, 8, all the way down. So Prado is your points leader without winning the GP. Prado won the Saturday race, third overall or something in the GP, and now he's your points leader. My Race Tech rant is like, this is ridiculous. You're not paying the guy shit. You ask him to do another race, and then you make it 10 points for the winner. And then you have the winner. The points leader isn't even 10 points is a lot. Like that could make a huge swing in the championship. So you could have a guy race 44 motos on Sundays and be the champion of 44 motos, but lose the title because some dude's better on the Saturday qualifying race. It's ridiculous. I can't believe these teams and riders once again get bent over by in front. Like another whole race.
Why don't they just say no?
I don't know. I think they can't. I don't know. I don't know why they say yes. We're going to go to Indonesia.
Why don't the teams say no?
I don't know.
Not the riders, but the teams.
Yeah,
That's
I don't
ridiculous.
know.
That's more money out of their pocket.
I know. It's more money. It's more risk. It's more time. They had qualifying races before, but nobody really put 100% effort into them because they're like, I don't want to get hurt, and let's just get my gate pick. Yeah, it's qualifying, right?
Yeah.
And it's just amazing that they do this. I don't know. Yeah, it's amazing. So that's my Race Tech round of the night. I cannot believe that MXGP does this, and these guys accept this, and it's cool. And now we have a points leader that didn't win a fucking race. Congratulations, you didn't win the race. You're the red plate holder. It's insane. So,
I'm with you on that one, dude.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's my Race Tech round of the night. We do have a Motocross Andy on YouTube gave us $5, and he says that his rant is that people say the Monster Energy Supercross brought to you by Monster Energy, proud sponsor of Monster Energy Supercross. And he's right. They say this on TV all the time. Daniel Blair says this.
You forgot about Monster Energy Supercross 6 The Game, brought to you by Monster Energy.
I didn't notice this at the first few rounds because I was just like, whatever, I'm just watching TV and I don't even care. Like, and then someone said, no, Marks, you said it, I think.
I think someone pointed out to me.
Yeah,
Same
and I'm
thing.
just like, and now I can't get it out of my head. Every time I see it, Monster Energy Supercross, brought to you by Monster Energy, proud sponsor of Monster Energy Supercross.
It's ridiculous.
Like, what?
Well, they're paying a lot of money.
I guess, but do you want people just hating your company? You know,
I mean,
just having, so.
Haters gonna hate, man.
I guess. Corey's on too. What's up, Corey?
What's up, Steve? My favorite Canadian. I got a question for you, man. You know how stick and ball sports, everybody has, you know what the rider, you know what the player is getting paid. You know what his signing bonus is, what he's guaranteed. I was wondering if you could kind of break that down for me. Like, I would guess Eli Tomac is our highest paid. I don't need a for sure number, not holding nothing to you, but what's Eli Tomac make a year? What's Justin Barsha make a year? And
we don't know because the stick and ball sports have unions, and the unions want to put up the salaries so that you can know, like if Millsaps knew what Andrew Short was making back in the day or whatever, and he was beating Andrew Short, you'd be like, well, I deserve that much or more. It's beneficial to the athletes to have the salaries publicized so that you can get paid what you're worth compared to what you're beating your competition, right? But in our team, there's no unions. There's no unions in our sport. There's no push to put the salaries private, so the team sure as hell ain't going to do it. So you don't really know. But, I mean, roundabout, Tomac is probably – he took a pay cut to go to Yamaha. He's probably a $1 million in salary and another $1 million from A-Stars. $2.5, $3 million all in, I would say, without bonuses. Davey, you think?
Yeah.
Something like that?
And so Barsha.
Well, Barsha went from losing his gear deal, so he had to get a little bit more money because he's got to wear TLD. And I would say Barsha's probably $1 million. No?
That's pushing it.
Okay, all right. Yeah, Davey, a better idea than I would. But
the highest paid one year to year would be Ricky at $5.75 a year.
Yeah. Ricky got paid. So get this, Corey. When Ricky went to Suzuki, he just said, look, pay me my championship bonuses whether I win or not. Because it's $1 million to win a title, right?
Yep.
So $2 million for a supercross and a motocross title, and then you get another $2 million base salary back in the day or whatever at Honda. And Ricky was like, okay, listen, I'll go to Suzuki, but I don't want any bonuses. I just pay me like I won everything.
Yeah.
And they said yes. And he did win everything.
Yeah. So he got $5.75 million a year.
Yeah.
And bankrupt him.
Yeah, pretty much. They can't even afford a battery for electric start.
What's your other question?
Yeah, what's your other question?
Roczen moving to Suzuki.
Yeah.
Is he still getting his raise? Is he still cashing his $100,000 check for his win?
Suzuki's covering those bonuses. Yep.
So he still gets so Tomac, he wins his 450 main event. $100,000 for Tomac?
Yeah, $100,000 from Yamaha. Yep, to win a main event, and it's like
and
Roczen's 10K for a heat. What is it for a heat?
100.
What's it for a heat? Like
depends on per team. Sometimes it was 8. Sometimes it was 10.
Okay, yeah, 8 to 10 grand to win a heat race.
Max Anthony still cashing his full second place podium check with firepower.
250s are less than 450s.
Way less.
So 250 main event is 25K. Davey?
What from the team?
Yeah.
I mean, I think it all depends. It could be from 20 to 50.
Okay. Yeah.
So
like 50 for first, 20 for second.
No, it'd be like 20.
15.
It'd be like 20, 30, 15. Sorry.
50, 30, 15.
15. Yeah.
But even firepower, he's still getting his.
Well, so you can insure it. So it all just depends.
Yeah. There's in Anstey's case, non-factory team. Urive, the team owner, would buy an insurance policy for, say, $100,000 or something for Mac. They'd look at Mac's old results and look at it, do some calculations.
No.
What?
I said yeah.
Oh yeah, and basically buy a policy that Urive is only have to pay. Urive have to pay $50,000 and then get covered for all the bonuses.
Yep. And those bonuses could be big.
Yeah.
And then we got our Husky boys. Like, I mean, look, Malcolm's top Husky, and then Craig. Craig's new on Husky. Is Craig getting second because he's second guy money? Malcolm getting more than Craig? They get the same amount?
So KTM, Husky, and Gas are all the same bonuses across the board. They don't waver on that. So whatever bonuses that Malcolm gets, Craig
and
gets.
what about salaries for those two, do you think?
I mean, obviously Malcolm with the name is going to have a bigger salary.
Yeah.
And Craig's going to have, just one Supercross salary. So, I mean, dude, I'd have to say
I feel
5.
like they're close, right? Like, yeah.
Between I would say anywhere between 350 and 700 between both of them, like each one of them.
Yeah.
If I had to guess.
That's higher than I would guess, but Davey knows more than I do. But that's.
Well, I'm guessing on that one just because of.
I would think Mookie'd be like a 500 guy, and Craig would be a 300.
That's
guy.
what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
That's like somewhere.
Oh,
in that.
7. You said for both. Got
Yeah.
it. Yeah. Got it. Okay. Yeah.
So like Craig 2-year deal. Fox is his year.
Yeah.
What you think he's all together?
Are you going to take all these numbers and start being an agent, Corey? Is that what you're trying to do?
No way, dude.
Kidding.
Steve, I was telling my wife, I was like, dude, I wish I could give Steve like $100 just for like an hour of his conversation so I could pick his brain. And I said, he's probably gonna think I'm some media guy, dude. I'm Gonzales, Louisiana, #1 Kevin Windham fan, man. I just want to know for myself, just a huge fan of sports.
I'm kidding. I'm bugging you, but Davey, did you hear that? He would spend money to talk to me for an hour, Davey, and you're here, and you're not paying me anything.
Hey, dude.
Yeah.
You didn't buy my room.
Me and my wife went to Vegas for our honeymoon, and dude, I thought, I was like, man, if I could get in touch with Steve, I'd pay him to come to dinner with us, babe, and pick his brain.
There's no chance I'm doing that, Corey.
There's nothing to pick.
Oh, here we go.
Dude, he's got the knowledge, man. I want the money knowledge. That's what I want, the money knowledge.
He thinks people make a lot more money than
I would say Craig's Fox deal is 150. What do you think?
150.
No way.
Off? More?
I'm going to say less.
Less? Oh, okay.
My opinion.
Well, he's head to toe. He's everything.
Yes. I mean, I would say 100.
Okay. 100.
I think Fox gear is the best looking gear out there, man. They got them looking right.
I think Fly Racing gear is the best. Davey thinks O'Neill is. Are you still O'Neill guy? Like, I see the shirt, but are you still like Frank still sending you stuff? Mark still sending you stuff? Okay.
Yeah, Dane's an O'Neill kid.
Oh,
yeah.
he is? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, so you're enjoying the ride like A-Ray.
He enjoys the ride.
Yeah.
I enjoy watching the ride.
Enjoy the ride. Thanks, Corey, man. We got to run. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
I appreciate it. Davi Millsaps here in studio, by the way. Pulp20 is the code to save with Maxima USA and ProFilter. I want to thank those two companies. Oils and filters as well. Maxima USA, ProFilter.com. Thank you to those guys for coming on board. We still have a little bit more to talk about. We got some voicemails. The motorsport.com tweet at Tallon segment 250 class. We haven't even touched on it, Davey. I want to get your thoughts on it. Hunter Lawrence is the best guy. And then after that, Jordan, Thrasher, Anstey, Hayden, J-Mart, Vial are almost the same to me. Like Thrasher's getting a little better, but where are you at on the 250 class?
I mean, first off, everyone keeps sending me pictures of me on my phone. If you don't want me on my phone, stop texting me. But
I was going to say something, but I know it's you're close to walking out without the room getting paid for.
I'm not getting paid.
Right.
I don't. You think I make a lot of money? I don't have any money. I got to get paid.
Look at this email. Says it's got my everything.
I'm messing with you. So I think
right.
I personally I think Hunter's great. I don't. His roll speed, his smoothness has been really good. I think Thrasher honestly is right there with him.
Okay.
I don't think Thrasher is below or above. I think he's literally. I mean, he might be trailing just a tad, but I think he's there.
Mm-hmm.
And the more confidence he gets, the more he rides, the better he gets. Hayden and Smith can obviously he can go fast when he wants to go fast, and I think that it's great that he's putting it together finally.
He seems to be a little more consistent.
So let him be consistent in that way to where he can start then gaining more speed to where he belongs.
Yeah.
Hayden and Anstey and all them, they're obviously podium.
Yeah.
They're all really fast.
I mean, Anstey's second right now.
Yeah, I know. But same. So Anstey has the confidence, so he's doing it. I think Hayden, the more he rides, the more he races, the more he's up there, the more confident he'll get to be able to believe that he belongs there. I think being a rookie, he's obviously been really good so far. So, but I think honestly, Thrasher, I love the way Thrasher rides.
You do? Yeah.
So
our guy Kiefer thinks that Hunter is same level as Jet. Are you there? Like he's like, I think Hunter's as good as Jet.
That's right.
I do not think that, but you know.
I mean, dude, I just was with both of them last week at the house. And
was Jet on a 450?
Jet was on a 450.
Because Benny told me that it's unbelievable. He said it's unbelievable. So,
I mean,
I'm not trying to get the hype going here, but Benny Bloss was like, "You got to see this."
I mean, truthfully, it's like watching Sexton ride.
Yeah.
But I think right now, like he had only been on that 450 for maybe a few weeks or whatever it was.
Yeah.
I think at like last week, if you put him and Sexton on the track, Sexton would have been faster.
Yeah.
But he's been riding 450.
Yeah.
But the way
Hunter,
he is.
But Hunter and Jet, what do you?
Hunter and Jet for me. Supercross or motocross?
I think Kiefer was talking Supercross.
No, Jet.
Yeah. Okay.
Jet. Only. I don't know what it is, but Hunter's really good, but Jet just has.
Yeah, I'm with you.
He has that raw speed.
Yeah, Hunter's great, but Hunter's just a great rider. Jet's special, to me. So
yeah, I think Hunter can be there.
All right. Okay. Let's go to this gentleman on the phone here. He's a regular caller.
Oh, shit. That's David Bradshaw's bike. I just fucked up.
Dark. What's up, Dark?
Not much, man. I have a rant, Steve.
How good has Millsaps been tonight on the show? That's
Oh, he's been fantastic.
Yeah.
Davy's great. YouTube chat seems to be really fond of him. It's
okay. Oh, YouTube people are okay with it? Okay.
Yeah, they're digging him. Yeah. I haven't seen anything negative. Lots of positive.
Okay. What's your rant?
So it's about friends, Steve. Recently one of my friends made a rant about needing friends and wanting to go do things with his friends.
Mm-hmm.
And then this past weekend, this friend made plans to go do things with the friends and didn't show up for his friends.
That guy sounds like a
Just
dick.
failed.
Yeah.
This guy is a dick.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Look, I don't have a great comeback. So
that'd be me.
That'd be you? Well,
no, I'm just kidding.
Listen, so I'll just catch up to speed here. A couple weeks ago, I went on a rant. My wife downstairs has a very busy social life with her friends.
Mm-hmm.
And,
come up here.
And she goes out with her friends all the time and leaves me at home. And then I go to the races on the weekend. She goes out with her friends, and I don't care. But I just don't have any friends. I tell her, you're my friend. Like, I want to do something with you. And she's like, no, get your own friends. Go. Skip Norfolk owns a bar in town here. He's like, go drink with Skip or whatever. Or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I don't want to do that. So that's the rant. So then what Jamie's talking about here, Mr. Side. Have you heard of Dark Side? He's a leading journalist in the sport. Leading.
I think I met him a few weekends ago.
Did you?
I saw him a few weeks ago. One of the races.
All right.
We've met a few times, but I think at Arlington.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like the first time where Davey was there. Like, oh yeah, okay.
Okay, so we changed his life. That's a story. That's a story for another day. So I was trying to get some people to go to this gentleman's establishment in Indy called the Red Garter. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
You don't know Red Garter?
No.
Okay, I bullshit. Anyways,
dead serious.
Okay, so I had a big gang of people going, Garter Gang, we called ourselves, and we were all going to the Garter after the race, and I was Saturday night.
I'm sure you had a big gang.
Yeah.
Sounds gay.
and it ended up like everyone dropped out. Like Carnow said no, and I thought Grant Harlan said no, and it ended up at some point I had to go back to my room and put up my post-race interviews no matter what. So I went back to the room, put the interviews up. Mr. Side and our buddy Roto were the only ones there, and I'm like, where'd everybody go? Like, it was a whole thing. I had a table reserved and everything. We were going,
Yeah.
getting lappies, the whole deal, and so I bailed. So, but honestly, Mr. Side, I didn't know you had other people showing up either. You should have told me that.
Well, I didn't know they were going to be there.
Oh, okay.
They just happened to be there. I had told them about it, and they were hanging out, not in the VIP section that you had reserved. It was just me and Roto all by ourselves, which was really awkward.
Yeah. I didn't want to be with you two guys. Three of us dorks sitting there. Like, I didn't want to do that.
Yeah, well, I don't blame you, because it was really worse with just two of us. And the manager, Rich, kept saying, "Where's Steve guy?" I said, "He's coming. We promise." We had all the free champagne.
Yeah, we had a free champagne.
Girls.
Yeah.
Yeah. Harlan did show up, so then there was three of us, and thank God our OnlyFans friend was out there with her group, and I was like, hey, you guys come up here so we don't look so fucking weird.
Yeah.
And
listen,
we had a party, but
I'm sorry to let you down. I almost sacrificed you two to not sit there like a dork with you two guys there.
You guys probably had more fun without him.
Oh boy.
I don't know if that's the case, but it was a dick fucking move.
I don't think it was a dick move.
It might have been.
It was
if you set it up.
It was shaky. It was a shaky move.
It's a poor choice of words.
I mean, I'm more disappointed in Carnow because Carnow seems to be all about that life.
Dude,
but
Carnow, he's got OnlyFans as a sponsor. He's out all the time. He's showing us all these videos and everything else, and then he bails on free lappies.
What the fuck?
You know, like come on, Carnow. Very disappointing.
I do know that had Pookie been there, Pookie would have been there.
Yeah, she would have gone.
Had she been in Indy,
come to lab dances. My wife is there. Yeah, she's down.
Yeah.
Listen, I let you down. I don't have a great comeback.
This is why she has more friends.
I guess. I don't know. Maybe she's going out to get lap dances when I'm gone on weekends. I don't know, but I don't have a great comeback for you, Mr. Side. Like I kind of flaked. But
there's no kinda. You didn't even text and say, "Hey, man, I'm out." I was just like me and Red were like, "I guess he's not fucking coming."
F you, dude.
Well, when Harlan, so we just talked about no slaps and caps, right? That's what we just said.
Yeah, no capping.
So Harlan, hold on. Tell me what this means, Davey. So I asked Grant Harlan, privateer hero.
Yeah.
I'm like, "Are you coming out?" He goes, "I might slide." He says, "I might slide."
Slide in to the DMs? Or was he sliding into?
Slide by.
Slide by?
Dude, I don't know what that means. I thought it meant he was out.
Autocorrect?
Slide through.
Autocorrect? I don't know.
Slide through.
Slide through?
Yeah.
I might slide.
Through.
I took that as he's out.
No, he's in.
So I don't know there are no caps. I don't know that.
Yeah, so I might slide?
Yeah.
How about I might show up?
How about
I might roll through?
See you there. Cool. How about anything like that? How about anything that makes fucking sense in English to tell me that he's going? I'm too fucking old to know what I might slide means.
Did we not invite A-Ray at all? Because he just texted me, he's like, "If only I'd known." How did A-Ray not know?
I don't know. Who let A-Ray? Who didn't tell A-Ray?
It was all over Twitter, A-Ray.
Yeah, it was on Twitter. So
I'm surprised he's not even calling in.
I don't know. I thought, are you guys on the outs? I mean,
No,
he's troll training now.
He's full troll train. He's still a friend.
I said on Twitter, I didn't even attach the red garter on Twitter. I just said we're going to the red garter, like on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess they have some sort of program that tells them when their name is out there. I don't know. So they hit me up.
No, dude.
Red Garter on Twitter hit me up. "What's up? Let's go." And I'm like, "Yeah, we're in." And then they DM me, and then they put reserved a table for us, and everything with champagne. And I bailed.
Hey, Rich is all about you coming next year. Let's do a show on Friday night. But yeah, he seems to think we were a lot bigger deal than we are. It was.
Yeah, dude.
I mean, if only y'all would have shown up.
Well, I was like, I don't want to be the three dorks sitting there by ourselves because everybody bailed. So I'm just going to let those two dorks sit there instead of me. Basically.
No.
Yeah.
Definitely not.
It was awkward.
Well,
Quit being a dick.
I don't, like I said, I don't have a great comeback, Mr. Side. I let you guys down. I really did.
You damn sure did. I was very disappointed in you. Because you were texting me like, how quick can you be there? 'Cause I had work
know.
to do too.
And then I'm texting Carnell. I'm texting Harlan. No one's replying, and everyone's saying they're out.
Troy Dog bailed on us.
Troy bailed. Everyone bailed. Troy's wife was like, "I'll go."
That life has never been for me.
What?
That life has never been for me, so I don't know.
You never went? You never? Come on.
Mm-mm.
Really?
Dude, I haven't been to one in over 20 years. Hasn't changed any, by the way.
No,
but,
I'm sure. I'm sure it's not a lot of different. No. So maybe, Mr. Side, you're starting to see why I don't have friends.
Oh yeah, I definitely do.
Yeah,
definitely do. Yeah. I mean, this kind of goes back to the Kiefer Alta thing. You say you're going to do things that you don't do.
That's easy on that one. The jury ruled in my favor. So.
Hey man, you beaten off?
All right. Well,
he stayed
it was
home
a good
too.
night anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't get back to the room till almost 3. Or I didn't get back to the room till like 3 a.m. It ended up being a good night either way.
My flight boarded at 5:15 in the morning with the time change.
Yeah.
I was definitely thinking about that when I was back in my room. So, By the way, thanks for the help at the live show. Thank you, everybody who came out to the live show on Friday night. That was a lot of fun. A-Ray was a guest. Chiz, Filthy Phil. We had almost 200 people there. So, cool. Yeah, it was good times.
Definitely a good time. Yep, no problem. Appreciate you comping my ticket. Makes up maybe for not showing up.
No, but you had to work, so I didn't really comp your ticket. You put the work. So
it's not really work.
All right, Mr. Side. Thanks, man.
All right.
See you.
Yep. See you.
All right, everybody. Did you get those voicemails?
Yeah, we're good.
All right, 702-586-7857. Give us a call anytime, and here's some of the best voicemails that we had.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment on you guys all moving into commentary positions. Few opinions. First of all, just want to say I really think that Blair is a big improvement in the booth with Ricky. I mean, having a guy that actually knows moto is great, and him and Ricky's interaction is really good. That guy is razor sharp too. I just think he's got a real future there. Secondly, I really enjoy JT down on the floor. I think his questions to the podium guys and other commentary that he does off the floor is real good from a racer's perspective. Enjoy his stuff a whole lot. Thought Weege did a super job this week. Just his raw enthusiasm for the sport shows, and I think that that's a big plus. Wanted to say that I really enjoy PulpMX. I cannot believe that on Monday nights I take 5 hours to listen to this thing, stay up 2 hours past my normal bedtime here in Texas to listen to you guys, but it's just pure entertainment. I really do enjoy it. I think Jamie's doing a great job over at Vital. He asks a lot of questions that nobody else asks, and they have real insight to him, and I think he brings a whole new layer over there. The only guy that I really don't like is the other guy on Vital that has the British accent. I mean, that guy is painful to listen to. I mean, they can do better than that. It's just squirrely. So, anyway, appreciate you guys. All right, good night.
I'm gonna call an audible because Davey's got to go. I promised him 9:30ish. So, but we do want to get to the motorsport.com tweet at Tallon segment because we do have questions for you. So let's get to that. Motorsport.com tweet at Tallon segment. No, that's my mom. Oh my God, it's too loud there.
It's the motorsport.com tweets at Tallon segment.
Motorsport.com, great guys. Free shipping and everything over $79. They got dirt bike parts, street bike parts, side by sides. What has Dane got for a bike now? What's he riding?
Husky 85.
Okay, they got Husky 85 parts at motorsport.com.
Sure.
Are you doing the work on the bikes?
Are
you? Oh boy.
Yes and no. My
Okay.
father-in-law.
Okay.
He's in a wheelchair now, unfortunately. But I take the bike over to his house.
Yeah.
And he lives a mile and a half away.
Okay.
And he
So
goes
he
through
can
the
help- he
entire
can help you
bike.
do stuff? Yeah, yeah.
And then, when I'm gone in California, it's me, or I'm hoping Carlos isn't so busy at some point, so I can just take it to Carlos or Pedro.
Yeah.
So
okay. Motorsport.com. Please check them out. Great guys. Fast shipping. Our guy Tallon. How's things at Motorsport, Tallon?
Good. We're doing a promo with RD Coffee this week. So if you spend $50, put a bag of RD Coffee in there and use the code RDFree, you can get a free bag of coffee.
Nice. Fantastic. All right. These questions are submitted to @PulpMX Show on Twitter. And Tallon takes the best ones for myself or Davi Millsaps. Let's do it.
From Dark. Who had the colder take? Weed saying there's no way they cancel Oakland Supercross, or Denny saying Ken won't touch top 5 on a Suzuki?
Denny Stevenson, I'm guessing?
Yeah, I think so. Debo.
I didn't know Denny didn't say it. Denny said top 5? Come on, Denny. It's Ken Roczen.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with that one.
Yeah, if he did, really said that.
If he really said that, thinking that Kenny wouldn't get a top 5 on whatever bike he's on,
he could get a top 5 on a scooter.
He needs to go back and smoke something better.
All
right. From Lax Defense Coach, should the MXGP field be concerned of Sewer's speed, or should Sewer's body be more concerned of the consequences of his speed?
Yeah, Sewer was fast. He was good. I don't know. Fernandez was fast, dude. I can't believe it. That class is up for grabs for sure, like JT was saying.
No idea. I don't watch MXGP.
Right.
From Dylan Kirchner, local pro here, wanting to ask Davey about his gear ratio setup. I currently run a 1352 on a 22 KX450. Just curious what a top pro like you liked to run when you were still racing.
It all depended on what bike, supercross and motocross.
You have transmission too. You have different transmission.
Yeah, different
taller
transmissions.
first, taller second.
Suzuki was stock transmission.
Oh, it was?
I didn't get anything from factories, and that was a 1352, I believe, in supercross. But
did you vary much? Did you change much or no? Were you?
If I did, it was like a gear
Yeah.
or a tooth. Yeah. But the KTM was always a 14. Was it 1453?
Yeah, 53s,
yeah.
I think. For
Supercross.
Yeah.
But outdoors, I think I went down to maybe a 1350.
Okay.
So it all just but depends on if you're running out of gears, obviously change.
Yeah.
So.
All right. I can't believe we didn't get any locker questions.
I mean,
I just can't believe it.
I've answered it.
I know 100 times.
Anti-inflammatory. I don't know how many more times you want to hear it.
And I was going to tell these people like stop it, and I think we're finally over it.
I don't think so.
I mean, we got
I don't
one.
think so.
Oh, you did get one?
We got one.
Okay.
But compared to normal, that's nothing.
Yeah.
It was an anti-inflammatory. Not much more I can say.
All right.
From Mr. Nick Knees, while Jamie was at the strip club, do you think he had $800 available on a credit card?
I hope so, but I doubt it. We already covered that, and I don't want to say too much because my listeners, they came at me hard for that one. So I don't want to say too much. Do you have $800 of room on your credit card?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So do I. But apparently,
because you make a lot of money.
I don't make much. But
obviously, you can't pay for my room.
Oh wow. Right.
From Mac McGuire. Any idea what happened between Barsha and AC in the tunnel after practice?
Barsha got mad at AC for being in the way for a fast lap and just started screaming at him. And I guess Adam said, "All right, let's go, motherfucker." And then Barsha was like, didn't want to go. But yeah, yeah.
I don't think Barsha can.
I don't think he can either. I mean,
not like that. He won't do it. I just don't think he can at the race. I literally think that he'll lose his rides. I think he'll lose everything.
I don't know. I mean, Pike has challenged him to fight. Guys have said, let's bro. At Paris, Aranda wanted to just punch his lights out, and he just took off. He's just.
I mean.
I don't think he's got any interest in it. So, you know.
I mean, smart.
Yeah. You all right over there? You all right?
Someone keeps calling him.
They keep calling.
Okay, but just put on the hold. Just hit the hold button.
And then they hung up and called again.
Stop calling.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. From Doug Barber 88. If you could change one thing about your career as a mechanic, what would it be and why?
My
the one he mechanic for sure.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Change that?
Yeah.
Why would I change that?
Because you didn't like Timmy.
Oh wow. Let's ask Millsaps that. One thing you could change from your career.
No, this was your question.
I know, but let's flip it on you because it's way more interesting. Who cares about it? I was a parts changer. Like, who cares? So one thing that you would change.
I mean, pretty much the advice that I give to the guys I work with now.
Sure. Yeah, what you said earlier.
Yeah. Not even that, but just I thought that I could just live off my talent, which obviously I did.
Yeah.
But if I would have put the work in, I'd have been more of a king now, should I say.
Yeah.
So
I think that's a fair assessment. I really do. Watching your whole career go down and talking to people close to you and we're so.
But yeah, that's the one thing.
Yeah.
Care actually.
For me, I shouldn't have told KTM to fuck off at the end of 01 when Larry Brooks told me I had a job working for Rhino on Bud Light Yamaha, and I hated KTM at the moment for some good reasons and maybe some not good reasons, maybe more ego and a little bit of good reasons. And I kind of told him to fuck off because I had the job, and then Brooks, the whole thing fell apart, and Brooks was like, sorry. And then I went back to him, and they were like, yeah, no, we don't have a job for you anymore. But that led me to Moto XXX and Nick Way, who had a career privateer best 7th in the points, and he's a lifelong friend of mine to this day, and his mom and dad are great. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
that shitty situation worked into Moto XXX with Nick Way, who's a friend of this day. So I don't know. But let that, just be careful when you like tell your bosses to fuck off if you don't absolutely have something solid. Just FYI.
Oh, yeah, for sure on that one.
Right.
From This Is Justin MX. Davey, at 07 Thunder Valley, you had one of your most dominant Moto 1s I've ever seen at that track. In Moto 2, you finished 8th for 4th overall. He was 10 years old at the time and was wondering if there are any cool backstories about one of the most memorable moments of my childhood.
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I passed James in that moto.
That's right. I do remember that now.
I was really tired the second moto.
Go back to your last answer about living off your talent, right? Like, go back to that answer.
Honestly, lining up the second moto, I'm like, God, it's going to be a long one.
We just did a re-raceables with Bogle.
Yeah.
And he won Lakewood. And
yeah.
He said he was like, I got to do another moto?
Yeah, I was smoked, and that was pretty much every second moto for me.
Yeah.
First moto I was always good. It was fresh. Second moto, no. But that one actually, the first moto I let everything I had. I emptied the bag, emptied the tank, and second moto I lined up, and I wasn't ready for it.
Think about that though. So you're basically smoked, and you got 8th. You just on muscle memory of riding, you got 8th.
I think I started up in 3rd or 4th,
okay.
and I think I just kind of worked my way backwards.
Right.
I literally couldn't hang on. My arms were shot, and I was riding around. No lie to you, I was riding around just trying to finish. I was going so far out or so far in to stay out of bumps. And I still got 8th.
Yeah.
I mean, so that to me, I rode off talent.
Yeah.
But I rode off a tired talent.
That's right.
That was really, really, really tired talent.
All right.
From Joel Watt, how do you slice the blame pie for Webb's poor season last year between the bike training program and his own lack of effort?
We just talked about this on our live show, and I was trying to ask Phil about the percent pie of bike versus Alden not being with Alden for his success this year, or his non-success last year to his success this year. And Phil did not understand what I was saying. Like Phil was like, "What?" And I'm like, "A pie, 100%." And he's like, "What?"
That's not shocking to me for some reason.
He did not get it. But Davey, let me just put it to you simple.
I understand the pie theory.
What percent is more, being back with Alden or figuring out this motorcycle?
Motorcycle.
All right.
100%. Not 100%.
Yeah.
No.
Yes. Yes. The bike is more than the training program.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
From Ginge. Davey, you and MTF essentially started the movement of training facilities.
Yes, they did.
How do you see the evolution of transitioning amateurs to professionals developing in the next 10 years?
Yeah, Davey.
God. Let's see. I honestly think all the facilities right now are fantastic for, amateurs that want to get to that next level. Now, when they turn pro and stuff, I think they need to be around more pros, and around more fast guys, more technique, and more section workings for sure. But everyone right now that is racing is forgetting about the basics of dirt bikes and the foundation, whether it be, turns and the weight of the outside peg, and the clutch is not really used all that much anymore, but front brakes and wheelies.
You sound like Villeman right now. He's got similar thoughts.
Dean Wilson can't wheelie a dirt bike. No offense, Dean.
Yeah.
He can't wheelie. Neither can Juju. Julian cannot wheelie a dirt bike. He's standing up, fast wheelie all day long.
Yeah.
But he can't slow wheelie. Right. And I'm like, how do you not know how to wheelie?
I don't either. I can't.
But we ran, little Brian and I,
Johnson.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ran Suzuki out of rear fenders from looping out so much, trying to learn how to wheelie.
Yeah.
Watch TP. But like the wheelies and the figure eights and the turn tracks and just where you are, body position, but everyone's different. Like all the foundation, I think, is going to come back to these guys that are starting to do it again.
Yeah. They do motos and they lose their foundation, right? Because you're just worried about going fast and laying down a heater and insta-banger, and you're not.
But you don't get the basics.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, but the basics is Ricky did the basics, and James, I know, did the basics.
We went to Ricky's house in 99, me and Red Dog, and he did figure eights in 99.
Yeah.
And he's already national champion.
Yeah.
And we're like, huh? He's doing figure eights in the sand.
But you learn weighting the outside peg, keeping your leg up, throttle control, clutch, front brake, looking forward, elbow up. If whatever, looking as you come out of the corner, you're looking where you want to go. You learn it. Sometimes you like to put the butt crack on the edge of the seat. Sometimes you don't. It depends on how you like to sit.
Right.
Like you learn all of that just from a figure eight.
Yeah.
So it's like you can implement that anywhere on the dirt bike track, and people are forgetting that you can learn so much from it.
Yeah, Villeman's big on that too.
Yeah.
Like the same kind of stuff. He's like, put sections together. Don't worry about a fucking lap.
Yeah.
Do this section better. You know. Yeah. All right.
From Snowboard, Dog Lover 136. Why did HRC pull Hymas from the series? He needs the experience with the pros, and waiting for outdoors isn't going to help him gain experience.
Well, Honda thinks differently.
So his pro contract doesn't start till outdoors.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So he's doing this for experience, and then he's focused on outdoors, because that's when his pro contract actually starts.
And he had a good Supercross.
Yeah.
Dipped his toes in top tens.
And believe it or not, like I watched Chance ride back in November,
Yep.
and he did way better than I thought he was going to do from when I first saw him.
From November, yeah.
So I'm like, that was a huge improvement, and he loved it. You know, he wants it. He's driven. So that was cool to see. But hands down, like their main focus is getting him for outdoors.
All right.
Another one from Snowboard from Tilly. Davey, after helping out so many different racers and seeing quite a few different privateer programs, would you prioritize being on a privateer team or being a solo privateer running your own program?
I mean, essentially, it could almost is the same thing in a roundabout way, because as a privateer team, you know, you can kind of pick and choose what you want to use. If you know, unlike where Dean's at, you know, he has everything that comes with it. Same for me at Rockstar Suzuki. It was everything that was there. I would choose a team just because you have somewhat of a good backing. You know, you're not doing everything on your own. So.
Davey from Abide Moto. What was a bigger turd? 2004 RMZ 250, 2009 Honda 450, 2011 Yamaha 450.
Oh, that RMZ 250 was bad, dude. The Suzuki Kawasaki.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know, man. That's a tough call.
Still go 09 450 maybe? Yeah. Not the Yamaha.
Yamaha was pretty bad.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yamaha.
Okay.
The 11 Yamaha was.
Yeah, the second year of the backwards engine, right?
Really bad.
He can't choose.
I'm gonna have to go with the Yamaha.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you'd go RMZ 250. That thing was slow. It got hot.
It was so slow. It was so bad, but it was so slow, and because it was so slow, I could actually ride it.
Yeah.
You know, and then 05 having a lot more help with Rob from RG3 and having a little bit more development. It actually wasn't. It was, and Bridgestone tires obviously made that bike better.
Mm-hmm.
We weren't Dunlop back then. But yeah. Yamaha, the 11 Yamaha was worse than the 09 Honda.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Shocking of the night.
Yeah. I forgot about that bike.
From Fresno's Smoothest. A week ago, a Roczen win this season was deemed highly unlikely. A week later, what's another feat for any rider that seems just as unlikely but could happen?
Barsha, right?
That's
because I mean,
I don't mean to be a dick, but between Barsha and Sexton.
Well, Sexton's got to win, so I think he was saying, you know.
Oh, so no wins?
Yeah.
Okay.
A shocking win, you know.
Oh, shocking.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, at this point.
Yeah.
Hands down, Barsha's on a roll right now.
Yeah.
I think he's going to come up.
From Ryan Kleindienst. Steve, how is Brian Krantz doing?
I think he's. Oh, yeah. I talked to Shanty this weekend. He's doing better. He's still fighting, but he's doing better. And it sounds like he's going to be back to work at some point here. So, yeah, good job for Brian Krantz. Yeah. Good guy, going through a tough time, and things are looking good. So, funny that you asked that question because I just asked about Brian this weekend, and good dude. So, hang in there, Brian, and good job so far. Also, that Reyes kid, I guess he got a lacerated liver. He's in the hospital. Larry Reyes,
the one that crashed in the heat race.
Yeah. So he's gonna be okay, I guess, but scary. So hang in there.
All right, last one from Friend Brances. Davey, what was the role your mom played in training you? Was it technique or just holding you accountable for putting in the laps? How would you compare or contrast her to the stories we hear about Jeannie Carmichael?
Meanie Jeannie?
Meanie Jeannie is, I would honestly call her a saint compared to my mom's.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I know.
Yeah.
Meanie Jeannie, like obviously I love Jeannie. I sat down with her in Daytona and we talked for a while, but she was never mean to me. It was always more so strict towards Ricky and strict towards making sure he did what he had to do. Moto, lap times. My mom, she had me work with Gary Bailey. She had me work with Tishner. She had me work with Simix one time. I had to work with, a bunch of people, and she took all of their input and then figured out when I rode with everyone what I was doing better and what they were doing better and put it all together to where every day it was work and sections and motos and training, whether it be on the bike or off the bike to a certain extent. She didn't really know what to do off the bike so much back then. She had Alden come over one time and show me, what to do, like pull-ups and push-ups and stuff.
Right.
But I mean, dude, she had a pull-up and dip bar built onto the trailer for us to travel around with. We would jump rope every morning, every night. We would go for jogs and bicycles. But my mom was hands down the most brutal. I didn't like being hit by Gary, but hands down, my mom was just super strict.
Wow.
Super, anal about every little thing that we did right or wrong.
Yeah.
And I mean, I get it. I get her whole point of, wanting the best for everybody. But yeah, no, she makes Jeannie look nice.
Wow. Okay.
Well, that's coming from the sun. From the sun.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Ricky could probably say the same about meaning to my mom.
Again, that same trip in '99 going to Ricky's, she yelled at him for not doing the figure eights one day. We rode 3 days.
Yeah.
He didn't do the figure eights one day. She started yelling at him. He's a two-time national champion at this point. And I'm going, like, what? And then Big Rick got into it. And then Ricky snapped back at Big Rick.
Yeah.
And I'm going, and we're just like kicking to the dirt. This was super awkward, right? And I'm just going, I cannot believe this dude is being treated like this. Like he's, he's gnarly.
Yeah.
Didn't matter.
I won Indianapolis in 2006 and got yelled at.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
yeah.
Like I would just won.
Yeah.
And no, she freaked on me.
Really?
But yeah. If I missed figure eights or if I was right, she would throw like literally frisbee pit boards at me in the middle of the air while I was riding. BB guns were a fun thing for her.
Jesus.
It was that was all like fun and games, like she would run. I think she ran Big Brian's foot over with the car. She rode him on the front of the car. She did all kinds of stupid stuff with us, but back then it was just normal.
Yeah. So then as you got older, you started being like, hey, that's not that cool. Like,
I don't know. I mean, until the moment that I got a girlfriend and I left.
Yeah.
It was that way.
Yeah.
It was whatever.
Right.
But no, she was. I mean, but she was tough though.
Oh, sounds like it.
Yeah, she was just tough. And,
what's crazy is you have so much natural talent on a dirt bike. Like anybody could tell you that. Like you can ride a motorcycle and make it beautiful at times. And then you look at like that, and I believe that's not taught. That's something inside of you, and you were good at it. Coordination. I don't know if you were really good at tennis or ping pong.
Ping pong I sucked at, but I had only one way.
That's what I'm saying. Like I think you obviously have. It takes massive coordination to ride a dirt bike. Clutch, brake, shifter, elbow. You got to make sure everything's good. You made it look beautiful. She refined it for sure, but you had to have natural talent on motorcycles.
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting at. Like, there's just no way the way you rode.
And I think that's what always got her so ticked off is if I didn't work.
Yeah.
And for me, it was just a lot every day, over and over and over and over. I think it burnt me out really fast. To where like I never got a chance to be a kid. Like I wanted to grow. I wanted to have fun and do things. And again, that's where maybe not wanting to grind so hard when I could have.
Yeah,
I should have. And looking back now, it's like man, I should have.
Villeman's dad left after the 02 season. He was never really the same because he was like, wow, I got a chick. I can relax.
Yeah.
He was just different.
But see, that's the thing though. It wasn't because of Brittany. Brittany was the one that kept telling me over and over and over to get away from the people that I had surrounded myself with.
Yeah.
And I just wasn't listening.
Right.
And so if I would have listened to her, I'd have been probably down a better path and would have had found Yogi a lot sooner or been with someone like a Yogi who was trying to change my career around for the better.
Yeah.
So So no, it wasn't because I got a girlfriend and she led me down this fun path. No, she didn't like that path that I was going down, and I just wouldn't listen.
Right.
So because I had already had a mom tell me what to do and I didn't like it.
Yeah.
And
you were like, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just going to do what I wanted to
I'm
do.
going to do whatever I want to do, right.
I was young and dumb.
But you almost can't blame you a little bit for it because of your upbringing. And you're like, well, of course, any kid's going to get a taste of some money and some fun and be like, well, this is better than getting a pit board thrown at me.
Yeah.
And Ninja Star style, right? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
You can't blame you almost, right?
Yeah.
In a way.
I mean, I used to go hide my dirt bikes out in the middle of the 100 acres so she couldn't find them because she was supposedly going to get rid of them all.
Really?
I used to go hide them all.
Yeah.
Because I didn't ride good that day.
Yeah.
I was literally hiding my dirt bikes.
Yeah, you're like, no, you're not taking
you're not
bike.
taking my dirt bikes. Like, this is my life.
Yeah.
But, it's just,
yeah.
I got kicked out of the house a lot. I for a few hours and I moved back in. But, yeah, it was just
and
like.
I imagine with Dane, you have such a different attitude, right? Like with Dane, like
I'm raising him. I want him to be, a man. Yeah. But as far as when I watch him ride dirt bikes, like, dude, you're not going fast, or like, give me some effort. Like, I don't care that you're getting beat.
Mm-hmm.
Just give me some effort. Like anything, like,
but you're
show
not
me you
gonna
want to be here.
You're not gonna Ninja Star a pit board at him.
No, because I don't have to live through him. She's not living through me.
Yeah,
but like, I don't have to live through him. I don't need to push him to that point of what I was being pushed to. If he doesn't want to do it, again, my entire life since he's been born, I've always said, like, I didn't want him to ride dirt bikes.
Yeah, you did say
so.
that,
If he doesn't want to do it, or he isn't able to do it, because he may not be that good, let's say in a year or two from now. I'm not saying that he can't be, but I won't be bummed by any means. So to me, I'm not like, oh, go.
Well, back then too, you were the guy bringing in the money too, right? Like at some point.
Yeah.
You were the kid bringing in the money to make everything survive. So. That's tough, man. Yeah, what a life. What a life different life you led. You know what I mean? Like it's probably just something that no one can really relate to. I mean, there can be some John McEnroe, these prodigies from tennis, things like that. Like there's a lot of child prodigies like you were.
I mean, I saw one of the interviews that said I need to find, I need to find more Jesus. So I'm like, no, like that was a long time ago that I went through where people made me think that drinking was okay and partying and stuff like that. Like, no, like that was ages ago.
Yeah.
Like now, obviously, like it's not. There's no need.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
Yep.
But I should have not necessarily found Jesus back then, but I should have actually just listened to Brittany, and done something better.
Yeah. No, because there's, there's such a fine line between just grinding and then like getting burnt out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And like everything that you've worked for, you hate now. Right?
There was just no more fun.
Yes.
I loved riding dirt bikes, minus what Shorty said. Like, I did love riding dirt bikes because I was really good at it. I loved play riding. I loved doing fun things. I loved wheeling through the whoops. I loved hitting whoops.
Yeah.
And I loved all that stuff. But it got to the point to where it got so routine that nothing changed. And I had to make it fun for myself versus being able to go out actually go out and have fun.
Yeah.
And it got to the point to where, I loved having fun and I loved having a girlfriend and all that stuff, and she wasn't allowing any of it. So I'm like, well,
right.
This is not going to be forever, but this could be. So like, I'm going to go that route.
Yeah.
So.
You almost, somebody needs to step in and be like, listen, Colleen, like you got to back it down 10%.
Or 50, what do I mean? No. But she got me that far. Like just be the mom. And there's a lot of parents like that right now in the industry. That's like, look, you've gotten your kid this far.
Yeah.
Like step back and be a father or be a mother to your son who's trying to make it pro, who's trying to go somewhere, and watch them blossom.
Yeah.
Be
there for them, whatever they need.
Don't get to the point to where it's going to destroy your relationship over something that that's not going to last forever.
Yeah.
You're gonna be a parent forever. Don't ruin it over something stupid.
Wow.
So
that's great advice.
I mean, you look at all the parents around, and our sport, I feel like is pretty bad because it's so small.
I think motorsports is that way because when you read stories about F1 drivers and kart drivers, mom and dad are funding the go-karting. They're funding all this. They're involved. They're driving their kids, and a lot of that in that industry.
Yeah.
So it's really big. And you're certainly, I mean, Yogi went through it, and Jake Weimer went through it, and RV went through it, and Bradshaw went through it, and it's an old story in our industry.
It is unfortunate.
Yeah, it really is. You gotta go?
No, okay. I don't know. Is she here?
All right, check it out.
Yeah, she's here, but whatever.
Okay. ORW, by the way, PulpMX code offroadwarehouse.com. bringing the latest in truck, Jeep, and Overland, UTV, and racing products from the industry's leading brands. They sell tons of stuff, and they install everything they sell, from suspension kits, tires, and wheels to steps, bed accessories, and more. ORW, official sponsor of the PulpMX guys. All right, man. That's a wrap for us. Thank you for coming in. I really appreciate it. Good stuff as always. Now that I know you're here, now I can get you in more often than, we thought you left Havasu, but
yeah.
We need to do a show with you and A-Ray. That'd be great. Just talk about how you broke them down.
They broke him bad. That's honestly the best story that I have of A-Ray, him calling me crying.
Yeah, in the mountain bike race.
Yeah, literally called me. I even told him, I'm like, then go the fuck home.
Yeah.
And then I literally hung up on him. And then, because I knew the reverse psychology of doing that would piss him off so much.
Yeah.
Like, oh, he doesn't fucking fuck. I'll show you.
Yeah.
He might have cut the course a little bit.
He said he was cramping. He was dying.
there was one way in and one way out, so there was no cutting.
Yeah,
he cut off 2.5 miles. I don't know how, but he did. Yeah. But he made it. He made it in 8.5 hours, so he still made it.
Yeah, no, absolutely, great story.
He's just.
But hey, it made him love mountain bikes. It made him love to be into shape, even though he likes to get out of it a lot.
He does. But we're getting back into it.
Who doesn't?
We're getting back into it.
I just got a new road bike I'm thankful for, so I'm going to start getting back into that again.
Okay.
So I've had an e-bike because road bikes were gone for a while.
No,
I couldn't get one.
Yeah.
I finally just got one.
I know Marty was giving you someone's giving you shit about an e-bike, and I was like, no, man, e-bikes are the way to go. Don't give him shit.
I don't.
Well, I think we had a race together.
If Marty's giving me shit,
I don't know if it was Marty. I don't know who it was.
I'm not gonna say it's Marty.
I don't know who it was.
But Dean for sure gives me shit for it.
Yeah.
I know Julian gives me shit for it. But Julian, when I started working with him, I took him on a first road bike, and his road bike had cobwebs on it, so I don't even want to hear it. But I mean, obviously he's turning a new leaf by now.
Yeah.
But his road bike definitely doesn't have cobwebs.
Well, thanks for coming in. Did you have fun?
No.
I'll send you some money for the hotel room, I promise. I don't know what happened there. But no, absolutely. Andrew Short, Dean Wilson, Ken Roczen, all on the show tonight. And great stuff from Davi Millsaps, of course, as usual. So thanks for coming in, man. I really appreciate it. Marks, thank you.
My pleasure.
Tallon?
Yo.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry to Roto for bailing on the Gentleman's Club. Thank you to Pookie and Moser, Swisscore, everybody for listening. PulpMXShow.com for all the sponsor stats and all the codes to save. Troll Train and Michelin. I didn't do the reads. I apologize. TrollTraining.com, Michelin. Thanks to those guys. Thank you, people, for listening. Appreciate it. See you next week.
You're fucking kidding me.
There's something I want to get off my chest, and it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine, and I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho, but I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.
Sword inside your flame, how it burns to play your games. Destroy me, defeat